Hokage climbing ranks to rule the ninja world. Chapter 1 Promotion. Demotion. The system arrives. Dusk. Konohagakure, Hokage Tower. Well, that's it. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, with white hair and a pipe in his mouth, put down the documents in his hand and looked at the young ninja standing in front of him. What's your opinion, Naraku? The young ninja, Shihaoran Naraku, scratched his messy black short hair, and a relaxed look appeared on his handsome face. Since Lord Hokage has made his decision, I have no objection. It just so happens that I can relax a bit. I've been busy in the medical department and it's tiring. Haha, that won't do. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. The medical department's corpse disposal team and animal training and rehabilitation team still need you to manage them, and I believe you can do it. Damn. Naraku had a grin on his face but cursed inwardly. Taking away the most powerful and lucrative medical emergency team in his hands and giving it to the agency that handles corpses and the veterinary agency is simply disgusting. Who will be in charge of the medical emergency team? This organization is very important to Konoha village, and no mistakes can be made. It's not that Naraku looks down on other people in Konoha village, the reality is that no one is more suitable than him to manage the medical department, and no one else can be better. As Tsunade's direct disciple, Naraku deserves the title. What's more, before traveling to the Hokage world, Naraku's family ran a hospital and was very familiar with medical matters. That's right, Naraku is a famous time traveler. Maybe it can't be called time travel, but rebirth. Or maybe it's time travel and rebirth. Naraku, who grew up peacefully, is a member of the Shihaoran clan, one of the many ninja families in Konohagakure. Like other children in Konoha village, he entered the ninja school to study because of his ninja talent. No one knew that when Shihaoran Naraku extracted the first ray of chakra, the memories of his previous life began to awaken. Naturally, he also recalled all the information about the Hokage world. Although it was a pity that as a person who had been reborn through time travel, Shihaoran Naraku found himself somewhat disappointed that he had no system to accompany him. But since I died in an accident in my previous life, it's a good thing that I can live another life now. Even though the Hokage world is very dangerous. Now that you are here, make the best of it. However, as he grew up, Shihaoran Naraku discovered that he was not without cheating abilities. Perhaps because he was a human and a soul and two lives, his spirit and soul are extremely outstanding and powerful. Being mentally strong means having more chakra. After all, chakra is composed of spiritual energy and physical energy. Coupled with Shihaoran Naraku's excellent chakra control and learning abilities, these talents directly made him a famous genius in Konoha village. At that time, the only talented ninja who was as famous as him was Hitaki Kakashi. This was also the reason why Shihaoran Naraku at that time could become Tsunade's direct disciple. But now, Shihaoran Naraku, who took over the medical emergency team from Tsunade and developed it, is about to give up the organization. The two elders, Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu, will take over the medical emergency squad. They are already managing the funds allocated to the village by the Fire Nation, which will also be beneficial to the development of the medical emergency squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer made Naraku very suspicious. Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu do have considerable power in Konohagakure, but they know nothing about medical ninjutsu. No, Yuditen Koharu was also a very good medical ninja. But that was in the past. Shihaoran Naraku had been in charge of the medical emergency team all year round. Not only did he have gradually improved medical institutions in a large number of newly developed medical ninjutsu, but these were simply not something that Yuditen Koharu could handle now. Times have changed. As if seeing the doubt on Naraku's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and continued, "Oh, Yajo Jainin will also help the two elders manage." Yashiro Ao. Naraku understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Naraku understood what was happening, so he continued. The medical emergency team is of great importance. In order to avoid any unexpected situations. Shihaorin Naraku Jainin, from today on, you are the vice head of Konoha's medical department. Cut. This appointment Naraku didn't care at all. Because the deputy minister doesn't have much real power at all, it's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen is worried about accidents and he provides insurance for the medical department. Besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Naraku had suffered a loss, so he planned to compensate him. After all, Naraku was also a Hokage. Shihaorin Naraku Jainin, you will serve as the deputy captain of Anbu, in charge of Anbu 37. Is this old man crazy? Konohagakure Anbu only has 70 members in total, and that includes the routes that have been forcibly disbanded. He is in charge of 37 people, which means that more than half of Anbu are under his jurisdiction. Shihaorin Naraku frowned and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smiling, and said, "Actually, I." Before he finished speaking, a crisp prompt sound came to Naraku's ears. Vite. Promotion system is open. The first rule of the promotion system, lottery mechanism. The second rule of the promotion system, endless replication. Promotion system rule number 9703, promotion. Promotion system rule number 97004, demotion. Congratulations to host for successfully becoming the deputy director of the Konohagakure Medical Department. Congratulations to host for successfully becoming the deputy captain of Konoha Anbu. Win the lottery 7 times. Host newbie gift package gives you 5 chances to draw prizes. Host has 12 remaining draws. System friendly reminder, it is more likely to find magical items when you draw 10 times in a row. The system's continuous notification sounds appeared in Naraku's ears, forcing him to stop talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shihaorin Naraku with a look that said, "You're a little weird." At this moment, Naraku looked very serious and responsible, as if he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Clear. I am willing to follow the orders of the Hokage-sama. From today on, I will serve Konoha village wholeheartedly and contribute my strength. I will definitely not let anyone down. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked bewildered, looking at Naraku, whose attitude had changed drastically. The other party's original dissatisfaction and laziness completely disappeared. What happened just now? Am I losing my memory because I'm old? Of course. Seeing Naraku's excitement, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very satisfied. If you're willing, fine. As long as there are no accidents in the medical department, you should pay more attention to Anbu. You have a lot of people to manage, and some mistakes may occur, but the task must be completed perfectly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naraku meaningfully, as if reminding him of something. Normally, Naraku would have understood the hidden meaning, but at the moment his mind was focused on the system that suddenly appeared, and he had no time to think deeply about Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. After waiting for so long, the standard system for time travel and rebirth finally appeared. Promotion system? Does this system also depend on the level of position? Naraku tried to suppress his excitement and continued to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's rambling. After a while, watching Naraku leave excitedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered. Naraku likes Anbu. The members of Anbu are basically outstanding ninjas selected from Konoha village, but due to the danger and confidentiality of the missions, not many people like this department. Ordinary villagers are more afraid of Anbu. He had thought Naraku would refuse to enter Anbu, but he hadn't expected the opposite to happen. Hello, Lord Naraku. Hello, Lord Naraku. Thank you, Lord Naraku. Shihaorin Naraku left the Hokage building, and every ninja he met along the way greeted him respectfully. Even though he was a powerful Jainin, he was not respected by so many ninjas. The main reason is Naraku, who has been in charge of the medical emergency team for many years and has saved many ninjas. Everyone is grateful for his life-saving grace. Chapter 2, Get the Prize, Delicious Bing Liang Wan. Shihaura Naraku hurried home amid the enthusiastic greetings of many ninjas. His mind was now completely focused on the system that had suddenly appeared, and he couldn't wait to figure out everything about the system. Returning to his home and entering a quiet room, Naraku sat cross-legged and began to ask in a low voice. System. Ding. The promotion system is at your service. Hearing the system's voice ringing in his mind again, Naraku was relieved that it was not his hallucination. Next, he immediately devoted himself to the system and quickly understood it. As the name suggests, the promotion system is naturally related to promotion. No matter what Shihaura Naraku's position in Konoha village is, as long as there is a change, he will be eligible for the lottery here in the system. If you are demoted, you will get a fixed chance to draw the lottery. If you are just transferred to a different position, you will get 2 chances to draw the lottery. Only by getting promoted can you get the most lottery qualifications. Depending on the size of the position, you can get a minimum of 3 draws and a maximum of 5 draws. Once you have the qualifications to draw the lottery, you can randomly draw various powerful treasures, abilities, and other things from all over the world in the system. Then let me see what good stuff there is. As soon as Shihaura Naraku finished speaking, an extremely huge lottery wheel appeared in his mind, and a wide variety of magical items all came into view. What are these things? Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Byakugan, Sharingan. Tailed Beast Chakra? All of this? 10 tails. This is ridiculous. We already have 10 tails. Why not just add Satsuki Kagaya? Shihaura Naraku's eyes kept scanning the large number of prizes, and finally he muttered to himself. Not just the Hokage. Devil Fruit? This is Zanpakuto. And Dragon Slayer Magic. Wait, Kaioken. Senzu Beans, Somersault Cloud. Shihaura Naraku opened his eyes wide and could hardly see it all because there were too many good things in front of him. I really want them all. Shihaura Naraku admitted that he lost his composure because the system was so unexpectedly powerful. As a Genin of Konohagakure, and especially as a direct disciple of Tsunade, Shihaura Naraku not only possesses top-notch medical ninjutsu, but is also very powerful in his own right. But even Naraku himself admitted that his strength was at most at the forefront of many Konoha village Genin, and there was still a gap between him and the strongest few Genin. It's because the Shihauran clan doesn't have a powerful bloodline limit. Naraku also knows that this is his limit. But now it is different. The emergence of the system will help Shihaura Naraku break his limits and allow him to truly possess the strength to compete with the top ninjas in the ninja world. A genuine smile appeared on his handsome face. Naraku looked at the various magical items in the roulette wheel in his mind and spoke. System, how many draws do I have now? Host has 12 remaining draws. Friendly reminder, it is more likely to get magical items when you draw 10 times in a row. Naraku has obtained 7 lottery qualifications for the positions of Deputy Director of the Medical Department and Deputy Captain of Konoha Anbu. With the 5 chances of the novice gift package given by the system, he now has 12 lottery chances. Since it's easier to get good stuff when you draw 10 times in a row, let's start, 10 times in a row. Ding! Do you want to start the first 10 pull? Open! As Shihaura Naraku finished speaking, the huge roulette wheel in front of him began to spin. The pointer on the roulette wheel passed over the prizes that excited Shihaura Naraku, and he was reluctant to blink at this moment. The numerous magical treasures almost dazzled Naraku. Bite! Congratulations to host for receiving the following rewards. 1. Excellent Shuriken *5. 2. Delicious Bing Liang Guan *5. 3. 1000 taels, paper money. 4. Fire style head hard. 5. Fire style extinguish the fire. 6. 100 taels, coins. 7. Lightning style thunder. 8 chakras 7 attributes, fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, yang. 9. My fruit. 10. Water-style explosive water waves. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering 4 ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 7 chakra attributes. Shihao and Naraku sat cross-legged in a quiet room, and suddenly a bunch of things appeared out of thin air on the low table in front of him. Scattered banknotes and coins, clinking shurikens, wrapped military pills, and most importantly, a strange-looking fruit. This is the devil fruit. The Maramara fruit. Naraku paid no attention to the other things and reached out to take the Maramara fruit in his hand. Maramara fruit, after eating the fruit, you gain the ability to control fire, and any part of your body can turn into fire. The seawater in the Hokage world does not contain special substances, so it will not affect the host. Good. The system's prompts made Naraku even more satisfied with the Maramara fruit in his hand. In fact, what he values most is the elemental ability of the Maramara fruit, which is something Naraku needs very much. You have to know that although most ninjas in the Hokage world are powerful, their physiques are weak. Sometimes even a small hidden weapon can take down a powerful ninja. Naraku, who participated in the Ninja World War, had witnessed with his own eyes that a powerful ninja was killed by a hidden weapon that hit his vitals. Therefore, the elementalization of Maramara fruit is very important. Vomit. Shihao and Naraku took a bite of the Maramara fruit, and a strange, indescribable taste immediately filled his mouth, making him almost vomit. This taste. Ugh! It's so disgusting. Even though he was prepared, Naraku was defeated by the horrible taste of the devil fruit. After a while, Naraku opened his palm. With a puff, a burning flame suddenly ignited in Naraku's palm. Looking at the flames dancing in his palm, Naraku was very satisfied. The first time, there was Maramara fruit. After that. At this moment, Naraku made up his mind. He wants a promotion. Work hard to get promoted. From now on, no one can stand in his way of promotion. Naraku, whose strength has greatly increased, immediately began to experiment with the ability of the Maramara fruit. Of course, the experiment could not be carried out in the room. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere, and the flames from the explosion spread suddenly, erupting with extremely powerful force. A hot breath spread instantly. After a while, the test site deep in the forest finally calmed down. Shihao and Naraku clenched his fists, looked at the test site which had become a mess, and nodded with satisfaction. This level of improvement is almost the same even if it hasn't reached cage level. The most important thing is the power of fire style. At this moment, Naraku can proudly say that there is no one in the entire ninja world who is better at fire style than him. Before he got the Maramara fruit, his strongest points besides medical ninjutsu were fire style and water style. Especially the fire style, there weren't many people in the entire Konoha village who could be said to be better at fire style than him. And now with the Maramara fruit, not only is his fire style more powerful, but most importantly, he no longer needs to make hand seals to release any fire style. Just like first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he clapped his hands and whatever he shouted came true. Of course, Senju Hashirama unleashes wood style, while Naraku unleashes fire style. For the next day, Naraku was familiarizing himself with his rapidly increasing strength. Only strength is the foundation of everything. Chapter 3 Denzo's Plan. Konohagakuer, the root base. Adult Denzo. A middle-aged ninja knelt on one knee in the dark and gloomy underground base of the root organization. A ray of moonlight came from nowhere, making the environment seem even more gloomy. Da-da-da. The sound of a cane hitting the ground was heard, and an old man slowly stepped out of the darkness, covered in a thick robe. The old man's head was wrapped in a lot of bandages, and even one of his eyes was covered with a bandage. At first glance, this seemed to be an old man who had been seriously injured and was barely surviving. But in the entire ninja world, no one would underestimate this old man. Shimura is here. Konohagakure Hokage is here. The leader of the Konoha village root organization. An ambitious conspirator who will do anything to become the Hokage. Sarutobi has appointed you to run the medical emergency squad. Shimura Dans narrowed his single eye and spoke slowly, are you alone? Ching. There are also Elder Midaman and Elder Tenshin. The Hokage has appointed me to assist the two elders. Another worthless balance, Sarutobi is still so weak. Danzo's voice was soft but unquestionable, do you understand your mission, Yajoao? Yes. Got it. I will take control of the medical emergency team in the shortest possible time, for Master Danzo. Very good, go down. Yes. Bachin-Ching left quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shihaoran Naraku. Danzo held the cane tightly in his hand, his eyes open with unceasing ambition. The roots will be back soon. In Konoha village, Danzo once controlled his own armed organization, the Root. The Root organization is cruel and ruthless. Every action they take is ostensibly for the development of Konoha village, but they are secretly instilling Danzo's own goals. Because of this, Danzo holds a very high status in Konoha village. Later, due to the Uchiha genocide, Danzo was dismissed from his position by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who forced him to disband the Root organization. But except for a few people, most of the Root organization returned to Anbu. They are still secretly loyal to Danzo and waiting for the restoration of the Root organization. This time Danzo took action, teaming up with Midokado Homura and Udaten Kohara to nominate his subordinate Yashiro Ao to be the head of the medical emergency team, not only as a test, but also to accumulate his strength. Danzo glanced at the silent and dark Root base, then slowly turned and left. No one can stop me from coming back. Name, Shihaoran Naraku. Gender, male. Age, 26. Constitution, A. Spirit, S+. Chakra amount, A+, already more than 96% of the ninjas in the ninja world. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, water, earth, yin, yang. The attribute panel provided by the system gave Shihaoran Naraku a general understanding of his own strength. It can be said that his current strength is at the upper level not only in Konohagakure, but also in the entire ninja world, but he is still far from the top group. So from now on, in order to continue to win the lottery, I have to work hard to get promoted. No, for Konohagakure, for the development of the ninja world, I have to work hard to get promoted. Konohagakure Deputy Director of the Medical Department. Konohagakure Enbu Vice Captain. Why are they all deputy? Thinking back to the appointment of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shihaoran Naraku pondered. System, promotion. Enbu, Medical Department. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Homura Midokado, Kohara Udaten, Danzo, and Ao Yashiro. Shihaoran Naraku's thoughts gradually became clearer, and he had figured out what had happened. I thought they would continue to endure it. In that case, our Hokage doesn't want me to continue to be in charge of the medical emergency team. Looking back at the Hokage building illuminated by lights in the distance, Naraku, who had just returned from the testing ground, smiled. Meatballs. Delicious 3-color meatballs. Would you like to have a drink, sir? Newly arrived ninja tools. The best kunao. Walking on a very busy commercial street, Shihaoran Naraku was just about to finish his dinner when he saw someone walking towards him from the other direction. That direction, is it to the memorial to commemorate Obito and Nohara Rin again? Kakashi. Naraku called out as he walked quickly forward. Hitaki Kakashi was completely immersed in his own emotions and didn't notice Shihaoran Naraku's arrival until he called out to him. Oh, Naraku. Naraku didn't care about Hitaki Kakashi's indifferent look. Come on, I have something to tell you, it's your treat. Ah. Hitaki Kakashi's dead fish eyes showed a hint of doubt. I'm very busy today. Reaching out to touch a book in his pocket, Hotake Kakashi had no intention of treating anyone. Today he waited in line for a long time to get the new version of Intimate Paradise released by Jiraiya-sama, and he was ready to go home and enjoy it. Busy? Naraku looked disdainful. Some people are lining up to buy Little Emperor Uncle before dawn. It's my treat. Hotake Kakashi immediately agreed to treat us. In a quiet private room of an izakaya. Come to Anbu. Hotake Kakashi looked at Naraku. Of course you are suitable for the position of deputy captain of Anbu, but what about the medical department? In Hotake Kakashi's opinion, Naraku is best suited to be in charge of Konoha village's medical department. Why? Are you worried that I'll take your position as Anbu's chief captain? No. Hotake Kakashi lowered his head and thought for a while, then spoke. What about the medical department? Who will take over your position? Yashiro Ao. But I was promoted to deputy director of the medical department, and I am in charge of the corpse disposal and veterinary departments. How could it be him? Could it be? Hotake Kakashi reacted quickly and immediately thought of the problem with the choice of Ao Yashiro. You're right. Naraku nodded, confirming Hotake Kakashi's opinion, that guy is also a medical ninja, and he has a lot of experience. But Yashiro Ao is a member of Root and a subordinate of Danzo. Both of them understood that although the Root organization seemed to be disbanded and Danzo now had no position, everyone knew what was going on behind the scenes. Hotake Kakashi dislikes Danzo and the way the Root organization does things. Yes, Hotake Kakashi was once a member of Root. He even accepted Danzo's order to assassinate 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but of course Kakashi ended up standing on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Because of this experience, Hotake Kakashi is very familiar with the Root organization. He doesn't think that if the Root organization is disbanded, Danzo will not be able to control the original members. It's none of my business anyway. Kakashi yawned, it just so happens that you came to Anbu. Which can save me a lot of trouble. At this time, Hotake Kakashi was the captain general of Anbu. Apart from the 3rd Hokage, he had the greatest power in Anbu. However, Hotake Kakashi does not care about these. For him, in addition to normal tasks and work, he would rather read more books in his free time. You have a good idea, but forget it. Looking at Kakashi's face hidden by the mask, Naraku asked. I came to you to find out about Anbu. I see. There is really nothing that cannot be said about Naraku's identity here, except for some particularly secret ones. Hotake Kakashi had no intention of hiding anything. With more than 10 years of experience in Anbu, it could be said that few people knew this department better than he did. Chapter 4 Danger? That's exactly what I want. Bachin-Ching assists the two elders. Hotake Kakashi and Shihaura and Naraku chatted for a long time before the meal ended. After Hotake Kakashi had no choice but to pay for the meal, Naraku let him go. No, he got a promotion, why should I treat him? On the way home, Kakashi finally realized, I helped him understand his new job. Forget it, I'll let Yamato treat me next time. After returning home and washing up, Kakashi recalled his conversation with Naraku when he lay on the bed. Naraku is such a good guy, those people can't wait to snatch the medical emergency team. As a peer of Shihaura and Naraku, Hotake Kakashi knows the other's excellence very well. If everyone thought Kakashi had the upper hand over the other when they were both geniuses when they were young, Shihaura and Naraku completely caught up with him and surpassed him when they grew up. Especially because of the suicide of his father Hotake Sakumo, the deaths of his teammates and companions, Obito and Nohara Rin, and the deaths of his master Namikaze Minato and his wife Uzumaki Kushina on the Night of Nine Tails. This series of blows completely destroyed Hotake Kakashi, and its strength has not improved at all over the years. At the same time, Shihaura and Naraku, who became Tsunade's personal disciple, was growing rapidly and soon became the backbone of Konoha village. When Tsunade left, Shihao and Naraku became the sole person in charge of Konoha Village's medical emergency team. After taking office, Shihao and Naraku, with the help of his experience of running a hospital in his previous life, vigorously developed the emergency department of the medical department. The discovery of new types of herbs, the reform of the hospital and the development of medical technology quickly made Konoha Hospital a well-known institution in the ninja world. Later on, not only the ninjas and civilians of Konohagakure, but also the daimyos and nobles of the Land of Fire often came to Konoha Hospital for medical treatment and recuperation, and even the daimyos and nobles of other countries began to come here in admiration. Obviously, the medical emergency team is a subordinate organization of the medical department, but in Shihao and Naraku's hands, everything seems to be turned upside down, and the medical department is serving him instead. Before Shihao and Naraku took over the medical emergency team, Konoha Village had to invest a large amount of money in the medical department every year. After all, the cost of medical treatment and hospitalization for the ninjas and civilians in the village was very low, and all of this had to be borne by the village. But after Shihao and Naraku took over the Konoha Village Hospital, with the emergence of foreign daimyo, nobles, and wealthy merchants, the medical department turned losses into profits and earned a large amount of money to be handed over to the village's treasury. And that's why Danzo and the two elders want to take away the medical emergency class. The administrative department headed by Mitokado Homura and Yudatan Koharu is responsible for the connection with the Fire Nation and the flow of funds. Now the medical department has broken their monopoly on power, which is of course intolerable. Danzo's root organization used to be able to obtain funds from the village openly to maintain its development, but after being forced to disband by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it can no longer do so. Maintaining the root organization in secret requires a large amount of money, not to mention that Shimura Dans is secretly supporting Orochimaru's experiments, which also requires a lot of funds. Plus, Danzo had never given up on his dream of becoming Hokage, so if he could get in touch with the daimyo through the medical department, that would be a good thing. That's why the three of them joined forces to attack Shihao and Naraku and take his place. Most importantly, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want Naraku to control the medical department for a long time, because that would mean a large amount of money and numerous connections would fall into Naraku's hands. At the very least, he didn't want to see Naraku's power grow too quickly before Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to step down as Hokage. The next day, Anbu Base. This place is not even as big as the root organization. Shihao and Naraku shook his head, wondering how much of Anbu's funds had been taken away by Danzo. Don't say that. Hitaki Kakashi came up from behind him. Today he seemed to be in good spirits, and the sleepiness in his dead fish eyes was gone. Anbu doesn't have the deep pockets of the medical emergency team, so having a base like this is already great. You are not good enough as the Anbu captain. You don't have the money to ask the third Hokage for it. Where does all the money our medical emergency class pays every year go? Okay, I'll leave the application for funding to you from now on. Hitaki Kakashi responded with one sentence, then spoke seriously. Your appointment has been given, and the Hokage-sama has just given some instructions. While we were walking and talking, the two entered the Anbu base and briefly introduced the approximate location of the base. Kakashi then conveyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's words to Naraku. Why is it so empty? Where are the people? Naraku greeted the few ninjas still in the Anbu base, feeling a little strange. There is a mission. After saying hello, Hitaki Kakashi took Naraku to the office prepared for him. The information has been prepared for you. The file is on the table. Pointing at the table, Kakashi said, Anbu's staff will be almost all gathered tomorrow, and I will introduce you to everyone then. Although no one will fail to recognize you, a formal introduction is still necessary. Shihao and Naraku didn't care about the appearance of the office. He sat down at the desk and picked up the documents to scan them. But after just a few glances, he put down the documents, grabbed Hitaki Kakashi, and pretended to strangle him. What? Hitaki Kakashi dodged to the side, still calm as if nothing had happened. "What's wrong with your list? Why are there so many former root members among the people assigned to me?" Seeing Nariku's vicious look, Kakashi could only explain. "You are more capable. I think you can keep an eye on these people." Seeing that Nariku was still trying to take action, Kakashi spread his hands, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. In fact, not all members of these root organizations are loyal to Danzo. Some of them can still be won over. "I believe in you." Shihao and Nariku glared at Kakashi. "Last time you were injured on a mission and were half dead, it was Laozi who healed you personally, and now you are playing this with me." "No way, this is what the Hokage decided." Hotaki Kakashi was also helpless. In fact, he didn't want to hand over such a big trouble to Nariku, but the third Hokage ordered him to do so. After carefully looking at the names on the document again, Nariku didn't think much about it and decided to take on the trouble, but there was an exception for one candidate. "It's better to keep Xian in your hands. There's no need to give it to me." Uzuki Yujeo was specially taken care of by me and assigned to you. Could it be that something happened between you two? Seeing Kakashi's curious expression, Nariku was speechless. "There's no problem at all, we're still in love. That's why I want to put Xian under your command. Can't you see what the third Hokage means?" Nariku held up the document in his hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. "Although there are a lot of troubles, none of these people are weak. There is only one reason why the third generation did this. They must be planning to let me take charge of those dangerous missions outside, right? ANBU, Assassination Tactics Special Forces. The missions that ANBU is responsible for are always extremely bad and dangerous, but there are still some that are relatively safe, such as protecting the Hokage under normal circumstances, monitoring some important people, etc. As long as there are no unexpected events, these tasks are not that difficult. However, more dangerous tasks, such as assassinating personnel from other countries, spying on intelligence, etc., are still the responsibility of ANBU. And now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has handed over a large number of outstanding ninjas from ANBU to Nariku, and the meaning is clear. You can actually refuse. Hokage-sama won't necessarily insist on holding you responsible." Hotaki Kakashi also became serious. He thought for a moment and said, "You just came to ANBU and are not familiar with this place, so it's normal that you don't want to accept this kind of mission. I can go talk to the Hokage-sama." "No need." Shihao and Nariku shook his head decisively. "I'll take this job. Start with ANBU and work your way up the ranks." This is Nariku's goal, so he is very satisfied with his current position. Danger is nothing, this way he can gain a foothold in ANBU as soon as possible and then get promoted. That's right, Nariku has also set his eyes on the position that Hotaki Kakashi is currently sitting in. ANBU Captain. Chapter 5 Uzuki Yujeo. Dangerous? Difficult. That's what we want. That's what we want. Kakashi, just wait and see what happens next. Shihao and Nariku threw the documents in his hand onto the table, a confident smile appearing on his handsome face. Seeing this scene, even Hotaki Kakashi couldn't help but admit that this guy is really handsome. Of course, compared to him, I'm still a little bit behind. In the next few days, Shihao and Nariku quickly became familiar with ANBU's procedures and, under the leadership of Hotaki Kakashi, got to know all the members of ANBU. This is Tenzo. Kakashi brought a ninja to Nariku and introduced him. You should know him. Senior, I am Tianzang. Tenzu stepped forward and bowed slightly towards Nariku. It's Yamato. Of course Tenzang has not yet changed its name to Yamato. Of course I know you. Many of you ANBU people have been treated by me. The tasks that ANBU ninjas usually need to complete are very dangerous, and casualties are very common. As the most powerful medical ninja in Konoha village at that time, Shihao and Nariku has indeed treated many ANBU ninjas. But at that time, he didn't know that there were so many Anbus among the patients he treated. Now it seems that this is a good thing. At least now he can integrate into Anbu in the shortest time possible. Tenzo has other important tasks to attend to, so I didn't transfer him to your side. Hitaki Kakashi mentioned it briefly, but even if he didn't say it, Naraku knew what Tenzo's mission was. Watching over the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Although many people are saying that first Hokage's wood style dominates the ninja world and Yamato's wood style is used to green the village, it must be said that wood style is still very strong in suppressing the tailed beasts. It's okay if he's not as good as first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Even if he can suppress the Nine Tails power for a short period of time and prevent Uzumaki Naruto from going berserk, then Tianzang is the most suitable person to monitor Naruto. So unless there are some urgent and very important tasks, Tenzo is basically monitoring Naruto in Konoha village. After briefly chatting with Hitaki Kakashi and Tenzu left Anbu to carry out his own surveillance mission. So busy. Kakashi saw Naraku's confusion and said, Tianzang's mission is very important. He only has a few hours to rest each day. Many times he doesn't even have time to eat. It's actually pretty good. Anbu ninjas who go out on missions are actually more dangerous. But this is the meaning of Anbu's existence. Our sacrifices are exchanged for the prosperity of the village. Damn. This is too hard. Shihao and Naraku's face turned black. Fortunately, he was only the deputy director of the medical department now, otherwise he would be exhausted to death if he had to treat more people. The two continued to talk for a while before Naraku left the Anbu and headed to the Hokage building, where he found Sarutobi Hiruzen. The seal that eradicates the evil of tongue. Sarutobi Hiruzen took down his pipe and tapped it. He knew what Naraku was trying to do. In fact, he did not agree with Danzo's use of the tongue root seal to control the root ninjas, but he did not say much when Danzo did it. I just need the method to remove the seal of the tongue suppression seal. Forget about the specific sealing ninjutsu. Can. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed and sent someone to bring a scroll. After handing the scroll to Shihao and Naraku, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking his pipe, gave a reminder. Get familiar with Anbu as soon as possible. There will be a mission in a few days that requires you to lead people to complete. Clear. Naraku took the scroll and turned to leave the Hokage building. However, he did not choose to go back to Anbu, but planned to go directly home. As the deputy captain, he still has this authority. Anyway, his main task now is to get familiar with Anbu. Compared to other ninja clans in Konohagakure, the Shihaoran clan is just a very small ninja clan. Even before Naraku grew up, the Shihaoran clan had not been Jainin for a long time. There is no way. The total number of people in the entire Shihaoran clan is less than 100. There are too few people. Although according to family records, the Shihaoran clan was once glorious, and even became a subsidiary clan of the Senju clan during the chaotic Sengoku period. According to the information, the Shihaoran clan also helped the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan fight. He believed that Shihaoran had indeed formed an alliance with the Senju. After all, in the chaotic era of Sengoku, almost all ninja families had allies and close relatives in order to survive. For example, the Inoshika CH clans are subsidiaries of the Sarutobi clan, the Senju clan has a large number of subsidiaries such as the Shihaoran clan in addition to the Uzumaki clan, a distant relative, and the Hyuga clan is also related to the Huayuryuaki clan of Kirigakure. So Naraku sometimes speculated that it was because the Shihaoran clan became a subsidiary of the Senju family and participated in the war between the Senju and Uchiha, which led to the death of too many ninjas, that the clan is now declining in population. After all, everyone knows how brutal the war between the Senju and the Uchiha was. Even the Uchiha clan could not withstand it. You can imagine how many ninjas from the Shihaoran family who participated in it died. From this point of view, given Tsunade's identity and status, it is normal for Shihaoran Naraku to become her direct disciple. Crash. There were noises coming from the house, and someone could be heard moving around in the room. Naraku knew who it was. His girlfriend, Uzuki Yujeo. "You're back." With her long purple hair falling down and her delicate and fair beautiful face poking out from the room, Uzuki Yujeo greeted Naraku with a smile on her face. "You can eat in a moment." Naraku was not surprised at all by the appearance of Uzuki Yujeo. After all, Uzuki Yujeo was also a special genin of Anbu. As the deputy captain, he certainly knew that she had completed her mission and returned to the village yesterday. "You just came back yesterday, you should rest for a while." Naraku walked a few steps to Uzuki Yujeo, who was busy in the kitchen, and said helplessly, "We can eat anytime." "It's okay. I was going to come see you anyway. You're usually busier than me." The two chatted and laughed, and the food was soon served. "Try it, this is good." "You eat too." Naraku and Uzuki Yujeo picked up food for each other while chatting and laughing. After finishing their meal quickly and cleaning up, the two sat in the yard and started chatting. Uzuki Yujeo briefly talked about what happened when the mission was completed. Now that Naraku is the captain of the Anbu squad, there is no need to worry about leaking secrets. Naraku told her about the interesting things that happened in Konoha village and his own promotion. The atmosphere between the two was very good. Within a few minutes, they became closer and closer, and soon they were leaning against each other. Cough. Naraku couldn't bear it anymore and just picked up Uzuki Yujeo in his princess carry. "It's still daytime. What are you afraid of? You should exercise after eating. It's good for your health." Mao Yuzigeo's fair face turned red immediately, which was extremely beautiful. With a bang, the door was closed. The light was blocked, the room became dim, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Even though the medical department is such a good fit for you, the Hokage insisted on transferring you to Anbu." Uzuki Yujeo, who was leaning on Naraku, was a little confused, and there was an expression of confusion on her rosy face. "What? Are you still worried that I won't be able to adapt to Anbu? I just think it's a pity. You did such a good job in the medical department and have so many connections. If you leave now, will you?" A smile appeared on Chihauer and Naraku's face, and he stroked Uzuki Yugeo's long purple hair confidently. "It's not that easy. They have good intentions, but it's impossible to remove my influence from the medical emergency class. Yashiro Ao is also a medical ninja. His attainments in medical ninjutsu are not low. That depends on who you're comparing yourself with." Chapter 6 Naraku's Medical Talent. Excellent. Running upside down around Konoha village 1,000 times. For the reward, do another 1,000 laps. Uzuki Yujeo is holding the arm of Chihauer and Naraku, and the two are shopping sweetly. Then I saw a figure running upside down towards me. Might Guy. Still wearing his green clothes, he couldn't be more eye-catching. No one in Konohagakure was surprised by this strange dress and behavior. After all, such scenes will appear every once in a while. Why is there a gap of time? Of course it's because Might Guy is out completing a mission. He's also the genin of Konoha village and he has a lot of things to do. Even though they were all familiar with each other, Chihauer and Naraku really didn't want to greet the current Might Guy. It was a bit embarrassing, especially since he was shopping with Uzuki Yujeo. But Might Guy didn't care. The moment he saw Naraku, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Yo! Naraku! Guy!" Naraku raised his hand helplessly. "How are you?" "Recently." The inverted Might Guy immediately approached, then gave Naraku a thumbs up, and a glimmer of light flashed in the corner of his mouth. "Excellent. Naraku's medicine is really powerful. Can you please stand up straight and talk to me again?" Chihauer and Naraku frowned. "I don't want to talk to you while looking at your crotch." "No problem." Might Guy made an exaggerated leap, struck a pose in mid-air, and then landed on the ground. "It's true. I can tell by how active you are. This is all because of Naraku. Might Guy looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes wide open and shining, and then he shed tears in an exaggerated manner, and even did not forget to give Naraku a thumbs up. Okay, as long as everything is all right. You continue to exercise, I still have things to do. Naraku really didn't want to chat with Might Guy on the busy streets. Clear. I will always support you. Might Guy shook his body exaggeratedly, and the flag that had escaped from somewhere was waving wildly. Such an exaggerated scene left even Uzuki Yujeo speechless, and she quickly pulled Naraku away. Not until they were away from Might Guy did they both breathe a sigh of relief. Why is Might Guy senpai so enthusiastic towards you? The scene just now was indeed too exaggerated. Although she was not familiar with Might Guy, Uzuki Yujeo also knew that it must have been Naraku who did something. I just helped him a little. Naraku didn't say much, and Uzuki Yujeo naturally didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, no one in the entire ninja world knows better than Naraku how powerful the 8 inner gates is. Naturally, Naraku had wanted to learn 8 inner gates from Might Guy a long time ago, and Might Guy was a very pure person. As long as you want to learn, he is willing to teach. It's a pity that Naraku's talent is spiritual, not physical, which means that even though he has learned the 8 inner gates, he can only open the first gate. Open the door. So Naraku had no choice but to give up, a scene that almost ended with a kick. However, as a companion and friend, he did not just take advantage of Might Guy, but actually helped him a lot. Shihao and Naraku helped Might Guy improve the precious medicine needed to practice taijutsu. Why does Might Guy have to practice physical training for years, and this training can even be called cruel? This is because Might Guy needs to train his body to be able to bear the horrific load brought by opening the 8 inner gates. If the body is not trained to a certain degree, let alone releasing powerful strength, just opening the 8 gate will cause the body to collapse. Might Guy inevitably has many hidden injuries due to long-term physical training. Of course, he has a family medicine formula to help restore his tired body. Shihao and Naraku helped him further improve the drug formula so that his body could recover faster and better after long-term exercise. This is a huge help for Might Guy. So Might Guy is always grateful to Naraku. The group of people who returned to Anbu from the Root organization did gather together. The Moon class, led by Moon, and the 3 class, led by 3, both have members from the Root organization. Everyone actually knows that they are secretly following Danzo's orders. But as long as they complete the tasks assigned by the Hokage, Hitaki Kakashi Senpai never comments on it. Uzuki Yujeo told Naraku all the information she knew about Anbu. It just so happened that the team composed of these 2 Root organizations ninjas was assigned to Naraku's subordinates. I'm different from Kakashi. Shihao and Naraku looked at the scroll in his hand. It was quite troublesome to learn the seal of eradicating tongue trouble. That's right, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen still gave all the sealing techniques of the tongue suppression seal to Naraku. However, for the time being, Naraku does not need to completely learn the seal of eradicating tongues. He just needs to master the method of unlocking this seal. Konoha Medical Department. Shihao and Naraku looked at the information in his hand thoughtfully. Elder Mito Kato Homura and Elder Yudatan Koharu have gone to the hospital to visit several Fire Nation nobles who came to the village for recuperation. Yashiro Ao has just returned to the medical emergency class, so he has not made any extra moves. He is just very concerned about the flow of department funds, but he cannot intervene for the time being. Sir, you mean? A ninja from the medical emergency team stood in front of Naraku, reporting on the changes in the medical department over the past period of time. This was the 4th medical ninja to appear before Naraku. Although the management position of the medical emergency squad has been eliminated, Naraku is in control of all the changes. Okay, you go down first. Have Yakushi Kabuto keep an eye on Yajo Ao? Yes. Watching the other person leave, Naraku began to think. The two elders are still concerned about their connection with the Fire Nation. Yajoao is planning to find some funds for Danzo to develop the root organization first. There shouldn't be any big problems now. With Yakushi Kabuto watching over us, no accidents will happen for the time being. That's right, Yakushi Kabuto is Nariku's subordinate. In other words, in this Hokage world, Yakushi Kabuto was trained by Nariku, and he learned all his medical ninjutsu from Nariku. Yakushi Kabuto himself has a talent for medical ninjutsu, and is very good at it, so even if Danzo and Orochimaru are standing behind him, Nariku still doesn't care. As long as he can complete the tasks he assigns, Nariku doesn't care who he works for. And Yakushi Kabuto did not let him down and helped him a lot along the way in taking control of the medical emergency team. The land of grass, a forest. The dense woods blocked the sunlight, making the surroundings a little dim. And somewhere in this forest, there is a hidden base. Boom! A muffled sound came from underground. Soon, a man with pale skin and long snaking hair walked out of the well-hidden cave entrance. Orochimaru. One of the most famous Sunin in the ninja world, Orochimaru, appears here. He moved quickly and left here quickly, but came back soon and stepped into the base again. He. Yes, very good. There was a gleam of cruelty in Orochimaru's eyes, and his pale face was filled with fanaticism. The condition of the experimental subject has improved greatly. He didn't even look at the lifeless experimental subject in front of him, but stared at the experimental data in his hand. Soon, the messy laboratory was cleaned up by Orochimaru's men, and the scrapped experimental subjects were also dragged away. It's a pity. I should have taken Nariku with me. Tsunade wasted that kid's talent. Chapter 7, First Anbu Mission. Orochimaru put down the documents in his hand and could see the logo of Konoha Village Medical Emergency Team clearly printed on the paper. These people don't realize that the laboratory of the medical emergency class is the most important. Kabuto did a great job. Recalling the information that Kabuto sent from Konoha Village, Orochimaru was very satisfied, but then he sighed, if Nariku was still with me, the experiment wouldn't be so troublesome. But Orochimaru knew that this was a dream. Even though he could be considered Nariku's teacher, he defected from Konoha Village and it was impossible to go back. That's right, Orochimaru is also Nariku's teacher. Or it can be said that the famous Sunin of Konoha Village are all Nariku's teachers. It's just that Orochimaru and Jiraiya are helping Tsunade teach Chihauer and Nariku. This was mainly because at that time, Tsunade had just experienced the tragedy of his younger brother and lover dying on the battlefield. He was almost crippled and even developed hemophobia. In that state, Tsunade couldn't teach Nariku, and she herself was in a daze the whole day. As Tsunade's biggest bootlicker, Jiraiya took the initiative to train and teach Nariku. Later, Orochimaru accidentally discovered Nariku's talent. In addition, he himself had modern medical knowledge, so he was excited and taught him all his knowledge. At first, Orochimaru just wanted to train a qualified assistant for himself, but as Nariku's knowledge gradually emerged and accumulated, he quickly caught up with Orochimaru's pace and became his experimental assistant. Sometimes, Orochimaru couldn't even keep up with Nariku's progress, which made Orochimaru ecstatic. He began to absorb new ideas and knowledge from Nariku. Later, Orochimaru seduced Nariku more than once, wanting him to become his disciple, and promised him many benefits. Orochimaru also approached Tsunade and wanted to snatch Nariku from her, but he was beaten several times and was almost beaten to death by Tsunade. What made Orochimaru even more dissatisfied was that Tsunade could no longer go to the battlefield due to hemophobia. He could only manage logistics and instruct medical ninjas to save lives in the rear, or research new medical ninjutsu. This also gave him time to teach Nariku, so he took him away. This made Orochimaru very angry. When the Third Ninja World War was over and Tsunade left Konoha Village, Orochimaru went to Nariku again, but Nariku had already avoided him. Nariku, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Orochimaru was not far from defecting, so he didn't even try to get close to him. Because of this, Orochimaru hated Tsunade even more. He always felt that it was Tsunade who was behind the scenes causing him to lose his most outstanding successor. Adult Orochimaru. The sudden voice interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts, causing him to react and look at the respectful Kagaya Kimimaro in front of him. "How's it going?" "Sir, we have contacted Tsunagakure. But the Kazekage is still a little hesitant. He is a little concerned about your identity." "Really?" Orochimaru had a sinister smile on his face. "It doesn't matter, he will be willing. Tsunagakure's environment and situation will force him to cooperate with us, but I don't like him very much. When the time is right, kill him. This way I can also have an excellent experimental material." The plan is about to begin. Konoha Village, 3rd Hokage, Shihao and Naraku, "It's been a long time." "He he he." The sinister laughter echoed in the laboratory, and Kagaya Kimimaro still faced Orochimaru with great respect and admiration. According to intelligence, Iwagakure and Tsunagakure reached a cooperation agreement not long ago, but the details are unknown. According to the information sent back by the spies, the time and place have been determined. Iwagakure and Tsunagakure will exchange supplies in the land of birds. The time is the night after tomorrow. This is an S-rank mission. You can decide the team members yourself. Shihao and Naraku took the mission scroll from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and immediately opened it and started reading. This is a typical Anbu mission. It is best to get information from the people of Tsunagakure and Iwagakure, but it is not necessary. The most important thing is to kill everyone who goes to exchange supplies. It is true that Konohagakure and Tsunagakure are allies, but disrupting their actions right now and hitting Tsunagakure's development will make Tsunagakure more dependent on Konohagakure. There has never been a lack of secret clashes in the ninja world. By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and lit his pipe, taking a puff. When Anbu members go out to complete their missions, they are very secretive. In order to keep it secret, they call each other by code names. What about you? Do you have a favorite code name? Do you want me to give you one? Code name? Hitaki Kakashi wears a mask and uses Chidori to kill people all day long. Tenzang also happily releases wood style. I don't know how they think they can keep their identities secret. However, Naraku also followed suit and gave himself a code name. Dragon. From now on, Shihao and Naraku's code name in Anbu is Dragon. Anbu. Cat. Your class will leave for the Kingdom of Birds immediately. Find out the exact location where Tsunagakure and Iwagakure exchanged supplies, and be careful to hide. Yes. Back in Anbu, Naraku carefully read the mission scroll and began to issue his orders. He immediately sent out people who were good at collecting intelligence and gathering information, and then he followed with people with stronger combat capabilities. Bird Country. Catban has now arrived in the Kingdom of Birds. After the preliminary intelligence search, the 4 members of the class gathered together and began to exchange information with each other. Soon they determined the location where Tsunagakure and Iwagakure exchanged supplies. This is normal, after all, these 4 people are all ninjas who are good at gathering information. The ninjas of the 4 families, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Abarame, and Inyazuka, were the most suitable to gather intelligence. After a conversation between the 4, they confirmed that the mission location was in the forest southeast of the capital of the Bird Kingdom. Do you want to set up an ambush in advance? No, there are Tsunagakure ninjas hiding in that forest. Going there now would alert them. There's also a ninja from Iwagakure hiding in another direction. He's quite far away, but the bugs have already spotted him. Pass the message to Lord Long. Wait until the reinforcements arrive. Yes. After passing the message on, the 4 of them immediately separated and hid without revealing any flaws. Sir. The information is here. Shihao and Naraku, wearing a white mask. took the information and examined it carefully. There were some special marks on his mask, which vaguely looked like a dragon. Map. Yes. An ANBU member stepped forward and opened the map of the bird country. It's here. It would be much easier once we found the exact location, Naraku thought for a while. You, kill the guards arranged by Tsunagakure and Uegakure first and let our people replace them. What do you think? Naraku looked at the ANBU member standing quietly beside him. You was once a member of the root organization. Sir, we can replace them. But it is difficult to obtain their contact codes and other warning measures in a short period of time. If we kill them rashly, there will be big mistakes. Indeed, time is too tight. Even if they captured those two ninjas, it would be difficult for the Yamanaka clan to obtain the key contact codes from their heads in a short period of time. Doing so would alert the subsequent ninjas in Tsunagakure and Uegakure. Glancing at Yu, who had calmed down again, Naraku discovered that these ninjas from the root organization were indeed excellent, and their outstanding qualities could be seen from their performance along the way. But Naraku didn't forget, they still followed Danzo's orders. Now he was actually looking forward to whether these people would cause trouble under his command. Chapter 8 Battle breaks out. Under the bright moonlight, several dark figures flashed through the forest. Speed up! A dull voice came from under the white masks that imitated animals. The dark figures that shuttled through the forest were covered in black cloaks and windbreakers. Occasionally, the wind would lift up the cloaks, revealing the combat tights and white suspenders underneath. The ANBU ninjas, led by Shihao and Naraku, rushed through the forest, taking advantage of the bright night to hurry on. At this time, they had crossed the border of the Fire Kingdom and entered the Bird Kingdom, not far from the place where the team would meet up. Call. A breeze blew across the clear lake water, causing ripples to slowly spread out. The early morning sunlight awakens the silent forest that has been sleeping all night, and the sounds of insects and birds begin to sound. Oink oink. Several figures appeared in a secret place in the forest. Lord Long. In addition to the ninjas in the outer realm, Shihao and Naraku and the ANBU members have arrived in the forest 10 kilometers away from the mission site, waiting for the opportunity to come. Sir, after investigation, we found 3 ninjas on guard in that forest. The areas farther away have not been thoroughly checked yet. The capital of the bird country has a large population, so it is not easy to check. This is also the reason why they have to meet in the forest. Although the capital of the bird kingdom is not big, it has a large population and is too messy, which can easily lead to unexpected situations. Be alert and rest according to the schedule, but also keep an eye on the mission site. Our intelligence may not be 100% accurate. ANBU has its own steps and processes for completing tasks when going out. Just follow the standards and there will be no changes unless something unexpected happens. However, these dangerous assassination missions still require the ninja's own ingenuity. Shihao and Naraku had also carried out many combat missions, so he was very familiar with this set of tasks. After giving simple instructions, he arranged for the rest of the people to rest. Naraku himself approached the mission site and checked the surrounding environment. He must be aware of what is going on so that he can react if something unexpected happens during a battle. After completing the inspection, he returned to the secret temporary base and rested. The moon hangs high in the night sky. From time to time, the roar of animals could be heard in the quiet forest. Swish! Several figures appeared silently in a relatively wide grassland in the forest. The environment here is clear at a glance. You can see all the surrounding locations and prevent enemy sneak attacks. Several figures suddenly appeared and stood quietly in place, alert to the movements around them and waiting. Time passed little by little, and just when the few people were getting impatient, a rustling sound finally appeared in the forest opposite them. The few people standing there immediately watched with full concentration and vigilance, and some of them had already reached out to touch the ninja tools. Soon, figures jumped out of the forest. Seeing the Tsunagakure forehead protector worn on the leader's head, they felt relieved. Looking at Tsunagakure's team that fell behind not far away, the few people who arrived first were a little dissatisfied. "Why are you so late? We've almost missed the agreed time. You Iwagakure ninjas are always so rigid. It's not even the agreed time yet. Stop talking nonsense and exchange information first." After a few words exchanged between Tsunagakure and Iwagakure, the leading ninjas took out the scrolls they had prepared long ago. "Throw them together." "Good." As soon as the words came out, the two leaders threw the scrolls in their hands to each other, and then caught them at the same time. Because they were worried about being deceived, they both opened the scroll and started to check it. In the current situation, it is of course impossible to go through all the information carefully, but as long as we find that there are probably no problems, it will be fine. No problem. The people of Iwagakure behaved well this time. The two leaders also spoke to their subordinates, meaning that the other party did not play any tricks this time. The successful exchange of information made both ninjas feel relieved. Next is the exchange of supplies, which is the most important thing. Both sides directly took out a huge scroll, which was specially used to store supplies. The scrolls that ordinary ninjas use to store weapons or other things cannot hold too many things. Only scrolls specifically used to store large amounts of supplies can do so, and these scrolls are very expensive. Ordinary ninjas simply cannot afford it, nor do they have the need to use it. This time when Tsunagakure and Iwagakure exchange scrolls, they cannot throw them away, so one side can only send a ninja to take the scroll in exchange. At this moment, both sides quietly reached for the weapons in their pockets to prevent the enemy from causing trouble. But as both sides focus on each other, fire fist! A huge roar suddenly erupted in the dark and silent forest. Boom! A blazing, raging flame suddenly appeared, and with a crazy roar, it transformed into an enormous flaming fist that gushed out in an instant. Even though it hadn't yet reached them, the hot breath was already very close, causing everyone in Tsunagakure and Iwagakure to change color. Wind-style airflow dance. Two Tsunagakure ninjas quickly stood up and formed seals with their hands. A very basic wind with almost no lethality was released. With the combined efforts of the two, an extremely chaotic gust of wind swept towards the flames. The ninja of Tsunagakure tried to blow back the sudden fire style. But obviously, everyone underestimated the violent power of the fire. Not only did the strong wind fail to blow away the flames, but it instantly fueled the power of the flames, making them even stronger. Earth-style earth flow wall. There was no time to blame the Tsunagakure ninja for being clever. The three Iwagakure ninjas worked together to release an extremely thick wall to block the flaming fist. Boom! The loud bang of the explosion completely overturned the originally silent forest. The fist formed by fire smashed all the walls in an instant, and the terrifying impact force directly hit the two ninjas who had no time to escape. Ah! The screams continued. Damn it! Who attacked? Looking at the raging flames, the two ninjas who escaped at the critical moment looked at each other vigilantly, then turned and ran. Sniff sniff! Before the ninjas could wipe the blood from their foreheads, a large number of hidden weapons shot towards them from the front. In an instant, the ninja who had no time to dodge was shot by the hidden weapon and turned into a hedgehog, and lost his life in the blink of an eye. A hole! They didn't even see the enemy, and they were about to be wiped out. But before the remaining ninjas could be happy, they were dodging the sneak attack from hidden weapons and were horrified to find that the detonating tags tied to the hidden weapons were burning. Boom! 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 A huge explosion sounded again. The fierce burning flames rose into the sky, debris flew everywhere, and a large amount of smoke and dust filled the air. Cough cough cough! There are still people alive. Swish! The Konoha Anbu ninjas who launched the surprise attack finally appeared. They stood on tall trees and looked at the explosion below, which had not yet subsided. Puff! The sound of a blade piercing into the body was heard, and the eyes of a Konoha Anbu standing on a big tree suddenly bulged out under the mask, and behind him, a Tsunagakure ninja was holding a katana. "Don't underestimate us, Tsunagakure." With a bang, the Konoha Anbu whose body was pierced by the sword suddenly turned into a wooden stake. Body Replacement Technique. Chapter 9 Gold and Supplies Obtained. Bang! With a dull thud, the Tsunagakure ninja was suddenly hit by a knee in the kidney. Such a brutal attack brought severe pain and also deprived the ninja of the last possible chance of counterattack. Laugh! The katana in the Tsunagakure ninja's hand was snatched away in an instant, then deflected and pierced into his heart. The Konoha Anbu ninja, who had just dodged the attack using the body replacement technique, immediately counterattacked and slapped the opponent's body, knocking him to the ground. At this time, the ninja on the ground who survived the violent explosion of the detonating tag looked at the corpse being shot towards him, and dodged it with a flash. But the fleeting flash of fire was not ignored by him. Damn it! Another detonating talisman. It turned out that the enemies shot down by the Konoha Anbu ninja had detonating tags on their bodies. Boom! A violent explosion sounded again. Water style water waves. Lightning style, lightning strikes. The ninjas who had managed to survive another explosion of detonating tags were completely dumbfounded. Under the continuous attacks, they had no room to fight back. The only one who found an opportunity was easily dealt with, and his body even became a tool used by the other party. A huge stream of water like a pool of water fell from the sky, carrying a terrifying impact and knocking all the ninjas on the ground away. Immediately afterwards, there was a thunderbolt that hit directly into the water. The running electric light wrapped around the bodies of these ninjas, making them tremble uncontrollably. After a while, the vigilant Konoha Anbu ninjas finally fell down from the trees. Clang! Everyone drew their weapons in preparation for a surprise attack. Bang! The calm ground suddenly exploded, and three figures emerged from different places, waving weapons and rushing towards the Konoha Anbu warriors. Fighting at close range is very dangerous and you can lose your life if you are not careful. Under the moonlight, a group of ninjas started the bloodiest fight. Clang! Sparks flew as weapons collided. As time passed, the Anbu ninjas of Konoha killed all the enemies who were still standing one by one. After all, apart from the fact that they consumed some chakra when releasing ninjutsu, their overall condition was pretty good. The enemy was ambushed and is in almost no shape or form, so it is difficult for them to win. Where is your excellency? Go after the Iwagakure leader. You guys clean up here, let's go and help the adults. Yes. Swoosh. The ninja leader led by Iwagakure quietly landed in a lush bush, trying to hold his breath and reduce his presence. The next second, Shihao and Naraku appeared. He looked around, then found a direction and rushed out. Only when Naraku's figure completely disappeared did the rock shinobi leader let out a sigh of relief, then immediately stood up and retreated in another direction. He tightened the scroll tied behind him, and a smile appeared on his face that was dripping with blood. Although he encountered an enemy surprise attack, Iwagakure's mission this time was completed because the scroll brought by Tsunagakure had been snatched by him in the chaos just now. It must be said that the quality of Iwagakure ninjas is indeed higher than that of Tsunagakure ninjas. It was clear that for this material exchange, Iwagakure only brought one squad of 4 people and a leading ninja, while Tsunagakure brought 2 squads of ninjas. However, in the first wave of attack, it was Iwagakure's people who survived the most. By the time the Konoha Anbu ninja launched their final attack, there were still 2 survivors from Iwagakure, hiding underground to launch a surprise attack, and even the leading rock shinobi had already withdrawn. As for Tsunagakure, there was only 1 ninja left. This gap is indeed quite large. Who? Even though he noticed his breathing becoming more rapid, the rock shinobi leader showed no intention of stopping. He must not waste the opportunity that his subordinates had won for him at the cost of their lives. The rock shinobi leader frantically squeezed the chakra in his body, and his speed increased again, passing through the trees like lightning. The blood sliding down his forehead soaked his eyes and blurred the rock shinobi leader's vision, but now he didn't even have time to wipe it off. In fact, what the rock shinobi leader should do most now is to take care of his own injuries, because the constantly dripping blood will expose his whereabouts, and the enemy will catch up quickly. But again, time is too tight. Blinking hard to ease the soreness in his pupils, the rock shinobi leader quickly shuttled through the woods, scanning the environment in front of him. The rock shinobi leader's pupils suddenly shrank, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure stood quietly on a big tree. There were several special red marks on the white animal mask. He was wearing an anbu vest and had slightly messy black short hair that swayed slightly with the oncoming wind. Confidence. Looking at the rock shinobi leader who was coming towards him with murderous intent, Naraku remained silent. He had been waiting for a long time. Why so fast? Which village is the anbu from? We had already run here, but the enemy had already gotten ahead of us. The rock shinobi leader gritted his teeth slightly, reached out and took out several shurikens, and suddenly threw them at Shihao and Naraku who was standing quietly opposite. Sniff sniff. Several shurikens pierced the air and instantly arrived in front of Naraku. Hit! The rock shinobi leader couldn't believe how easily he defeated the opponent. But the next second, several shurikens pierced through Naraku's figure and nailed him to the tree behind him. What? After image. Suddenly, before the rock shinobi leader could react, a figure appeared in his pupils as if teleporting. Bang! Shihao and Naraku's flaming figure flashed through the air and appeared in front of the rock shinobi leader, then he kicked the opponent hard with a flaming kick. Wow! The rock shinobi leader's eyes widened and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a fierce attack instantly made the rock shinobi leader lose the ability to resist. He fell heavily to the ground and rolled into a big tree. Puff! Naraku followed closely behind, drew out his katana, and pierced the rock shinobi leader's body, pinning him to the tree. Hey! With eyes wide open and bleeding tears, the rock shinobi leader wanted to say something, but all the strength in his body had completely dissipated, and he soon fell into complete darkness. After confirming that the enemy was dead, Shihao and Naraku walked aside and picked up the huge scroll dropped by the rock shinobi leader in the previous battle. It's gold dust. After opening the scroll, Naraku suddenly realized that the scroll contained a large amount of gold sand. The current Kazekage of Tsunagakure is the 4th Kazekage Raza, who is skilled in manipulating gold sand with the magnet style. As the daimyo of the Land of Wind has long reduced the size and funding of the Tsunagakure ninja, 4th generation Raza has been relying on collecting and refining gold from underground to barely maintain Tsunagakure. Therefore, Tsunagakure often traded gold dust with other countries, and Konoha village also received gold dust. Gaara's father is in trouble this time. The gold dust he collected and refined with great difficulty disappeared, and he didn't get the supplies. Naraku shook the scroll in his hand and thought with some amusement. Compared to Konohagakure, Tsunagakure is really poor. Adult. Lord Long, are you okay? While Naraku was holding the scroll and thinking, one by one the Konoha Anbu ninjas caught up and fell behind him. Go back. Naraku casually tossed the scroll to his subordinates and left with everyone. Chapter 10, Facing Rock Shinobi Pursuers Alone. Where's the scroll of Iwagakure? After all the Anbu ninjas of Konoha had gathered together, Shihao and Naraku looked up at the members who had been cleaning up the battle area. Sir, it's this scroll. All the Anbu ninjas present did not have the authority to open the scroll and look at it. This was something only Naraku was qualified to do. It's a bit messy. What on earth does Tsunagakure want to buy from Iwagakure? So much gold dust. Naraku opened the scroll and examined it carefully. The supplies shown on the scroll did look very messy, with all sorts of things. Ninja tools, seeds, and food are It can be seen from these supplies that Tsunagakure is indeed short of resources, and some of the supplies needed for daily life are also scarce. In fact, in the entire ninja world, only the Land of Fire and Konohagakure are rich in resources and have no shortage of various materials. This is why everyone is unhappy with Konohagakure. If they could defeat it, other countries would have divided up the Land of Fire long ago. So that's how it is. Naraku saw the most important material stored in the scroll, chakram metal. Chakram metal is a very unique metal in the Hokage world. Weapons made of chakram metal are not only very sharp and tough, but also can easily add chakra to the weapons, and compared to ordinary ninja tools, the chakra loss is less. It is also because of this that various ninja tools made of chakram metal are very expensive. For example, Sarutobi Asuma, the son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, uses a chakra sword made of this special metal. Given his status, he only had to make a pair of smaller swords. You can imagine how scarce and expensive weapons made of this metal are. Iwagakure and Tsunagakure are at a big loss now. The chakram metal alone is enough to hurt them. Thinking of this, Naraku immediately put away the scroll, handed it to his subordinates, and then ordered, "Follow the original plan, retreat now." Yes. As the leader in charge of this mission, Naraku walked at the end as the rear guard, allowing the other members to leave and return to the village first. Naraku is confident in his own ability, and what he has snatched is very precious, so he needs to send it back to the village quickly. In fact, as long as we cross the border of the Fire Country, things will be much better. Generally, if there are pursuers, they will not easily step into the Fire Country. Especially for large numbers of troops, it would be tantamount to declaring war directly. Although after the battle, you should take the time to restore your physical strength and chakra, and wait until you are in a better condition before retreating. But Naraku directly ordered a retreat in order to obtain supplies, and the EPUB members must of course obey the order. Watching his men retreating with the supplies, Naraku glanced around at the signs of fighting and then followed. Of course, as the last person to retreat, he kept leaving traps behind him to prevent the arrival of pursuers. Swish! Shihao and Naraku dodged and stood on the top of a big tree in the forest, looking behind him. It was already daybreak, and Naraku, who was the rear guard, did not encounter any pursuers. If the support personnel from the 2 ninja villages don't show up, the supplies will enter the Land of Fire, and they will never be able to get them back. At normal speed. The Konoha Anbu ninjas who set out first are not far from the border of the Land of Fire, and they will be able to go back in an hour or two. Just then. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion suddenly sounded, flames and smoke rose into the air in the distance, and the shock wave instantly spread out in a circle. Here it comes. I don't know if they are ninjas from Iwagakure or from Tsunagakure. Naraku turned around and jumped off the top of the tree, running away immediately. Due to time constraints, Naraku did not try to conceal his whereabouts too much. Any ninja who was good at tracking could easily find various traces. He just tried his best to lead people to his side. Rustle. The sound of light footsteps is hidden among the chirping of insects and birds in the forest. 2 teams of Iwagakure ninjas walked silently in the forest, carefully paying attention to everything around them. The rock shinobi leader at the head made a few simple gestures, and his subordinates behind him immediately stepped forward. After the trap not long ago, they were now extremely cautious. But time is also very important to them right now. If they take too long, their idea of taking back the supplies will be completely ruined. For the Iwagakure ninja, the materials originally intended to be traded to Tsunagakure were of considerable value, especially since they contained chakram metal. Now they didn't get the money and instead lost the supplies. This is absolutely intolerable. Suddenly, in front of the rock shinobi leader, the ground at his feet suddenly rippled, and the ground seemed to have turned into water. Then a rock shinobi emerged from the ground and made a gesture to the leader. Then the rock shinobi leader looked at the ninja beside him. The other party knelt on one knee, then put his hand on the ground. The chakra in his body surged, and he began to sense the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he was stunned, and then whispered a reminder. There was some movement just now, about 1 kilometer to the southeast. Set off. Yes. Shihao and Naraku stood on a big tree, and the dense leaves completely covered him. At this time he didn't know how many ninjas were coming to chase him. This also depends on which side of Tsunagaku and Iwagaku reacts faster and which side values its own things more. What Naraku is most concerned about now is whether there are any sensory ninjas among the chasing ninjas. If so, when the battle breaks out again, the first thing he will kill is the sensory ninja. Suddenly Naraku frowned. The forest, which was originally full of vitality with the chirping of insects and birds, suddenly became quiet. The murderous aura was so strong that even a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly. Here it comes. Earth style, earth lung spear. Naraku stood up and jumped up, leaving the spot in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of sharp rocks suddenly protruded from the ground, forming a spear-like shape and stabbing towards where Naraku was. In an instant, a large number of tough trees were pierced by the sharp rock guns, and a large amount of stone and wood chips flew in the air. Earth-style rock pillar gun. Naraku dodged the first Earth-style ninjutsu attack, and just as he landed on the ground, a large number of spikes bloomed like flowers on the ground beneath his feet. The spikes grew rapidly and suddenly pierced Naraku, who had no time to dodge. Bang! Smoke rose, and Naraku turned into a wooden stake and disappeared. Body replacement technique? When was the seal made? The Iwagaku ninja that appeared searched for Naraku everywhere, and the perception ninja found him immediately, 300 meters. Southwest. Fire style head hard. Under the shocked eyes of Rock Shinobi, Naraku did not make any hand seals at all, but raised his sword fingers and suddenly spat out a fireball from his mouth, which hit the center of Rock Shinobi's formation. The next second, the fireball that fell to the ground expanded instantly, and with a bang there was a terrifying explosion, and the rapid burning covered a large area around it. Under the terrifying burning speed, Rock Shinobi didn't even have time to dodge before 3 of them were covered by fire style and turned into ashes with screams. A large area of forest was destroyed in an instant. This fire style attack was too fast and fierce. The terrifying release speed and explosive power caused Rock Shinobi to suffer a great loss. Chapter 11 Crazy Flame. Boom! A huge area of forest was burned up in flames. Not only were 3 of the Iwagaku ninjas directly hit by the fire style and burned to ashes, but several others were injured. Several Rock Shinobi tried hard to suppress the pain in their bodies, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Now that the battle has broken out, there is no need to worry about hiding. The Rock Shinobi leader immediately shouted. With me as the center. C formation. The fire style just now was too powerful and covered an outrageous area, which directly disrupted the Rock Shinobi's original formation, so the leader shouted for everyone to gather according to the planned formation. Fire style, Injotsuna. With a whoosh, a large amount of crimson flames rose into the air and spread, covering a large area and forming a huge wall of fire that separated the Iwagaku ninjas. Many Rock Shinobi found to their horror that Naraku stepped out from the wall of fire, one of his arms turning into a blazing flame. The flames spread under Naraku's feet, and the ground was torn into dirt, with gravel and flames flying everywhere. Suddenly, in a flash, his figure disappeared. Before Rock Shinobi's sensing ninja could react, Naraku appeared in front of him and swung his arm directly at him. Fire style, Shiranui. The flames on Naraku's arm were thrown out, forming a flaming spear in an instant, and then pierced the vital parts of the Iwagaku sensing ninja's body, and then the flames poured into his body and began to burn violently. Sniff sniff. A large number of hidden weapons pierced Naraku's body in many places, and then 2 Rock Shinobi rushed forward, swinging their swords and slashing at Naraku. Swish! The sword in Rock Shinobi's hand was like a gust of wind blowing through the forest, cutting through all obstacles and passing through Naraku. Win? The two Rock Shinobi were stunned, but they didn't realize that Naraku's movements had not stopped. A large amount of chakra quickly surged on his palms, forming two extremely sharp scalpels. Chakra scalpel. It was like the sound of moonlight leaking out, like the sound of a knife cutting through the waves on the sea, and the forest returned to peace again. The chakra scalpel in Naraku's hand pierced the hearts of the two Rock Shinobi, and severe pain swept through their bodies. This was the only feeling they had left at the moment, because the meridians and muscles in their bodies were cut and broken by the chakra scalpel. Flames ignited on Naraku's body, and the two Rock Shinobi stared at him with their eyes wide open, still unable to understand why their attacks just now didn't work. The flames burning on his body disappeared, and Naraku returned to his original state without any injury. This is the elemental ability that the Maramara fruit brings to Naraku. The body is elementalized and becomes insubstantial, so that physical attacks will have no effect at all. Shihao and Naraku understood the doubts in the hearts of the two dead Rock Shinobi, but he was not prepared to explain his abilities to the enemy. There are two left. It seemed that the battle lasted a long time, but in reality the battle was just a matter of a moment. And in such a short period of time, only 2 people out of the 8 people in Uegakure's 2 squads are still alive. Earth-style Talongian technique. The only 2 remaining Rock Shinobi popped their heads out from underground. They looked at the scene in shock, unable to understand why their companions had died in such a short time. A hole. Damn it! Looking at the 2 angry Rock Shinobi coming out from the ground, Naraku was not surprised by the way they appeared. This is an Earth-style ninjutsu called Tsuchiryuan, which allows ninjas to move underground and thereby change their location. That's why they were able to avoid the wall of fire released by Naraku and appear in front of Naraku. Earth-style, landslide. The Rock Shinobi leader quickly formed a seal and then punched the ground hard. Terrible spider web-like cracks instantly appeared on the ground. In a blink of an eye, the ground shattered into countless fine sands, rushing towards Naraku's location like a tide. Earth-style Earthstone Dragon. A large amount of chakra poured out, and another Rock Shinobi formed a seal and roared. Countless rocks and earth caused the earth to shake and crack wildly, and then quickly gathered together to form an extremely ferocious dragon, roaring towards Naraku. First trap the enemy, then kill him. Looking at his feet being covered by the fine sand from erosion, Naraku could feel the restraint, and then the giant dragon formed by earth and rocks was already within reach. It seems that the remaining 2 should be the strongest among the pursuers this time. Even though a horrific attack was about to happen, Naraku remained indifferent. With a whoosh, a large amount of flames began to burn on Shihao and Naraku's body, and the dancing flames covered his entire body. The Rock Shinobi on the opposite side all frowned when they saw this scene. No seal? What's with the flames on him? Wouldn't he be hurt by the flames? Fire style, flame commandment, pillar of fire. A large amount of orange-red flames erupted violently, spinning and expanding rapidly with Naraku as the center, and rapid streams of heat gushed out. The dry air instantly baked the ground like a desert, and the flames rising into the sky seemed to have burned the sky red. Carrying a terrifying momentum, the flames formed a pillar of fire that reached the sky and the earth. The burning fire directly cracked the earth and evaporated the air. The earth and stone dragon with great momentum suddenly crashed into the pillar of fire, turning into flying pieces of earth and stone that then fell to the ground. At this time, Naraku's attack was not over yet. The expansion of the giant pillar of fire finally ended, and then all its energy was poured out in an instant. Boom! The last thing the 2 Rock Shinobi saw was the red flames reflected in their pupils and filling the sky and the ground. This attack completely razed the forest within a radius of several hundred meters to the ground. It's over. Naraku looked at the devastated scene around him and couldn't help but sigh at the power of fire. In fact, his original fire style could not reach such a terrifying level, but the appearance of Maramara fruit greatly amplified his fire style, resulting in the current effect. Mara fruit and fire style are definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It took a long time before the surroundings calmed down. Naraku did not stay where he was, but turned and headed towards the land of fire. Iwagakure's pursuing ninjas have been dealt with, and Tsunagakure will not be able to catch up in a short time. It can be said that this mission has been a perfect success. Tsunagakure, a building. Bang! Scattered documents were flying all over the floor. Tell me, what are you doing? It wasn't until now that I realized the ninjas I sent out had been wiped out by the enemy. What on earth are you doing? With a white cloth wrapped around his head and his left face covered by a white cloth, Beiki, who was wearing Kakijanin mail armor, had a dark face and roared loudly. The several Tsunagakure ninjas standing before him remained silent. Where do you think the gold dust came from? That was extracted from the ground by Master Feng Ying after spending a lot of effort in his spare time from his busy work. For the development of our Tsunagakure. And now, tell me. The gold dust was taken away by the enemy. Beiki looked at his subordinates, the anger in his heart had broken through his reason, and he scolded them for an hour without any intention of stopping. This time, none of you can escape. Wait for Master Kazekage's orders. In the uncomfortable silence, there was a sudden knock on the door. What's up? Beiki had a fierce look on his face, his brows full of anger, and turned to look at the Tsunagakure ninja who appeared. Sir, Master Feng Ying asks you to come over. Chapter 12, The beginning of the cooperation between Tsunagakure and Orochimaru. Today in Tsunagakure, it was unusually silent. Sweat continued to drip from Beiki's face, and he didn't dare to look up at the expression of his own Kazekage. He had just scolded his subordinates, and now it was his turn to be scolded by Feng Ying. Is it that old man from Iwagakure who changed his mind? The deep voice of 4th Kazekage Raza sounded as he asked his question. It shouldn't be. Beiki wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. From the traces at the scene, it seems that many Iwagakure ninjas also died. Although we haven't found all the bodies, their losses are definitely not small. Which means the information about our transaction has been leaked long ago. Is this a third-party ninja? That should be it. 4th Kazekage Luosha put down the information in his hand, and his mind was full of thoughts. After a while, he spoke. Do you think it was Konoha who did it? Beiki thought about the information and answered affirmatively. It should be Konoha. The traces of fire style at the scene are very obvious. We even found traces of releasing fire style in other locations. The meaning of this statement is very clear. In the entire ninja world, Konoha village has the most fire style ninjas. Of course, other villages also have ninjas who know fire style, but Konoha village is highly suspected in this regard. Hehe. We are staunch allies. Feng Ying Luosha smiled in confusion, but he never took the covenant seriously. Allies are meant to be betrayed. Just like this incident, it's not just Konoha that is causing trouble among the various ninja villages. If he knew the information about Konoha village, he would also send people to kill people and steal supplies. Therefore, this kind of fighting is always hidden in the dark, and no ninja village will condemn it openly. I lost this time, next time it will be your turn to be unlucky. The entire ninja world has never been peaceful, with conflicts occurring all the time. But even so, Luosha still felt a pang of heartache. The gold used for the transaction this time was extracted bit by bit from the ground by him, and it was gone just like that. Tsunagakure, who was already penniless, was now even worse off. Send someone to contact Orochimaru and be alert. Luosha made up his mind and gave Beiki an order, remember. Be careful. Orochimaru is not a person who can be underestimated. In fact, Luosha has never made up his mind to cooperate with him, but now he has no choice but to cooperate. Yes. Beiki agreed immediately, but he had a guess in his mind that he didn't say out loud, which was that this incident might have been caused by Orochimaru in order to hit Tsunagakure's economy and force the two parties to cooperate. But this one might be a little smaller, so Baki didn't say it. Lord Kazekage, actually. Orochimaru has no good intentions. I know. Go down. Yes. Luo Shan knew very well that cooperating with Orochimaru would be like courting disaster, but the situation in Tsunagakure was very bad right now. The funding provided by the daimyo of the Land of Wind was getting less and less, so there was no way to train more ninjas or take on a large number of missions. The environment of the Wind Kingdom itself is even worse. With deserts everywhere, there are not many resources to support its own development. And it can only trade with other countries. But they don't have much money. Such a vicious circle is difficult to break. So even though he knew Orochimaru was unreliable, he had no choice but to cooperate with him. And this incident was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. What is that? Shihao and Naraku returned to Konoha village exhausted and looked up at Hokage Rock with squinted eyes. Did I see it wrong? There seems to be a little man jumping around there. Who is so bold? Dare you mess with the statue of your own Hokage? But after thinking about it, Naraku realized that there was only one person who dared and could do this. Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, now I remember, isn't this the scene when Uzumaki Naruto appears at the beginning of the Hokage story? Naraku couldn't help laughing when he thought of this scene. Really? After a chaotic fight, Domino Irika appears. Uzumaki Naruto. This roar spread throughout the entire Konoha village. Well. With a resigned sigh, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen turned away from the window and sat down in his seat. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out two documents. One document had a picture of Shihao and Naraku on it, and the other had a picture of Hitaki Kakashi on it. Da-da-da. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his fingers carelessly on the armrest of the chair. Forget it, Naruto still has some time to graduate. We need to think carefully about who will be Naruto's teacher. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already thinking about who would be Uzumaki Naruto's instructor. Even though Uzumaki Naruto's grades are at the bottom right now and he can't even play a clone well, he will definitely graduate. Can't graduate? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not allow Naruto not to graduate. Konohagakure can't allow Uzumaki Naruto to not graduate. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen is already thinking about who will be the instructor of the Uzumaki Naruto ninja team in the future. Because of Uzumaki Naruto Nine Tails Jinchuriki's status, being his instructor would mean that person is a candidate for Hokage. Whether it's interests or emotions, the Hokage must be able to influence or control Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This is the bottom line. In fact, it can be seen from the identities of the tailed beast Jinchuriki in other ninja villages that the cage and tailed beast Jinchuriki of most ninja villages have a relatively close relationship. Fourth Kazekage's son Gaara is the Jinchuriki of one-tail Shikaku. Kirigakure's fourth Mizukage Yagura might as well be three tails Jinchuriki. The Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village is simply eight tails Jiki Jinchuriki Killer Bee's sworn brother. As for Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would hang around Uzumaki Naruto from time to time, pretending to be a kind and amiable old grandfather, guiding Naruto's character and thoughts. Of course there are exceptions, but what all the major ninja villages pursue is that their own cage must control the tailed beast's Jinchuriki, and emotions are the most convenient and effective way to do this. And now Sarutobi Hiruzen is hesitating about who will become the instructor of Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, to develop a new bond. On the other side, Naraku, who has returned to Konohagakure, also finds Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already learned the detailed information of the mission from the Anbu who had returned to the village earlier, so Naraku only added some general information about his rear guard. They were originally going to return to the village together, but the chakram metal they stole this time was very important, so Naraku ordered the Anbu members to bring the supplies back first. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, a smile breaking out on his frowning face. Chakram metal was a pleasant surprise. The village can use these metals to create some special ninja tools. This mission was accomplished very well. In fact, the most important thing about this mission is to make the transaction between Tsunagakure and Iwagakure fail. Iwagakure was fine, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Tsunagakure's situation. Tsunagakure's loss this time is not small. If Konohagakure trades with the other party in the future, he will take the opportunity to gain a lot of benefits. After all, Tsunagakure is so short of supplies. If he wants something, he must pay more. It could even make Tsunagakure weaker. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want Tsunagakure to be completely destroyed, but it would be better if he was a little weaker. Only such an ally can make Konohagakure feel at ease. Chapter 13. The curtain slowly opens. Oh, there's a new mission. This time you are going to the border of the water country. Something unexpected happened there. Originally Shihao and Naraku thought that after reporting the mission, he could go back to rest, but before he left, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him a new mission. Damn! Laozi just came back. I fought with a bunch of people and finally won. I haven't even had a chance to catch my breath after coming back, and you're asking me to leave the village? Oh, don't worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and smoked his pipe. We can leave before tonight. Then Laozi should thank you? Naraku cursed and turned away. Anbu was actually busier than the medical department. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not care about Naraku's dissatisfaction. After all, the other party was also from the Hokage lineage, and these were all trivial matters. So let's just wait for that guy Orochimaru to come and comfort the old man. Naraku walked out of the Hokage building, stopping the curses he was saying and looking back at the Hokage building behind him. After all, it is the tradition of the Hokage for the apprentice to kill his master. This is also considered maintaining the tradition. Because of the new mission, Shihao and Naraku did not stay in the village for long and soon set off with the Anbu team. However, he replaced Anbu with other members and took them with him to the border of the water country for the mission. This can also be considered a familiarity process. After completing 2 missions, he will be almost familiar with his subordinates. Arriving at the border of the water country, Naraku separated from his subordinates and gathered intelligence everywhere. He was wearing a black windbreaker with red clouds painted on it. Well, there's a long scratch on the forehead protector. Isn't this the uniform of Akatsuki? According to what this person said about the forehead protector, it must be Kakuzu. Naraku was stunned when he heard the information told by the civilians, and then he reacted immediately. He didn't expect that he would run into people from Akatsuki during an ordinary mission. He casually gave the civilian some money, and after he left, Naraku carefully recalled his memories. At this time, the Akatsuki organization. He should still be recruiting people, taking on dangerous missions from various countries, and then saving money to buy detonating talismans for Sister Nan. Wait, let me think who appeared first. That's Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. That was after Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan, and Uchiha Itachi appeared to warn Danzo not to attack Uchiha Sasuke. Why do I feel like the curtain of the Hokage world is slowly opening? Thinking of this, Naraku also felt a little excited. It was the thought of witnessing a historical scene with his own eyes. Soon the other members of Konoha Anbu also found the place to fight, and Naraku rushed over. Lord Long, according to our investigation, a fierce battle took place here. Both sides released 4 types of ninjutsu including lightning style, fire style, water style, and earth style, and also had close combat. When Naraku arrived at the battle site, he realized that it was indeed Kakuzu fighting an enemy here. Other ninjutsu are fine, but the damage that fire style caused to the environment here is obviously the result of fire style's hard work. Naraku had just used this jutsu when fighting with the Iwagakure ninja before, so he was very familiar with it. Scanning the traces around him, Naraku looked at them with interest. It's very powerful. This range is outrageous enough, that is. The fire-style headstrong released by Kakuzu was indeed very powerful, but Naraku carefully looked at the surrounding environment and felt that it didn't seem to be that powerful either. Is it because of the Maramara fruit's enhancement of fire-style? Or did Kakuzu not actually use his full strength? After thinking for a while, Naraku suddenly became interested in the ninja who was fighting Kakuzu. Who was fighting him? The fact that he could fight to this extent meant that his opponent was at least a Jainin, otherwise he would have been killed by the horns long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to cause such great damage to the surroundings. However, at this time, in order to save money, the Akatsuki organization accepted very dangerous missions, some of which were even war level, so it was normal that the opponents were stronger. Of course, in the end, it was clear that Kakuzu won. This mission is unexpectedly simple. That's not right. If they had shown up earlier, they would have most likely run into Kakuzu directly. Then the mission this time is not easy at all. In the early stage, Naraku had a conflict with Kakuzu, and he didn't know whether he could defeat him. However, he is very aware of Kakuzu's weaknesses, and if he is careful and unintentional, he still has a good chance of winning. After continuing to gather intelligence with his subordinates, Naraku brought Anbu back to Konohagakure. In the following days, Naraku began to go on missions frequently. It was indeed tiring, but he managed to get all the information about his subordinates in the shortest possible time. On this day, Naraku had been busy for a long time and finally had some free time. After 2 days of good rest and deepening his relationship with Yozuki Yujeo, Naraku began to get busy with his own business. After visiting the ninja tool shop and buying the materials he needed, Naraku returned to Anbu. After some adjustments and using the purchased ingredients, Naraku made a small bottle of red juice. This red juice is one of the necessary props to unlock the seal that will eradicate the root of tongue troubles. That's right, Naraku is going to remove the seal of the tongue from several ninjas who were originally from the root organization. Of course, not all. During this period of time, Naraku has also realized that not all members of the root organization are loyal to Danzo. Some ninjas submitted to Danzo because of his former power, while others had to obey him because they were threatened by Danzo for family reasons. There were even some ninjas who were originally loyal to Danzo, but became increasingly dissatisfied with the root organization's dark and cruel ways, and were actually very happy to return to Anbu. For these people, Naraku decided to selectively release them from the seal of the tongue. Anyway, the secret they are hiding is about Danzo, not his, so he is not afraid of revealing it. The key is, after solving it, maybe he can get some unexpected gains. Let you come to see me. Yes. In the past period of time, Anbu was very busy because it had to accept missions very frequently. Now it is a little easier, with not so many missions. However, many people are at the Anbu base. There was a knock on the door outside the room soon. This rhythmic knock was the characteristic of Yu. Come in. Excuse me. Yu, with her long hair tied behind her back, stood quietly in front of Naraku. Yamanaka month. This is a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. Because the Yamanaka clan's ninjas are good at controlling the enemy's mind, they can easily enter the mind of the dead and read the other party's memory. They can also use this to transmit intelligence messages and even have top-level perception abilities. Therefore, the Yamanaka clan is an absolutely indispensable talent for the Anbu and root organizations. Needless to say, perception ability is of great use in all aspects. The ability to read other people's memories is extremely powerful, and it can be said to be the most suitable means of interrogation. After all, even if you are dead, as long as the body is still there, key information can be obtained from it. Shihaoran Naraku manages the corpse disposal team in the medical department. The role of this team is to deal with corpses and prevent the Yamanaka clan from being able to obtain intelligence from corpses. Even for this reason, the corpse disposal team often contributes outstanding talents to Anbu. From these things we can see the key to the Yamanaka month. Why did Naraku choose to help her remove the seal of eradicating tongue evil? Chapter 14, Seizing Danzo's Subordinates and Digging Out Danzo's Intelligence. If the most important member of a ninja team is the medical ninja, then the importance of the perception ninja is no less. If you can spot the enemy first, you will have the best advantage in the battle. However, just like medical ninjas, training sensory ninjas is also very difficult. And now Yamanaka Yu, who was standing respectfully on one knee in front of Shihao and Naraku, was an excellent perception ninja. Not only is it powerful, it also has excellent perception abilities. This is also the reason why Naraku called her here first. Of course, it's also because Yamanaka Yu is the class leader of Anbu's U class. Drink it. Naraku pushed the potion he had prepared in the cup in front of him to Yamanaka Yu, and Yamanaka Yu just glanced at Naraku, picked up the cup without hesitation, and drank it in one gulp. Don't swallow it. Ninjas from the root organization have this advantage. As long as their superiors give orders, they will definitely carry them out without compromise. There's nothing you can do about it, that's just the way Danzo works. Following Naraku's words, Yamanaka Yu did not swallow the potion in his mouth. Naraku stood up and walked in front of Yamanaka Yu. He found the other person's puffed cheeks a little funny, but then he straightened his face and started his own actions. Stand up first. Because there was still potion in her mouth, Yamanaka Yu naturally had no way to reply. She immediately stood up straight facing Naraku. Staring at Yamanaka's white neck, Naraku quickly formed seals with both hands, then raised his sword fingers, and chakra gathered on his fingers. Then, like lightning, Naraku's sword finger pointed at Yamanaka Yu's slender neck. Seal, release. Then Naraku saw Yamanaka Yu's face turn darker, and he couldn't help but want to spit out the potion in his mouth. You can spit it out in 10 seconds. Wow! 10 seconds later, Yamanaka Yu couldn't help but spit out the potion. The originally red potion had now been completely dyed black as if by ink. The seal to eradicate the evil of tongue has been released. If Yamanaka Yu didn't understand what her boss was doing at first, now she has a vague understanding. Shihao and Naraku reached out and took the mirror, placing it in front of Yamanaka Yu. Yamanaka Yu immediately stuck out her tongue and stared at the picture in the mirror excitedly. As expected, the sealing technique of the seal to eradicate tongue evil has completely disappeared. Naraku is an adult. Yamanaka excitedly knelt down on one knee again in front of Naraku and expressed her feelings. Okay, during this time you followed me to complete various dangerous tasks, this is also a reward for you. Shihao and Naraku understood why Yamanaka Yu was so excited. After all, no one wanted to have a seal on their body for no reason. From now on, Yu is willing to obey your orders. I heard what you said. Shihao and Naraku stared at Yamanaka Yu thoughtfully, causing her to raise her head, but recently, Yashiro Ao joined the medical emergency class. Do you think you are suitable? Although you have left the medical emergency class, I can still send you in if you are willing. This way you can work with your former colleagues. Former colleague? Anbu. Or Root. I am willing to follow Lord Naraku's orders. Life in Anbu is great. I love it here. Yamanaka Yu's reaction did not surprise Naraku. As expected, in the previous mission, the opponent's approach was not an illusion. When completing the mission before, Naraku found that Yamanaka Yu completed his orders very well. Of course, Naraku would not believe the other parties so easily. Instead, he secretly investigated before deciding to accept the other party's surrender. By the way, your brother. Shihao and Naraku looked at Yamanaka Yu and asked, where is Yamanaka Feng? Wind. A look of surprise flashed across Yamanaka Yu's eyes. She didn't expect that her boss was so well informed that he even knew about the existence of Yamanaka Feng. Yamanaka Kaze should be the guard of Elder Danzo. After the Hokage ordered the disbanding of the root organization, most of the members entered Anbu. Some returned to their normal ninja life, but there is no news of others. However, due to family connections, I accidentally discovered that Yamanaka Feng is still protecting Elder Danzo at this time. But Yamanaka looked up at Naraku and saw that his expression hadn't changed at all, so he immediately continued. Elder Danzo built a secret base in the number 0 training ground. I once entered the number 0 training ground to escort supplies. But I was unable to enter the base. I only delivered supplies from outside. Is there a Danzo base in the number 0 training ground? This was a good gain. Naraku wasn't surprised at all that Danzo had a secret base. Orochimaru is like a rabbit, digging holes and building bases everywhere, so it's normal for Danzo to say he has a backup plan. However, Naraku recalled the situation at the number 0 training ground and found that it was indeed very suitable for building a secret base. After all, this training ground had been closed decades ago. Besides the large number of rare and dangerous beasts inside, ordinary people were prohibited from entering. Shihao and Naraku memorized this information, then let it go for the moment and continued asking. Do you think there is someone else who is suitable? Naraku's eyes fell on the potion he had prepared to remove the seal of tongue evil, and Yamanaka-yu immediately understood what he meant. This is to let her say who among the former members of the root organization is suitable to become Naraku's subordinate. The members of the Moon class can be trusted. I am willing to vouch for them. In Class 3, headed by San, there should be only one person that adults can trust. Among the other candidates in Anbu, there is also. Yamanaka-yu told all the information he knew. Since he had already defected to Naraku, there was no need to keep it to himself. Besides, with Naraku's identity, background, and qualifications, it is hard to say when he will become Hokage. Whether to choose Danzo or Naraku, the answer is obvious. Okay, call them over. These candidates are similar to those decided by Naraku himself, except for one person, whom Naraku didn't know much about due to lack of intelligence, so it was not clear that the other person was once a die-hard fan of Danzo. As for why she believed in Yamanaka-yu, this was actually a simple test for her. If there was any problem, Naraku would only make trouble for Yamanaka-yu. As for himself, he is the leader, he is the boss, this is none of his business. Soon, Naraku personally undid the seals for these former root organization members. From now on, they are Naraku's loyal subordinates. As for returning to Danzo, as long as the seal is lifted, with Danzo's personality, he would never trust these people again even if he was beaten to death. After all, how could Danzo be sure what information these former subordinates leaked to Shihao and Naraku after breaking the seal? It was unclear. And indeed, Naraku has dug out some secret information about Danzo from these people. Is training ground number 0 so important? After these subordinates left, Naraku began to think carefully. From these people, he found out that Danzo was very concerned about the closed number 0 training ground. Originally he thought it was just a small base at most, but according to the information from these new subordinates, this training ground was a bit unusual. What on earth is there in that place? And why do I feel like I've overlooked something? Have I seen something from somewhere? Forget it, I can't remember. Let's go find the third Hokage first. I have to ask him for my salary today. Chapter 15 Asking for Money and Trouble. Money. What money? I don't have any money. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a smile on his wrinkled face when he looked at Shihao and Naraku who appeared in front of him, but when he heard that the other party was here to ask for money, his face immediately changed and he kept saying that he had no money. Naraku stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with suspicion, not believing anything he said. The medical department handed over a lot of funds to the village last year. Is it all spent so quickly? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a helpless look on his face, but he kept smoking his pipe. You kid, you really learned bad things from Tsunade. You only know how to ask for money. How can you not trust me? Think about it, there are so many departments and institutions in the village that need money, and development is needed everywhere. How can there not be a shortage of money? I know you well. You have done a good job in the medical emergency team and have made great contributions to the development of the village. Not only me, but everyone is very grateful to you. Naraku was very speechless as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen ramble on and on but couldn't get to the point for a long time. Money. Money. That's what I was saying. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, you're doing very well in the medical emergency team, so you can also find a way to make money in Anbu. How can they be the same? Naraku was about to retort when he suddenly thought of something. That's not right. Let's not talk about the medical department's funds. What about the supplies I brought back last time? There's still so much gold dust. Naraku hadn't thought of it before, otherwise he would have asked for it long ago. The gold dust he snatched back last time was indeed more than enough for Anbu's development funds. In fact, Anbu's treatment is not that bad, and under normal circumstances they are not too short of money. But for such a long time, the treatment has not increased, and the base also needs to be upgraded because of its old age. This is why Naraku came to Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask for money. Naraku argued convincingly, and the third Hokage could only reluctantly approve some money for Naraku. In the past, the root organization under Danzo was too strong and basically suppressed the Anbu. Except for the Anbu guards directly under the Hokage, other Anbu members were influenced by Danzo. Naturally, it can be said that the funds of Anbu were also controlled by Danzo at that time. In addition to getting money from the third Hokage, Danzo can also use his connections to get funds from Mutaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura. Think about it, Orochimaru was once a member of the root organization, as was Hitaki Kakashi, Tenzo, Yamato, Yakushi Kabuto, and later Sai, etc. The cultivation of talents always costs a lot of money. Danzo was able to cultivate so many geniuses with the help of his power and money. Now, the root organization was forced to disband, and Danzo himself was fired, so of course he couldn't help Anbu pay for it anymore. So what Naraku has to do now is the same as Danzo. As a boss, he controls the power and has money, then the subordinates will naturally gather around him. When Danzo was at the height of his power, he even ordered his men to assassinate the third Hokage. Although they failed because of Kakashi, we can still see the problem from it. Standing in the office, watching Naraku's departing back through the glass, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly knew that from now on, Naraku's authority in Anbu would become higher and higher. That is to say, Hitaki Kakashi didn't care, otherwise the two of them would soon fall out and fight over it. This then reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen of himself and Danzo, who used to be very close friends and companions, but ever since he became Hokage and Danzo became the Hokage to assist in controlling the root, their relationship has never been good. Well, Shihaurin Naraku felt the gaze from behind him and he knew it was the third Hokage looking at him. Isn't this old man worried that I will challenge his authority because of this? After thinking about it, he knew that this was not the reason. Because the third Hokage had no need to worry about this at all. Although he looked like an old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen's power could be said to cover Konohagakure without any blind spots. After decades of serving as Hokage, everyone in Konoha village has gotten used to Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in that position, and they have even forgotten that the third Hokage will have his lifespan come to an end. Don't underestimate this habit, it means everyone's recognition of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even the power of the first two generations of Hokage did not reach the exaggerated level of the third Hokage. First Hokage Senju Hashirama was appointed because Konohagakure had just been established at that time, and the major ninja families that joined Konoha village had not yet established trust, and there was also the constraint of Uchiha Madara. By the time of the second Hokage, although the development of Konoha village was positive and the major ninja families were integrated into the village, the Uchiha clan was still a very big problem. The establishment of the Konoha police department itself was to control the Uchiha clan. And if at the beginning, because of the second Hokage's dying wish, Sarutobi Hiruzen needed to share power with his companions in order to support his status and prestige. Then the current third Hokage has already completely established his own authority. Of course, there is still a way to destroy the third Hokage's position, which is to kill him simply and cleanly. After returning to Anbu, Naraku, who had funds in hand, began to lead his reform of Anbu. Maintenance and renovation of the base, upgrading of Anbu's direct training ground, improvement of logistics and improvement of the treatment of Anbu members. Just as the third Hokage thought, if Kakashi was not the captain general of Anbu, if it were someone else, he would have turned against Naraku long ago, because this was a blatant attempt to seize power. If this series of plans is completed, Anbu will basically have no say over other people. For example, a leader stronger than Danzo will appear in Anbu. Yo, Naraku, let's go together. Hatake Kakashi was leaning against the wall outside the Anbu base, with one hand in his pocket and the other hand holding a newly released Intimate Paradise series of books, reading with relish. Naraku, who had just given his orders and received the news of the Jonin squad meeting, walked out of the Anbu base and was stopped by Kakashi. The two left side by side. Naraku was still thinking about his plan, so he was silent, while Kakashi seemed to be concentrating on reading a book, and also did not speak. "You're moving too much, Naraku." Naraku came back to his senses and looked at Kakashi, whose eyes were still on Intimate Paradise. "Any questions?" "It's a huge problem." Hatake Kakashi closed the book helplessly and put Intimate Paradise into his pocket. In fact, he was very reluctant to get involved in these matters. After his father Hatake Sakumo committed suicide, Kakashi hated the struggle for power. Even if that person has disbanded his roots, his influence in Anbu is not small at all. If you continue like this, you will definitely come into conflict with him. Naraku waved his hand and gave Kakashi a serious look. "These things I did were originally things that needed to be done by you, especially regarding Danzo." The third Hokage let Hatake Kakashi manage Anbu, not only to use him as a thug, but also to hope that he could curb Danzo's rapidly expanding power in Anbu en route. If Kakashi really did it, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have taken strong action to remove Danzo from his position and disband the root organization. "Well, you know my personality." Hatake Kakashi scratched his head and explained helplessly. "Yeah, I know." Naraku spread his hands and turned to look at Kakashi. "Why else would I come to Anbu? What a hassle." Kakashi couldn't help but learn the Nara clan's approach and let out a long sigh. "Or just leave Anbu." Hatake Kakashi thinks it would be better to let Naraku become the captain general of Anbu directly, so that he can save himself some trouble. Anyway, Kakashi himself never liked Anbu's life. Chapter 16 Jonin Class Meeting. When Hatake Kakashi is serious, he is very reliable. You can trust him as a companion or a friend. But the problem is that he is very indecent most of the time. From time to time, I fall into an emo state. There's no way around it. What happened to him was truly tragic. By the way. Kakashi suddenly put his arm around Naraku's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "The treatment of other people in Anbu has been improved, but what about me? Why am I the only one who remains the same? You are the Anbu captain. If you want a raise, go find the third Hokage yourself." Naraku pretended not to hear and simply waved his hand, telling Kakashi to go find the Hokage and not to talk to him. "Hey, I'm also a member of Anbu." Hatake Kakashi took out Intimate Paradise again to show off and watched it seriously. "I forgot to congratulate you, Kakashi. You will soon be the vice class representative of Jonin class." This time Naraku and Kakashi go to the Jonin class for a meeting, and in addition to the usual routine, they will announce that Kakashi will become the vice class leader of the Jonin class. The Jonin class is an organization that is mainly responsible for helping the Hokage manage the Jonin in the village. After all, the Jonin are the top force in the village, and decisions on all matters are very important. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen served as Hokage for a long time, Narashikaku has also been the leader of the Jonin squad for a long time, and the Jonin of Konoha village also recognize and are satisfied with Narashikaku's work. Shikaku-senpai did a great job, I'm just a figurehead. Kakashi himself didn't really care, but Naraku thought about it a little more. Shihaoran Naraku is the vice captain of Anbu, but manages 2 agencies of the medical department and has a high reputation in the medical department. Hitaki Kakashi is the general captain of Anbu, but now he also serves as the vice captain of Jonin class. What is the third Hokage thinking? Naraku himself didn't figure it out, but he vaguely felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to want to choose one person between him and Kakashi to do something. At this time, Naraku has not figured out that this is a decision about the Hokage candidate. But it's not his fault, because Shihaoran Naraku knew the plot, and the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure was succeeded by his teacher Tsunade. So under this premise, he ignored the current situation of Konoha village. In the situation where the 3rd Hokage has not died yet and Jiraiya and Tsunade have not returned to the village, Naraku and Kakashi, as people from the Hokage lineage, are indeed very suitable candidates for Hokage on the surface. Shihaoran Naraku and Hitaki Kakashi chatted and soon arrived at the meeting place of the Jonin class. Hey! As the two stepped into the meeting room, a green figure jumped over and almost knocked Naraku and Kakashi down. Let's burn together. Today's youth. Might Guy, who was always excited, jumped out. Naraku quickly left him to Kakashi and went to greet his other friends. Kakashi wanted to leave with him, but was entangled by Might Guy. He had no choice but to stare at Might Guy with dead fish eyes. My eternal rival, Hitaki Kakashi, are you ready for a long-awaited fight? Don't want. Hitaki Kakashi simply waved his hand to refuse. He had no intention of fighting with Might Guy. After a fierce battle, Kakashi had back pain for several days, but he didn't want to suffer any more. Naraku, who had just finished greeting his companions and friends, was about to sit down on a chair, but before he could sit still, a figure bumped into him, causing him to almost stumble and fall. What again, Anko? Naraku turned his head and found Mitarashi Anko close to him. Don't be like that. Although Mao Yujao hasn't arrived yet, she will appear at any time. Don't get too close to me. Sit still. The meeting will start soon. Cut. Mitarashi Anko sat up straight, bit off the last meatball, and chewed it. Those guys are so slow. It's still too early for the meeting to start. After the meeting is over, do you want to go eat meatballs? It's your treat. Naraku turned his head and looked Mitarashi Anko up and down. At this moment, she was young, beautiful, and had a good figure. I'm telling you, if you keep eating like this, you'll become a fat girl sooner or later. Mitarashi Anko has a huge sweet tooth, and most of the time when she sees him, she'll have a skewer of glutinous rice balls in her mouth. That is to say, as a ninja, he has to be very active, otherwise Anko would have become extremely fat. You must be joking. Anko didn't care about Naraku's reminder at all. However, from this conversation, it can be seen that the relationship between the two is good. The main reason is that both of them have been taught by Orochimaru. Since Orochimaru's defection, Anko has encountered a lot of troubles because of her identity as Orochimaru's student. Naraku is different. He is indeed Tsunade's student. He just learned knowledge from Orochimaru and was not affected. He also helped Anko several times, which made the relationship between the two very good. There were many people around chatting like Naraku and Anko, and everyone was chatting with their familiar and close friends. As time passed, the members of the Jonin class gradually gathered. Except for a few who could not come due to very urgent missions, all the other Jonin in Konoha village were present. Narashikaku also arrived and began to preside over the meeting. Hitaki Kakashi, who tried to cheer himself up, was also called up, and after being announced as the vice class leader of the Jonin class, the meeting continued. Some important matters were quickly resolved through meetings. By the second half of the meeting, all that was left were trivial troubles. The Jainins began to go their separate ways and busy themselves with their own affairs. Narashikaka was also helpless. Some of the Jainin sitting below had more seniority than him, so what could he say? Naraku was equally bored, his mind already wandering as he thought about his plans. It was a long time before the Jainin class meeting ended. Because of the mission, many Jainin hadn't seen each other for a long time, so everyone decided to go out for dinner. Shihour and Naraku, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma and several others came to the hotel together. Among them, Naraku is followed by Uzuki Yujao and Mitarashi Anko. Uzuki Yujao is his girlfriend and Anko is his fan. Tenzo, Yamato, followed Hitaki Kakashi, still looking a little reserved. Sarutobi Asuma was chatting quietly with Kurane Ui. From Kurane Ui's red face, it could be seen that Asuma was doing something dirty. Might Guy was alone, also jumping happily. Not long after everyone sat down in the restaurant, Marino Ibiki, Yamashiro Aoba, Shiranui Genma, and others also arrived, and everyone started to have dinner together. These Jainin before him occupied the middle and high levels of Konohagakure, and even the third Hokage sometimes couldn't ignore their opinions. Of course, some people here are not qualified to participate because of their strength or qualifications. For example, Anko and Uzuki Yujao have good qualifications, but they lack strength. Tianzang has enough strength, but his qualifications are very poor. As for Ui Kurane, she has only been a Jainin for a short time, her strength is barely acceptable, and her qualifications are almost non-existent. Without the leadership of Naraku, Kakashi, and Asuma, these people would not be able to enter the decision-making level of Konoha village in a short time. After the party, Naraku directly drove away Mitarashi Anko, who didn't show any tact and wanted to join in the fun, and took Uzuki Yujao to go shopping under the moonlight. Watching a group of young men laughing and playing as they ran past the two of them, Naraku looked at Uzuki Yujao and said, "Zian, do you want to become a mentor and lead the Genin class?" "Ah? Why so sudden?" A look of surprise appeared on Uzuki Yujao's pretty face. She seemed to be having a good time in Anbu. Because the 12 young warriors of Konoha are about to graduate. No, the Genin team led by Might Guy graduated last year, but they didn't take the Chunin exam just to be safe. Chapter 17, The Choice of the Hokage Candidate. I don't think I'm suitable to be a mentor. Since it was Naraku's suggestion, Uzuki Yujao thought about it carefully, but in the end she gave up. Although Uzuki Yujao is very beautiful, she is no unknown person in Anbu. Not to mention her strength, Naraku's seniority in Anbu is not as high as hers. If you don't want to, forget it. Being a mentor is actually pretty busy. If Uzuki Yujao wanted, Naraku would transfer her out of Anbu and make her the instructor of the tracking class formed among the 12 little strong men. That is, the instructor of Hyuga Hinata, Inyazuka Kaiba, and Abarame Shino. That's right, this is to take away Xiri Hong's position. As Ui Kurane, who was promoted to Jainin not long ago, can become the instructor of the tracking class, in addition to her background, the support of Sarutobi Asuma is indispensable. After all, Inyazuka Kaiba, Hinata and Shino are from ninja families, and they have the possibility of inheriting their respective families, especially Hyuga Hinata, who is the heir to the main family of the Hyuga clan. If Ui Kurane wanted to be the instructor of these 3 people without Asuma's support, it would be really dangerous. But if Naraku really wants to make a move, it is still very easy to grab this position. But if Mao Uxian doesn't want to, then forget it. The next day, Hokage Building. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udaten Koharu, Mito Kado Homura, and Narashikako gathered in the Hokage office. Except for the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who was puffing on his pipe, everyone else was flipping through the documents in their hands. The photos of Shihour and Naraku and Hitaki Kakashi were clearly printed on the information. Why hasn't the meeting started yet? Narashikaku knew what he was here for, but he was a little confused. Weren't all the people already here? Who are you waiting for? Could it be? Da-da-da. The sound of the cane hitting the ground became clearer and clearer, and Narashikaku immediately knew that he was right. The office door opened and Shimura-dans walked in step by step. Don't even knock on the door? Narashikaku frowned, and of course everyone present knew that this was Shimura-dans venting his dissatisfaction. After Shimura-dans sat silently in the chair that had been prepared long ago, the third Hokage spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and tapped it on his chair. Everyone should know why you were called here. Etc. Before the third Hokage could say more than a few words, Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu looked at each other before he spoke. Hiruzen. You're obviously doing a good job, why are you suddenly planning to back off? Ahem. I'm old, and my eyesight is starting to fail. If I don't step back, I'll hinder the growth of Konoha's new branches. Mitokado Homura frowned and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he could only sit still for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, pipe in hand, and looked out through the glass at the flourishing Konohagakure. I actually backed off a long time ago, didn't I? If the fourth Hokage was still around, an old man like me would have retired long ago. At that time, the situation was critical due to the Nine Tails Rebellion. Minato died suddenly. For the stability of the village, I took this position again. Now Konoha village has long returned to peace and is developing well. The new ninjas have also grown up. It is a good choice to step down. You shouldn't have sat back in that position. I was supposed to sit on it. Shimura-dans had always been unhappy and resentful of Sarutobi Hiruzen's return to the position of Hokage after Minato's death. In his opinion, if Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't gone back on his word, he, Danzo, should have been the Hokage. Trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart, Danzo narrowed one eye slightly. Actually, the most suitable one is. Never mind, what are your opinions? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and looked at the few people, waiting for their answers. Everyone present knew who was the most suitable. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, both of them are traveling outside and don't return to the village all year round, so there is no way to choose. Orochimaru, his favorite and most valued student, defected, and the other two stayed away from Konoha village for various reasons. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's teaching level was very impressive, but none of the three students he took the trouble to train stayed. The departure of Jiraiya and Tsunade was a big blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What I meant to Koharu is that Hatake Kakashi is a more suitable candidate for Hokage. Since they knew Sarutobi Hiruzen had made up his mind, Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu didn't waste any time. The two had discussed it long ago and directly chose to support Hatake Kakashi. Of course Naraku is not bad either, but he not only has to deal with the medical department, but he also has to manage Anbu. If he becomes a candidate for Hokage, he will need to temporarily step down and become an instructor, which will delay a lot of things. This is an excuse. An excuse everyone knows. Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu are absolutely unwilling to let Chihauer and Naraku become the fifth Hokage. As Tsunade's direct disciple, Naraku has connections with the Fire Country daimyo and nobles, and he maintains these relationships very well through his own medical department. And Naraku can also get funds from the medical department, plus he is now entering Anbu. Naraku has it all: connections, money, and force. If he were to become Hokage, Chihauer and Naraku would seize power in the shortest possible time and kick these two elders out. When 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato took the position, he didn't have such amazing resources as Naraku. This is absolutely not possible. At least for now, the two elders, Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu, are unwilling to give up their power. The decision of the two did not surprise Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he looked directly at Narashikaku. Narashikaku pondered for a while before speaking, whether it is Hotaki Kakashi or Shihao and Naraku, they are both suitable candidates. You are talking nonsense. Several people present were somewhat dissatisfied. This is not the time for you to talk nonsense. But I think Shihao and Naraku is relatively more suitable. Narashikako gave his answer and then kept silent. The third Hokage took a drag on his cigarette, a small smile on his face. Shikaku, tell me your reasons. Yes. The Hokage requested, and there was no way Narashikako could refuse. Hotaki Kakashi and Shihao and Naraku are both capable and experienced. But the most important thing is that Kakashi's character is a little flawed. If he becomes Hokage. Narashikako didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. This problem does exist. Everyone here is a high-ranking official of Konoha village, and you are all aware of what happened to Hotaki Kakashi. You also know that after experiencing many misfortunes, his personality changed a lot, and he was unable to get out of the shadow for a long time. In particular, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered more than once that Hotaki Kakashi would go to the memorial to pay tribute to Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin from time to time. Being a little soft-hearted sometimes is not a bad thing, but if your character is too fragile, there will be big problems in becoming a Hokage. Of course, the main reason why no one knows at this time is that after becoming the instructor of Naruto and Sasuke, Hotaki Kakashi will gradually begin to get over his emotional problems and shine with his own brilliance. The problem is that in everyone's eyes, Kakashi is now a person who has been hit by all kinds of hardships and cannot stand up. So at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen was also hesitating, otherwise he would not have called several people over. At least now he was still hesitating in his heart. Chapter 18, FKU, I'll shadow you. Danzo, what do you think? The third generation finally set their sights on Shimura Danzo, who took the pipe from his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. Snort. Choose these two guys as Hokage? Choose a shit. I am the most suitable candidate. Everyone looked at Shimura Danzo, but all they heard from him was a cold snort and no other words. Not hearing the expected answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile gradually disappeared and his expression began to become serious. You guys go ahead and do your work, Danzo stay. Yes. Good. Narashikako left first. Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu hesitated for a moment, but looking at the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they still didn't say anything and could only leave helplessly. The former companions are now drifting further and further away. The three men left, and the office fell into an unbearable silence. Well, Danzo, I know you are unhappy with me for removing you from your position. But you did make a mistake at the time. The Uchiha clan could have saved themselves from such great sacrifices. Shisui had already. The Uchiha clan cannot be trusted. Danzo finally stopped being silent, with no hesitation on his face. That's what Tobirama-sensei taught us. Since Uchiha Madara, that family has never been trustworthy. I personally made the plan to eradicate them. It was a necessary sacrifice for the village. We all knew at the time that the Uchiha were planning a coup. You never vetoed my plan. You'll never see how much I've done for this village. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart was finally no longer hidden, and Shimura Danzo poured out all his dissatisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked at Shimura Danzo seriously, and said in a firm tone. I didn't reject your plan. But I also asked you to wait. Everything could still be salvaged. But you just launched the plan on your own. Hee. Shimura Danzo laughed, but his laughter was unusually unpleasant. Wait? Wait for what? How long do you want me to wait? If you had listened to me earlier and not been so indecisive, the Uchiha clan wouldn't have gotten to that point. I cleared up everything for you. As if hearing something behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzo became even more resentful. You're too paranoid to listen to anything anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He understood that their relationship could no longer go back to the past. Shimura Danzo wanted more. Whatever you want to do, Danzo. The newly grown branches and leaves of Konoha have already caught the sun. They have the best future. We must believe in them. Where the leaves dance, the fire will live. The flames will. Go tell those kids at the ninja school, Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo directly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. The other party really thought he was a child who knew nothing about the world and used this trick to fool him. I'm warning you for the last time, Danzo. A new Hokage will definitely appear. If I find out you're up to something again, don't blame me for not valuing our friendship. The previous Hokage gave their all to build Konoha, and we will never allow you to mess around. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Shimura Danzo an ultimatum, and the determination in his tone was very clear. Humph! Hiruzen, you're going to regret this. Shimura Danzo threw off his robe, turned around and walked away with his cane. Danzo, you have to understand that I am the Hokage of Konoha village. Staring at Shimura Danzo's departing figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with great determination. Bang! The door was slammed shut and Shimura Danzo disappeared behind it. Alas! Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. He knew that he was still a little soft-hearted. The older people get, the softer they become. No one saw what happened in the Hokage's office, so no one noticed that the two senior officials of Konohagakure had any dispute. After leaving the Hokage building, Shimura Danzo quickly approached Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu. Danzo, you shouldn't treat Hiruzen like that, after all, he's also the Hokage of Konohagakure. As soon as they met, Shimura Danzo heard Mitokado Homura's implicit accusations. His face turned completely dark. He especially couldn't stand anyone talking about Hokage in front of him. Yuditen Koharu stopped Mitokado Homura. She could see the anger brewing in Danzo and changed the subject. So, has Hiruzen really decided to nominate a candidate for Hokage? Humph! He has already made the decision. What do you mean by listening to our opinions? He just informed us. Danzo snorted. Even though the relationship between the two was irreparable, he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen too well and could already tell that the other party had made up his mind. Yuditen Koharu frowned, and a look of hesitation appeared on his old face. Then, Hatake Kakashi and Shihoura Naraku. Shihoura Naraku can't be Hokage. Shihoura Naraku definitely not. Mitokado Homura and Shimura Danzo both voiced their opposition. If Shihoura Naraku really gets promoted, they will suffer a great loss. Even though he was confident in Shimura Danzo, he didn't think he would be a match for Shihoura Naraku once he became Hokage. Then choose Hatake Kakashi. Mitokado Homura was also a very good ninja in his youth, and he did not lack determination at critical moments. Hatake Kakashi. Shimura Danzo frowned. This candidate was a bit troublesome for him. Because of the suicide of Hatake Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo, he also contributed a little behind the scenes. After all, at that time, the momentum of Konoha's White Fang was too outrageous. Even the famous Sunin were just small fry in front of Konoha's White Fang. In terms of strength, qualifications, and prestige, Konoha's White Fang at that time was impeccable in every aspect. Especially during the war, Hatake Sakumo made great contributions to Konohagakure. If Shimura Danzo didn't make trouble at that time, there would be no need to choose the next Hokage, and Hatake Sakumo would just take the position. So Shimura Danzo took action, and Hatake Sakumo committed suicide. Otherwise, with Hatake Sakumo's prestige and qualifications at the time, he would not have committed suicide even if the mission was important, especially since his companions, whom he would rather fail the mission than save, also stood up to accuse him. In the entire Konohagakure, there are only a few people who can create such a stir. But now there are some problems. Shimura Danzo has to watch Hatake Kakashi become Hokage. If the other party finds out something, can he let him go? Perhaps after such a long time, Hokage Kakashi has let it go. But Shimura-dans will not believe it. Daoren himself is extremely suspicious and cautious, so he will not let go of his suspicion of others. But if he had to choose between Chihauer and Naraku and Hokage Kakashi, he would rather Hokage Kakashi become Hokage. But who says it has to be the two of them? Hokage has long been a hidden obsession in Shimura-dan's heart, and he will not give up until he dies. In the dark secret base, Shimura-dan stood there holding a cane, thinking about something. Spread the information. Yes. A ninja in the darkness agreed and left. In a blink of an eye, the transmitted information arrived at the Grass Kingdom. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hearing the hissing sound, Orochimaru, who had just completed an experiment, looked down and saw a cute little white snake coiled at his feet. It was obviously not much bigger than chopsticks, but the little white snake spit out a palm-sized scroll from its mouth. No one knew how it got it into its stomach. Orochimaru picked up the scroll and began to read it. In addition to the usual inquiries about the progress of the experiment, the rest of the news cheered Orochimaru up. He, are they about to start selecting the next Hokage? Time flies so fast. I wonder if Sensei misses me. This is where things start to get interesting. It's really exciting. He ha ha. Orochimaru's long tongue licked the corner of his mouth, and his eerie and cold laughter echoed in the underground base. Chapter 19, Naraku's Growing Momentum. As time went by, Chihauer and Naraku's influence in Anbu expanded rapidly. He personally asked 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for funds to improve the treatment of Anbu members. With the addition of upgrades and maintenance of various equipment, it can be said that Anbu has been completely transformed. As a result, Chihauer and Naraku was able to gain a foothold in Anbu in a very short period of time and developed his own power. As the deputy captain of Anbu, Naraku does not need to go out as frequently as other members. He will only lead the team to complete very important and dangerous tasks personally. The reason why he was so busy in the beginning after joining Anbu was mainly because Naraku was getting familiar with Anbu's working methods and getting to know his subordinates. Once things were on track, time was not so tight. After Anbu's matter came to an end, Naraku turned his attention to the medical department. After all, he also served as the deputy director of the medical department. Sir Naraku, this is the detailed information of the medical emergency team in recent period. Elders Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu have already begun arranging for people to enter the Konoha hospital. Currently, they are only occupying the administrative department, but the two elders have already shown signs of winning over medical ninjas. In the emergency department, Yajo Aoki initially wanted to take over the medical funds, but he failed and was blocked by his subordinates. I thought that Bachinching would continue to test him, but I didn't expect him to shift his focus to the medical laboratory. I thought that Bachinching should have helpers in the laboratory, but I haven't found out who it is yet. Chihauer and Naraku finished reading the information in his hand. He was very satisfied with his subordinate's work and a smile appeared on his face. You're doing great, keep it up. Yes. Sir. Over at the laboratory. Just continue your investigation in secret and don't make it public for now. Yes. After the confidant reported his work, he turned and left, and then other people appeared in front of Naraku. The one who came to find Naraku was Inyazuka Tsumugi of the Inyazuka clan, and she was also the mother of Inyazuka Kaiba, one of the 12 ninja warriors of Konoha. Inyazuka Tsumugi is the class leader of the animal taming and rehabilitation class in the medical department. Just by listening to the name, you can tell what this institution does, so the class leader of this class has always been a ninja from the Inyazuka clan without exception. After all, this family is good at dealing with ninja beasts. This class is also the one with the lowest presence in the medical department and is even more low-key than the corpse handling class. So Inyazuka Tsum didn't have much work to report, and she left soon. The third person who appeared in Naraku's office was Yakushi Kabuto, leader of the corpse disposal squad. In the original plot, at this time, Yakushi Kabuto is following Orochimaru's orders, hiding in the Konoha medical department while learning medical ninjutsu and helping Orochimaru gather intelligence. In order not to attract attention, he deliberately suppressed his own strength and failed the Chunin exam 7 times in a row. But Naraku didn't care what Orochimaru's plan was. He directly brought Yakushi Kabuto to himself and began to train him. Up to now, Yakushi Kabuto has become the Jonin of Konoha village and is also in charge of the corpse disposal team. Yakushi Kabuto also brought a lot of rewards to Naraku. Not only did he work diligently under Naraku and made contributions to the development of the medical emergency team, but most importantly, Naraku got a lot of information about Shimura dance from him. Naraku is adult. Yakushi Kabuto stood respectfully in front of Naraku and handed over the documents with both hands. Naraku looked at the information in his hand and then asked directly. Yajiro Ao is looking for you. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto didn't think he could hide it and admitted it directly. The person that Yashiro Ao went to the medical laboratory to find was indeed him. Naraku did not continue to inquire. It was normal for Yashiro Ao to find Yakushi Kabuto, because Kabuto himself was a triple agent, with Shihao and Naraku, Shimura Dans, and Orochimaru standing behind him. Glancing at Yakushi Kabuto, Naraku asked casually, "Has Orochimaru contacted you recently?" "We just contacted each other a day ago and only exchanged experimental data." Naraku knew that Orochimaru had already started his plan for the collapse of Konoha at this time, but he just didn't know how much Yakushi Kabuto knew now. "Starting today, cut off all contact with Orochimaru. Do not send him any more data from the medical lab." "Yes." Naraku knew that although Yakushi Kabuto agreed verbally, he would definitely still exchange information with Orochimaru in secret. However, he only said this to avoid the possibility that this relationship would be exposed in the future, which would be bad for Naraku himself. The Konoha Medical Laboratory was established by Naraku himself, mainly for the purpose of developing various new medical ninjutsu. It is also the place where Konoha medical ninjas conduct experiments. Orochimaru had always been very optimistic about Naraku, but unfortunately he did not take him with him when he defected. So when he learned that Naraku had established a medical laboratory, Orochimaru immediately became interested. With the help of Yakushi Kabuto, he learned about most of the medical ninjutsu and other achievements developed and improved in the laboratory. Of course, if that were all, Naraku would have killed Yakushi Kabuto long ago. In exchange, Orochimaru's knowledge and achievements would have been fed back to Naraku through Yakushi Kabuto. This kind of secret exchange can also be considered a tacit understanding. Both Naraku and Orochimaru benefited from this, but neither would admit it. However, this line has now been cut off by Naraku himself. One reason is that the Konoha collapse plan is about to happen, and the other is that with the promotion system, he no longer has to worry about improving his strength, and there is no need to play with fire with Orochimaru. "You young people have so many ideas that an old man like me can hardly keep up." Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the document that Shihao and Naraku handed him and read it with amusement. Splitting up the medical emergency squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the document and his face became serious. After roughly understanding it, he closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said hesitantly, "It's a bit sudden. The medical emergency team is very important right now. In this case, it's not that sudden. The medical emergency team should have been split up a long time ago. Now the emergency team not only has to manage Konoha Hospital, laboratories, and many other medical institutions, but also is responsible for the medical affairs of the entire Konoha village ninja. The entire organization is too bloated." Naraku spread his hands and stated his reasons. In fact, the medical emergency team should have been split up after it developed in great strides, but Naraku was the director at the time, and he would not have the time to weaken his own power. It's different now. Splitting the medical emergency team is a good thing for him. First, we need to build a new sanatorium to serve the daimyo, nobles, and wealthy merchants of various countries, so that they don't always complain about being unhappy in the same place as the common people. This can also avoid potential safety hazards. The location of the medical laboratory also needs to be relocated. The current location is complicated with people, so a more secret and quiet place would be more suitable. Many ninjas are not suitable for treatment in open hospitals due to their identities and other reasons. Safety and confidentiality are equally important. The medical ninja training institution set up by teacher Tsunade also needs to be improved. There are still too few medical ninjas in the village. Shihaoran Naraku talked incessantly about his plan, and by the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were wide open, not knowing how to react. "You said it very well, let's do as you said." Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses, and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Naraku finally finished speaking, and immediately agreed. He might not know as much as Naraku about professional matters, but after being the Hokage for decades, he could still see how much benefit it would bring to Konoha village if the medical emergency squad was improved according to Naraku's plan. Of course, if the plan described in the document is actually completed, Naraku's prestige in Konoha village will definitely rise to a higher level. Tsunade found a good student. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still somewhat proud. After all, Shihaoran Naraku was also a talent in the Hokage department. But this is troublesome. Naraku now fully meets the requirements of Hokage. Strength, qualifications, prestige, and connections, Shihaoran Naraku has all of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself didn't think that when he first took office, he had the conditions that Naraku has now. But in this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly worried. If Naraku really became Hokage, would there be anyone who could check and balance him? This idea came about because Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed a threat from Shihaoran Naraku. Even if Naraku was not Tsunade's student, a junior of the Hokage, secret suppression had already occurred. Hitaki Sakumo's rising momentum was so terrifying that Shimura-dan's suppressed him and forced him to commit suicide. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen really not know? Perhaps it is possible that Hitaki Sakumo was also a threat to the third Hokage at that time. Chapter 20, Public Positions. Sarutobi Hiruzen has agreed, and Shihaoran Naraku's plan has begun to be implemented in full swing. As a boss, he is actually not too busy. As long as he takes care of the big picture, his subordinates will naturally do the specific things. Chief. "Oh, Baihuo, you're here." Shihaoran Naraku looked at his clansman, a middle-aged ninja who was no longer young. "How's it going, Baihuo, is there still hope?" Clan leader. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. My talents are not enough to become a Konoha Jainin and share your worries." Seeing Shihaoran Baihuo's ashamed look, Naraku could only scratch his head helplessly. The Shihaoran family was not short of resources now, and since it still didn't work, maybe this guy really had no talent for ninja. "Since you're not cut out to be a ninja, then become the dean." "Ah." Shihaoran Baihuo was a little confused and didn't know what his family leader meant. "You should have heard about the reorganization of the medical emergency team. You should take charge of the sanatorium center established for the daimyo and nobles of various countries." Although Mitokado Homura and Yudatan Koharu would definitely intervene, he was not prepared to hand over the position of dean to their people. After all, everyone could see how lucrative this position was. "Yes. I understand." Shihaoran Baihuo nodded immediately. This was a good job and he would definitely not refuse it for the sake of his family. "Are the others okay? I haven't paid much attention to the medical emergency team recently. Has anyone caused trouble because of my change in position?" Shihaoran Baihuo immediately shook his head and said to Naraku with pride. "The tribesmen are very good. Even after the chief left, no one dared to say anything to us." Since Naraku mastered the medical emergency class, he arranged some people from the Shihaoran family to be in it. Even if they couldn't learn medical ninjutsu, it would be easy for them to be simple nurses and administrative staff. The treatment is good and the danger is greatly reduced. The Shaoran family never had such a good thing before. But unfortunately, even with his care, the Shaoran family did not have a few more powerful ninjas. There is no way, there are still too few people. Remember one thing. Naraku patted Shaoran by Huo's shoulder and reminded him, there will definitely be someone who covets your position, but no matter who it is, you are not allowed to give it up. Yes. I understand. Okay, get busy. Naraku continued to deal with family matters, and it didn't take long to resolve them all. After all, it was a small family. Although the Shaoran clan can't help much at the moment, Naraku still supports everyone in the clan because they are really willing to die for Naraku. Because all the members of the Shaoran family understand who made their lives better. The Konohagakure gate is always crowded with people. Civilians, ninjas, nobles, merchants, etc. can enter and exit through the gate after registration. Of course, there must be more than one road and passage leading to the outside of Konoha village. Call. Yamanaka Yu, who had just returned from a secret side door of Konoha village, let out a sigh of relief. The tasks in the past few days were a bit tiring, but he was finally back in the village and had time to rest for a while. However, you still have to go to the Anbya base and complete the task before you can change clothes and throw away the mask on your face. Yamanaka Yu led his squad, and the four of them headed towards the Anbya base. Although they had returned to the village, the four were still vigilant. When they found something wrong, they immediately looked towards the woods not far away. Squeak! A figure walked out of the woods and looked at Yamanaka Yu, who had not yet taken off his mask. Yamanaka style. Yamanaka Yu still did not let down her guard. She frowned at Yamanaka Feng, who suddenly appeared. Wasn't her brother Shimura-dan's bodyguard? Why did he come here to block her? Master Danzo wants to see you. Yamanaka Feng, who is tall and has orange hair, is wearing combat clothes. There is no expression on his face. He just looks at his sister, as if he will take action if Yamanaka Yu does not leave with him. I'm an Anbya member. Under the command of Shaoran Naraku-sama. I will not go with you without the order from Lord Naraku and Lord Hokage. Yamanaka Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his black-gloved hands, and spread them out towards Yamanaka Yu. Just because of a disagreement, you have to fight? Clang! Yamanaka Yu and the Anbya ninjas behind her all drew their swords and aimed at Yamanaka Feng. The air was filled with murderous intent between the two sides, as if a life-and-death battle would break out in an instant. Don't get excited, Wind. Shimura-dan slowly walked out of the dark woods with a cane, and behind him was a guard, a Baramatajan of the Abarame clan. Trouble. At this time, an Anbya ninja behind Yamanaka Yu retreated silently, and when he was about to turn around and leave, he found that there was a ninja behind him who was looking at him. Can't I ask for help? Without looking back, Yamanaka Yu knew that it was no longer possible to ask for help. Various strategies flashed through her mind rapidly, but she rejected them all one by one. Da-da-da. Shimura-dan stepped closer with his crutches. The pressure from him became stronger and stronger, and sweat began to drip from Yamanaka Yu's forehead. Bang! The cane slammed hard on the ground, and Shimura-dan said without question, You are a root. Yamanaka Yu remained silent. Shimura-dan's never liked being questioned by others, but when he saw this scene, he remained calm and composed, as if he had everything in the world under his control. It seems that you have all forgotten the strict laws of the root organization. Then Shimura-dan fell silent, and then looked at Yamanaka Yu and the other three calmly. He believed that soon they would kneel before him and surrender again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was a suffocating silence. A crow cackles in the air. Why no response? A flash of surprise and doubt flashed across his eyes, and Shimura-dan immediately understood what had happened. The seal of eradicating tongue evil has been unlocked. The other techniques hidden in the sealing technique also disappeared. Who untied it? I. Everyone present suddenly woke up. The light reflected in the pupils was like the rising sun with flames, the shadows faded away little by little, and the coldness went away silently. Everyone present swallowed involuntarily, and a hot breath came towards them. Boom boom boom. The steady and powerful footsteps gradually approached. Everyone narrowed their eyes slightly, the sunlight slanted, and the person who came finally revealed his full appearance. Confidence. With one hand in his pocket and a smile on his face, Naraku walked closer and stood in front of Shimura Dan's. Patting the jumping flame on his shoulder, Shihao and Naraku looked at Shimura Dan's curiously. What are you doing here, Danzo-senpai? Do you have something to ask my subordinates? Then you can ask me directly. I know more. Shimura Dan's expression remained unchanged, but the veins on his palms, which were tightly gripping the cane, were now visible. You should call me sir. That's right. Naraku nodded seriously. It's called by position in public, I understand. By the way, what is Danzo-senpai's job? Who are you? Shimura Dan's entire demeanor turned gloomy in an instant, but he was a well-known figure in the ninja world after all, so he wouldn't lose his composure so easily. Senior. What were you doing just now? Shihao and Naraku's voice suddenly rose a notch, and at the same time he took a step forward, his eyes fixed on Shimura Dan's. Swish. Swish. Yamanaka Kaze and Abaramatajan rushed in front of Shimura Dan's at the same time, and took a fighting stance against Shihao and Naraku, and another ninja blocked Danzo's side. Swoosh! At the same moment, 4 EPUB members, led by Yamanaka Yu, stood in front of Naraku. Only Shimura Dan's and Shihao and Naraku stared at each other without shifting their gaze, as if they were unaware of the movement around them. Chapter 21 Conspiracy, Sudden Choice. Clatter. A gust of wind blew, and the woods rustled. Shihao and Naraku and Shimura Dan stood there, staring at each other calmly. The two leaders did not speak or move. Yamanaka Yu and the EPUB members stood in front of Shihao and Naraku without hesitation. Now that they had made their choice, they had to walk down that path firmly. Even if the hostile ninja standing opposite her was her brother, she would not back down. The sun in the sky had been blocked by clouds at some point, and the light shone through the clouds onto the earth. A cold atmosphere filled the surroundings. Shihao and Naraku and Shimura Dan's were still staring at each other. No one was going to back down, and the atmosphere began to become increasingly solemn and dangerous, with the two of them at the center. Yamanaka Yu tightened the sword in his hand, ready to strike at any time. Yamanaka Kaze and Abaramatajan beside Shimura Dan's bent down slightly, ready to fight at the same time. Feng, you guys retreat. Perhaps because he did not intend to turn against each other at this time, or perhaps because he lacked confidence, Shimura Dan's finally took a step back. As Yamanaka Feng and Abaramatajan were completely brainwashed, they immediately withdrew and retreated behind Danzo after hearing his order. Shihao and Naraku raised his eyebrows, which was both reasonable and unexpected. Maybe Shimura Dan's had seen that he would never give in, so he gave up. Anyway, Naraku is young, so it's understandable that he is more arrogant. After all, if you are not young and energetic, how can you still be a young person? Shimura Dan's had already retreated, and Naraku had no intention of dealing with him here and now, so he waved his hand, and Yamanaka Yu and the others retreated behind him. You've grown up so fast. I should have asked you to be my subordinate. Shimura Dan's looked at Naraku with no change in expression, and the cane in his hand paused slightly on the ground. Danzo's hidden meaning was very clear. Naraku, even if you wanted to join the root organization, I would not have looked down on you. That's a shame, but I don't like roots. No, it's not that I don't like it, it's that I hate it. Shihao and Naraku was harsh in his words. Where is the root organization now? You are telling me this. He didn't plan to continue talking nonsense with Shimura Dan's. Their relationship was not going to get better anyway, so he might as well just see who would win in the end. Just when Naraku was about to turn around and leave with his subordinates, he saw Shimura dance wave his hand, and Yamanaka Feng and the other two immediately dodged and retreated, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "What's the meaning? Is there something you want to tell me?" Then Naraku asked Yamanaka, you, and others to go back to Anbu to complete the task, while he stayed behind. Naraku was not worried that Shimura dance would attack him directly. As a well-known figure in Konoha village and a person who held a high position, if Shimura dance killed him, it would mean betrayal of the village. If Danzo wants to get rid of him, he can only indirectly cause Naraku's death like he did with Hotaki Sakumo. "What do you want to say?" Shihao and Naraku spoke directly. Since there were only two of them here, he meant to speak his mind. But suddenly, Naraku's hair stood on end, alarm bells rang in his mind, and he entered a state of combat. In an instant, violent murderous intent was about to spread out. But fortunately, Naraku regained his composure the next second. Shimura dance looked at Naraku's reaction with some confusion, and put down his hand that was touching his bandaged right eye. What's with Naraku's reaction? Wait, did he know something? Danzo's face was gloomy, but no matter how he thought about it, he felt that Naraku should not know what was happening to his right eye that was wrapped in a bandage. I thought you were going to take action. Naraku waved his hands casually. His reaction just now was indeed a bit excessive, but there was nothing he could do. Shimura dance had a Mangeki Sharingan in his hidden right eye. Those were the eyes that Danzo stole from Uchiha Shisui. And this Mangeki Sharingan houses the strongest illusion in the ninja world, distinguished heavenly gods. Distinguished heavenly gods can silently interfere with the consciousness, causing the enemy to be completely controlled unconsciously and lose autonomy. That's why Naraku overreacted. He thought Shimura dance was going to use distinguished heavenly gods on him to control his consciousness, so he was ready to kill him in an instant. There was nothing wrong with Naraku's answer, and Shimura dance reluctantly put aside his doubts, but a person as extremely suspicious and cautious as him would never completely trust anyone. It is conceivable that Danzo will secretly test Naraku in the future to find out what he knows. This attitude is understandable because distinguished heavenly gods is related to many of Shimura dance's plans and hides many of his secrets, and he would never let anyone know this. Some time ago, Hiruzen asked me to. Shimura dance stopped talking and simply told them everything about Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous discussion with them about the 5th Hokage candidate. Why? Shihao and Naraku was stunned. He really didn't know about this. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually planned to make him Hokage? Although he is a candidate, Naraku is confident that Kakashi cannot compete with him. As long as he can become a candidate, the position of Hokage will definitely not fall into the hands of others. But the sudden news also disrupted Naraku's plan and caught him off guard. After all, in his opinion, the 5th Hokage would definitely be Tsunade. Around this established fact, he secretly did a lot of things. Splitting up the medical emergency team was one of them, in order to wait for Tsunade to return and bring more benefits to himself. But now he was going to become the 5th Hokage himself? A bit sudden. Seeing Shihao and Naraku obviously upset, Shimura dance smiled inwardly with satisfaction. It was indeed not beyond his expectations. This is normal. All the ninjas in Konohagakure dream of becoming Hokage. If you take a look around a ninja school, you will find that 9 out of 10 students who have not yet grown up also dream of becoming Hokage. This dream that has been established since childhood is an irresistible temptation for any Konoha village ninja. Even Shimura dance himself is like this. In his heart, becoming Hokage is an unshakable obsession, and he doesn't care about giving up anything for it. So in his opinion, Shihao and Naraku would certainly not be immune, and the opponent's current performance was indeed correct. Hee. With a smile on his face, Shimura dance turned around and slowly walked away with his cane. You must be excited to hear this news. But you still have a rival, Hotake Kakashi, go and compete with him for that position. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Shimura-dan slowly walked away and disappeared. This guy. Watching Shimura-dan's figure disappear, Shihao and Naraku was speechless. He really never forgets his conspiracy. Danzo did not hide his thoughts at all and told Naraku clearly that he wanted Naraku and Kakashi to fight hard for the Hokage. This is an open conspiracy. Even if ordinary people knew Danzo's intention, they would not be able to break free. The temptation of Hokage was too great, and no one dared to say that they were not tempted. Even Shihao and Naraku couldn't say that he didn't have any ideas, but he thought differently from the others. He wanted to be Hokage just to get a chance to win the lottery and break through his limits to become stronger. It's a bit troublesome. I need to think about it carefully. Naraku frowned and thought, but he couldn't make a decision in a short time. Adult. Yamanaka-yu suddenly appeared and woke up Naraku, who was in deep thought. Oh, you haven't gone back yet. Let's go back together. Naraku knew that Yamanaka and the others were worried about his safety, so they did not leave, but just waited in the distance. They saw Danzo leave, but Naraku stood there for a long time without moving, so they came over. Chapter 22 I am Uzumaki Naruto's new bodyguard. Konoha Anbu Base. Sitting in his office, Shihao and Naraku was thinking about something. Lying back on the chair with his feet on the corner of the table, Naraku swayed slightly. Midokado Homura and Udaten Koharu are worried about the fading of their power, so they oppose my candidacy and support Hotake Kakashi. The third Hokage should be more inclined towards me, otherwise Nara Shikaku wouldn't have supported me. He must have seen what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant to say, and that's why he spoke up. Shikaku is a smart man. Although Danzo didn't say it, he definitely doesn't support anyone. He himself wants to be Hokage. The information that Shimura-dan's told Shihao and Naraku was not very detailed, but Naraku eventually guessed the general details. So, my chances of becoming Hokage are actually greater than Hotake Kakashi. Wait, am I going to be an instructor to Uzumaki Naruto and the others? Naraku scratched his head, looking annoyed. The news immediately disrupted his plans. No, the Konoha collapse plan will happen soon. No matter who is chosen, Tsunade will still be the fifth Hokage. Not necessarily. After the Konoha collapse plan took place, Konohagakure suffered great damage. According to the original work, it lost a large number of outstanding ninjas, led by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and more than half of the combat power of the entire Konoha village disappeared. This kind of extremely heavy loss was really not something that Hotake Kakashi could handle. In addition, he had not been the instructor of the Uzumaki Naruto ninja team for too long at that time. In several aspects, he was indeed not as good as Tsunade in becoming Hokage. But now with Shihao and Naraku, the situation is different. With him, the losses in Konoha village will definitely not be as great as before. In this case, with Naraku's strength and qualifications, he can really leave Tsunade behind and become Hokage directly. Anyway, the 3rd Hokage would have died by then, and the dire situation in Konoha village would not allow for any delay. In this way, Naraku might really become the 5th Hokage. After all, there is a difference between Shihao and Naraku and Hotake Kakashi. What the hell, the more I think about it, the more likely I am to become Hokage. Various thoughts were running through Naraku's head. He tried his best to deduce the changes in the future. With him in the world, everything might be different. Actually, I'd be fine with being the Hokage, I have nothing against it, but... Naraku's view on the Hokage position is only related to the system lottery qualification, because it has benefits and can improve his own strength. Of course, if he really becomes the Hokage, he will perform his duties normally. System: if I were to be promoted directly from my current position to Hokage, how many draws would I be eligible for? Host can get up to 5 lucky draws. The minimum is 3 times, and the maximum is 5 times. The one who becomes Hokage is the one with the most times. But this is a loss for Naraku. After all, his position can be promoted from Anbu Deputy Captain to Captain, and from Deputy Medical Director to Medical Director. Even if they are the lowest reward qualifications, he can accumulate 6 times. This is the promotion plan Naraku has set for himself. But if you become Hokage directly, there is no need to say more. The most important thing is that after becoming Hokage, you need to stay in Konoha village for a long time. It will be troublesome to do other things because you will be watched everywhere. Thinking of this, Naraku also had a headache. Becoming Hokage now would have too much impact on him, and there were many disadvantages but not many advantages. No, we still have to follow the original plan. Hatake Kakashi leaves Anbu and becomes the instructor, and I will become the Anbu Captain General. When Tsunade returns and becomes the 5th Hokage, I will become the head of the medical department, and in addition to the future positions of assistant to the Hokage, this will maximize the benefits. After thinking for a long time, Naraku made up his mind and decided to follow his original plan. Becoming Hokage directly is a huge loss. This poses a huge hidden danger to the improvement of his strength. Naraku has never forgotten how dangerous the late Hokage world is, with cage-level enemies popping up all the time, not to mention the mysterious Tsutsuki clan. So for him, improving strength is the most important thing. Then the most important thing now is to ensure that Hatake Kakashi becomes the instructor of Uzumaki Naruto and the other 3. Naraku must now get himself demoted from the 3rd Hokage. Let me think. Before Shihao and Naraku could figure out how to get himself eliminated, the order from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived. What the hell? You want me to be a bodyguard for Uzumaki Naruto? Naraku was completely stunned when he received this task. No, couldn't the 3rd generation old man have already decided to make him a candidate for Hokage? Big things to do. After quickly coming out of the Anbu base, Naraku prepared to go find the 3rd Hokage. It would be a good idea to directly refuse the position of Hokage, etc. Because he was thinking about something, Naraku didn't hear anyone calling him at all, but ran quickly towards the Hokage building. It was not until Hatake Kakashi appeared beside him that he reacted. What? I have something to do today. Is it time to go look after Uzumaki Naruto? Helplessness flashed in Hatake Kakashi's dead fish eyes. He also received orders from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey? How did you know? It turns out we all accepted this mission. Naraku heaved a sigh of relief when he realized what was happening. It turned out that things had not been finalized yet and there was still time. I see. The 3rd generation old man intends to use this mission to see who is more suitable to be the instructor between him and Kakashi. Okay, done. Naraku was relieved now and followed Hatake Kakashi to find Uzumaki Naruto. Ninja school. Ha! Shihao and Naraku almost laughed out loud because he saw an extremely funny scene. Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, and Akim Ichichi were angrily kicked out of the classroom by Umino Irika and made to stand in the aisle as punishment because they slept in class. As a result, the 3 of them did not learn their lesson at all. They chatted in the aisle, ate snacks, and even fell asleep while standing there. Hatake Kakashi, who was standing aside, had no smile on his face, but looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a complicated expression. Swish. Kakashi is an adult. Naraku is an adult. Tenzu appeared on the lush tree where Naraku and Kakashi were standing. After all, it was a mission. So he greeted them respectfully. Just do your own thing and don't worry about us. Yes. Tenzang glanced at the silent Kakashi. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi was in a state of depression and had no intention of paying any attention to him. Naraku waved his hand and Tenzu had no choice but to leave. When Tianzang returned to the ninja team he led, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. You 2 adults should have other tasks, let's continue. Yes. Glancing at the hiding place of Tenzo and the ninja team, Naraku had no intention of getting involved with them. Whether it was protection or surveillance, these people had their own rules to follow. The Yamanaka clan's Perception Ninja and the Hyuga branch House Ninja are really suitable candidates. The ninjas from these two families were indeed suited for surveillance or protection, and Uzumaki Naruto basically could not escape the sight of these people. By the way, Naraku stroked his chin curiously. He remembered something. The ninjas of the Hyuga family are the perfect people to monitor and protect Naruto because of their Byakugan. Have they discovered that their eldest daughter, Hyuga Hinata, likes Naruto? At this time, Hyuga Hinata was the heir of the Hyuga main family, and his status was not low. Could it be that Hyuga Hayashi has long had the idea of making Uzumaki Naruto his son-in-law and enjoying a married life with people rolling their eyes all day long? Interesting. Chapter 23, Different Views and Differences. These two guys are really... Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a pipe and exhaling a puff of smoke. In front of him was a crystal ball, on which were two figures. Master Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen was observing the two's movements through the telescope technique. He had often used this ninjutsu to monitor the entire Konoha village. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Naraku and Kakashi to temporarily become Naruto's bodyguards, just to see how they performed and to decide who would eventually become Naruto's instructor and Hokage candidate. Now it seems that neither of them is reliable. Naraku was leaning against a tree trunk, and looking bored. It seemed that he didn't take the mission seriously at all. Kakashi was even worse off. He had been daydreaming for a long time. Others couldn't tell, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what Kakashi was thinking at a glance. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had the intention of eliminating both of them. Naraku didn't take it seriously, but Kakashi's problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his pipe aside with some worry. After so many years, Hotaki Kakashi still hasn't gotten over the past. This is a big problem. Even if there is no such thing as a Hokage candidate, with Kakashi's current mentality, he is not even qualified to be a Jonin. Alas, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Let's see. Shihouden Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi were both hidden in the dense branches of a large tree, and their figures could not be seen from the outside. Naraku, who was leaning against the tree trunk, occasionally glanced at Naruto, who was dozing in the school corridor, his mind full of random thoughts. But then he was speechless. Hotaki Kakashi fell into his own depressed atmosphere and hasn't come out of it yet. That's enough. Hey, Kakashi. Naraku stepped lightly on the tree trunk under his feet, and the slight shaking movement finally woke Kakashi up. I know those things hit you hard back then, but after all these years, you still haven't recovered. This can't go on. Kakashi looked at Naraku's serious expression. He knew that he couldn't continue to be immersed in the memories of the past, but such things were beyond human control. Okay, stop being sad. Ninja school is over now. Naraku and Kakashi watched as the bell rang for the end of the ninja school, and the children ran and played as they left the school, laughing. This scene was very lively and interesting. The adults waiting at the entrance of the ninja school also picked up their children one after another, but most of them deliberately avoided the location where Uzumaki Naruto was. They said harsh words and taught their children not to play with Naruto. The ninja school gradually became quiet. Uzumaki Naruto watched the adults take their children away one by one. He could only walk home alone. Looking at the lonely figure in the sunset, Naraku frowned slightly and followed Kakashi. Gulp. Looking at the steaming and fragrant street stalls, Uzumaki Naruto swallowed involuntarily, then he reached into his pocket, and the clinking of several coins made him give up his idea. Forget it, I don't like eating these either. There are a lot of instant noodles at home, and I like eating instant noodles. As if trying to convince himself, Uzumaki Naruto tried hard to divert his gaze, but the saliva about to flow from the corner of his mouth betrayed him. However, the owner of the snack stand soon saw him, and a look of disgust and resistance fell on Uzumaki Naruto, making his expression darken, and he immediately turned and ran away. He should have money. Shihaura Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi stood in front of the food stall. Of course Hotaki Kakashi saw what happened just now, but he was a little confused. The village must have given Uzumaki Naruto living expenses. Didn't you see the look in the stall owner's eyes? Besides, he probably has no money right now. No money. Hotaki Kakashi was a little confused, but he reacted without Naraku's reminder. Indeed, Konoha village gives Uzumaki Naruto living expenses every month. Not to mention his other identities, just because he is the orphan of the fourth Hokage, no one dares to take the money. Another person who sends living expenses to Uzumaki Naruto is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He visits Uzumaki Naruto at the beginning of every month and gives him living expenses. But the problem is, how old is Uzumaki Naruto? He doesn't know how to spend money or save money. After receiving the living expenses, it didn't take long for him to spend all of them, and this is what a normal child would do. However, as future Uzumaki Naruto grew up and became a ninja, he did start to save money, until Jiraiya took his money and went drinking. Uzumaki Naruto ran home and ate a simple bowl of instant noodles, then slipped out without staying at home. Because that home was too deserted, Uzumaki Naruto would feel lonely when he stayed there. Only outside could he feel that there were other people in the world, even though those people often looked at him with hatred, disgust, and resistance. Crack! Shihaura Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi pushed open the door and walked into Uzumaki Naruto's messy home. There were sundries piled everywhere, unfolded blankets, and instant noodles with only the soup base left after eating. The chaotic scene that came into view was Uzumaki Naruto's home. It's a little outrageous, but he's only 12 years old, so it's understandable. Naraku looked around the room. It had to be said that the house was not big, but the various living facilities were actually barely sufficient. After all, there was even a refrigerator. Kakashi looked at everything around him silently, then walked in, picked up the bottle of milk that had just been finished on the table, and saw the problem at a glance. What's wrong? This milk is expired. Naraku was stunned, then he thought he seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before. Third Hokage is going a bit too far. Naraku opened the fridge and looked at the milk filled inside. Uzumaki Naruto's life shouldn't be like this. This is because Uzumaki Naruto's identity is very important. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, smoking a pipe, and he walked slowly into the room. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can't have any problems. Shihaura Naraku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of disapproval. He pointed at the scene in the room. In addition to being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto is also the son of the fourth Hokage. The descendants of those who sacrificed for the village should not be subjected to such hardships. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression gradually became solemn, and he did not continue speaking. The three of them fell silent. To be honest, Shihaura and Naraku really couldn't understand how everyone in the ninja world felt about the tailed beast's Jinchuriki. It is simply unimaginable that they use people as weapons but do not treat them well, allowing the tailed beast Jinchuriki to be bullied, hated, and resisted. It is dangerous in itself, and he is desperately stimulating the tailed beast Jinchuriki, fearing that this super nuclear bomb will not explode. According to Shihaura and Naraku's idea, it is a normal reaction for the tailed beast Jinchuriki to go berserk. After all, it would be strange if they could be stable if you treat them like that. Chapter 24 Naruto's First Contact. I know how important Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is to Konoha village, but this treatment is definitely not good. Shihaura and Naraku knew Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't like what he said, but he said it anyway. Shihaura and Naraku used to be very strange. It would be understandable if Jiraiya was away all year round and didn't know Naruto's life. But Hotaki Kakashi is in Konoha village. Why doesn't he care about the son of his master and his mistress? But after arriving in the Hokage world, Shihaura and Naraku realized that this was because Sarutobi Hiruzen personally ordered to hide Uzumaki Naruto's identity and forced no one to get close to Naruto. Kakashi was physically and mentally injured due to the successive blows, and coupled with the Hokage's orders, he was naturally unable to take care of Naruto. Only this could explain why 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's companions and friends hadn't shown up, not to mention taking care of Naruto or occasionally lending a hand to help him. But Chihiro and Naraku could never understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked the news of Uzumaki Naruto 4th Hokage's son's identity, but allowed the rumor that he was a demon fox to spread. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have much to explain to Chihiro and Naraku's confusion, he just looked at him deeply and said, "I am the Hokage, these are the decisions." Hitaki Kakashi opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Hitaki Kakashi sighed with a bad look on his face. "You just said that." "I don't think it's anything, it's just the truth." Chihiro and Naraku pointed at Hitaki Kakashi and looked at him with some ill intentions. "Just wait until Naruto grows up. These things can't be kept secret forever. I'll see how you face him when the time comes." If Blood Red Chili hadn't passed away, do you think Kushina would have beaten you to death with the chakra chains from adamantine sealing chains? Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were so nice to you and Obito, and you two are ruining their sons. Face it. Hitaki Kakashi laughed bitterly, "My life is a mess myself." Chihiro and Naraku glanced at Hitaki Kakashi with disdain. The two took one last look at Uzumaki Naruto's room and left. Soon, they found Uzumaki Naruto in the hills behind Konoha village. "I just went fishing. Yeah, I'm all wet, and my clothes are hanging on a tree nearby." Seeing Uzumaki Naruto shirtless, already collecting a pile of firewood and preparing to start a fire, Chihiro and Naraku thought for a moment and stepped out from his hiding place. It seems that he doesn't really like instant noodles, he just eats them because they are convenient and cheap. "Naraku, what do you say?" While Hitaki Kakashi was speaking, he looked to his side and was surprised to find that Chihiro and Naraku, who was originally beside him, was gone. Looking back, Hitaki Kakashi was horrified to find that Chihiro and Naraku was actually walking towards Uzumaki Naruto openly. At this moment, not only him, but even Tianzang and the ninja team who were secretly vigilant were confused and didn't know what to do. "Do you want to stop it?" But Chihiro and Naraku and Hitaki Kakashi have other missions. "But... really?" Hitaki Kakashi scratched his head in annoyance, thought for a while and sighed, then also walked out from his hiding place. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just returned, looked at the scene shown on the crystal ball and smoked his pipe silently. "Hey? Why isn't it lit yet?" Uzumaki Naruto scratched his short golden hair, feeling a little discouraged, but he immediately continued to blow air towards the woodpile. In order to make a fire, Uzumaki Naruto made himself a little embarrassed, and his whole face looked like a tabby cat. Perhaps because he was concentrating on making a fire, he didn't even notice that Chihiro and Naraku was standing in front of him. "You need to leave some space under the woodpile so it can be lit." "Who?" The little yellow-haired boy was startled by the sudden sound. He immediately jumped 3 feet high and shook his head around looking for someone. As a result, Uzumaki Naruto saw a black-haired young man sitting on a rock nearby, holding a branch in his hand, and on the branch was the fish he had just caught with great effort. "Ah! That's my fish! This!" Chihiro and Naraku waved the branch in his hand and gestured to Uzumaki Naruto. "Yeah, I just caught it." Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his claws, which had turned black, to show that he had indeed caught the fish. As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto approached Chihiro and Naraku tentatively. He was very keen to find that the man in front of him was different from others. There was no hatred or disgust towards him, which made Naruto very happy. Aside from a few people like Iruka-sensei and Grandpa Hokage, this person actually doesn't hate him. Do you want to eat it? If you want, I can give it to you. I can catch more. I'm very good at it. I can often catch big fish." Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem to care at all, but the expression on his dark face betrayed his thoughts. Naruto was worried that this person would reject his fish. Shihao and Naraku smirked as he watched Uzumaki Naruto strike a pose showing how impressive he was. I wasn't planning on paying you back anyway. I'm hungry too. After saying this, Shihao and Naraku placed the branch with the fish on it on a nearby rock, indicating that the fish was his and no one else could take it away from him. It turns out that adults are so cunning. Uzumaki Naruto pretended to be angry, but he couldn't hide the happiness on his face at all. Oh, who told you that adults are cunning? Shihao and Naraku snapped his fingers and a flame fell into the woodpile. The flames immediately rose up and began to burn. Shikamaru told me that adults are very cunning and troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto explained casually, his eyes sparkling as he watched Shihao and Naraku put the skewered fish on the fire and started grilling it. He had just seen it, Shihao and Naraku's action of lighting the fire. This was something only a ninja could do. It must be like this. This sounds a lot like something someone from the Nara clan would say. Does the uncle know Shikamaru too? No, I know Shikamaru's father. Wait, what did you call me? Shihao and Naraku suddenly raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto fiercely. He pointed at his face and emphasized, look at my face carefully. Am I an uncle? Hey hey. Uzumaki Naruto was not afraid at all and still moved closer. He was the best at distinguishing other people's emotions. Although Shihao and Naraku's tone was bad, there was no malice in it. It was more of an attempt to scare the children. Why are you getting so close? Shihao and Naraku curled his lips and then returned his gaze to the grilled fish. Hey, big brother. Were you performing a ninjutsu just now? Are you a ninja from the village? Uzumaki Naruto blinked and stared at Shihao and Naraku expectantly, but his dark face at this moment made his expression look a little funny. Big brother? Never mind. I'll accept it reluctantly. You mean this ninjutsu? Shihao and Naraku opened his palm towards Uzumaki Naruto, and with a puff, flames burned in his palms, and the dancing flames illuminated Uzumaki Naruto's dark face. Wow! Uzumaki Naruto shouted in surprise for a moment. He stared excitedly at the red flame in Shihao and Naraku's palm, his expression full of longing. The firelight was not dazzling, but it was very warm. At this moment, the haze in Uzumaki Naruto's pupils was dispelled. Chapter 25 What Hokage? I am the strongest. The forest behind Konoha. Shihao and Naraku and Uzumaki Naruto sat in front of a burning bonfire. The firewood in the fire crackled and the fresh fish that had been grilling for a long time began to emit an enticing aroma. Uzumaki Naruto was talking to Shihao and Naraku with great interest. The sizzling grilled fish did not draw his attention away. At this point the two had already known each other's names, and to Uzumaki Naruto he felt he had gained a new good friend. Shihao and Naraku's eyes fell on the grilled fish, and he picked it up and turned it over. It's almost ready to eat. Go wash your face. Oh! Uzumaki Naruto jumped up, ran quickly to the river, scrubbed his face and hands vigorously, and then ran back like a gust of wind. Get your coat here first. It will dry faster by the fire. Good. Uzumaki Naruto was really obedient. He would do whatever Shihao and Naraku said, for he was afraid that he would make Naraku angry and lose this new friend. It smells so good. Shihao and Naraku cut the grilled fish in half and ate it without hesitation, while Uzumaki Naruto also held the grilled fish and ate it with relish. It's really strange. Uzumaki Naruto was very curious. Why did the grilled fish he made for so long not taste good? Why is the grilled fish I made so bad? Ignoring Uzumaki Naruto's curiosity, Shihao and Naraku looked back and saw Hotake Kakashi standing behind a big tree not far away, and he didn't know why he didn't come out. Hotake Kakashi also had a headache, mainly because he really didn't know how to face Uzumaki Naruto, nor did he know what to say to him. So he could only watch Uzumaki Naruto and Shihao and Naraku in the dark, sitting in front of the fire and eating grilled fish, and Hotake Kakashi himself felt very miserable. Hey, that guy passing by, can you help me buy some food in the village? Hotake Kakashi was looking at the two of them, but found Shihawa and Naraku waving at him. He pointed at himself unconsciously, and then saw Shihawa and Naraku nodded to confirm that he was not mistaken and was talking about him. By this time Uzumaki Naruto had been awakened and turned his head to look at where Shihawa and Naraku was waving and immediately saw Hotaki Kakashi, who had no choice but to come out from behind a big tree. Who is this person? When did he show up? Hotaki Kakashi's appearance is still very attractive, especially since he uses the Konoha forehead protector and mask to cover most of his face, leaving only one eye exposed. So all of a sudden Uzumaki Naruto kept staring at Hotaki Kakashi, making Kakashi feel a little uncomfortable. Shihawa and Naraku raised an eyebrow at Kakashi, indicating that he did it on purpose. Please, brother. Go and come back soon. Blinking his dead fish eyes, Hotaki Kakashi turned and left under Uzumaki Naruto's curious eyes, then quickly walked to the place where Tenzo and the ninja team were hiding. Tenzo looked at Hotaki Kakashi, who appeared in front of him in a daze, and then he heard Hotaki Kakashi say to him, "Tenzo, you are my most recognized junior, and I will leave the shopping to you, hurry up." So you have to bully the juniors you recognize, right? Hotaki Kakashi-senpai, why don't you take a look at what you are talking about? Of course, Tianzang could only mutter these words in his heart. However, Tianzang's reaction was not slow. He turned around and looked at the ninjas in the ninja team. With an expression that said, "Xiang Xuan, the task of buying things is now handed over to you. Hurry up. A higher-ranking official can crush people to death." The Anbu ninja codenamed Xiang Xuan looked at his boss speechlessly, then turned around and quickly ran towards Konoha village to buy things. There was no other way. For the Anbu ninja, orders were orders and they had to be completed. As a result, an extremely rare scene appeared at the food stalls and snack shops in Konoha village. The Anbu ninja, whose entire body was hidden in robes and masks, swept away a lot of food at a whirlwind, threw down some money, and disappeared in an instant like a gust of wind, while the guests and the boss present had not yet reacted to what had happened. The food was passed along the way, from Anbu member Xiang Xuan to Tenzo, and then from Tenzo to Hotaki Kakashi, and Hotaki Kakashi handed the food to Shihawa and Naraku. "Sit down, why are you standing?" Shihawa and Naraku opened the packed food and placed it in the middle of the three people. "Naruto, eat together. You gave me half of the grilled fish just now, so I'll treat you to a meal." Uzumaki Naruto didn't reach out, but looked at Shihawa and Naraku hesitantly. Even he could see that the fish he caught couldn't compare to all the things in front of him. Shihawa and Naraku also saw the embarrassment in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, so he simply took out a bunch of meatballs and bit them in his mouth. "Eat quickly, I tell you Naruto, I am very rich. I am the Jainin of Konoha village. Jainin, you know, are very rich." Hotaki Kakashi also picked up a snack and put it in his mouth. "Anyway, Anbu will reimburse the money for these things, so it would be a waste not to eat them." However, Shihawa and Naraku was right when he said that he was rich. Although he didn't know the exact amount, Hotaki Kakashi knew very well how rich the medical emergency team was, and as the supervisor, it was impossible for Shihawa and Naraku to not have some money in his hands. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up and he came closer. "Brother Naraku is a Jainin? That must be very powerful." Shihawa and Naraku raised his head, looking extremely proud, and boasted, "There are few people in the entire Konoha village who are stronger than me. A brat like you who is still in the ninja school will never understand." At this time, Uzumaki Naruto became a little suspicious and asked, "Really? Isn't Grandpa Hokage the strongest ninja?" "Hokage is the strongest ninja." This is the view buried in the hearts of many children in Konoha village since childhood, and Uzumaki Naruto also thinks so. Shihawa and Naraku waved his hand nonchalantly, a hint of disdain on his lips. "So you kids your age don't understand, the Hokage is indeed very strong, but he is old, and is definitely no match for a young man like me. I can defeat the Hokage with just one sneak attack." "Ah!" Shihawa and Naraku's blunt words shocked the two people present, as well as Tenzo and Anbu members hiding in the dark. Cough cough cough. Through the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was here with his helmet, couldn't stop coughing. He was also shocked by Shihao and Nariku's words. This brat is such a liar. I really need to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that his teeth itched at the fact that he dared to doubt his own strength. Hey, Nariku, don't talk nonsense. The Hokage-sama is indeed very powerful. Naruto is not wrong. Hatake Kakashi finally couldn't help but speak. Cut. Shihao and Nariku pouted, which gave Hatake Kakashi a headache. It's really strange, why do I feel like something is wrong with Nariku today? Hatake Kakashi reacted quickly, although he didn't know what happened, but Shihao and Nariku was indeed a little abnormal today. Chapter 26, The Strongest Transformation Technique in the Ninja World. Although Uzumaki Naruto still didn't quite agree with Shihao and Nariku's words, he still believed him because the other party was a very powerful ninja. Brother Nariku, do you think I can become a ninja as powerful as you? Uzumaki Naruto said hesitantly, looking at Shihao and Nariku with round eyes, waiting for his answer. You. Shihao and Nariku pretended to be serious, looking Uzumaki Naruto up and down, and Naruto couldn't help but straighten himself up and cheer himself up. Although you are far inferior to me, you do have the potential to become an excellent ninja. He. Upon hearing Shihao and Nariku's evaluation, Uzumaki Naruto was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. It was really unexpected that someone could praise him so highly even though he was the last in the class. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help himself with his happiness, Hatake Kakashi asked curiously in a low voice, "Are you so sure?" Nonsense. Shihao and Nariku also replied in a low voice, "How can a child born from the fourth Hokage and the descendants of the Uzumaki clan have poor talents?" Recalling the amazing talent of his teacher Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi nodded in agreement. He knew too well how powerful his teacher was. He was a ninja who could scare off the enemy with his name alone. Believe it or not, even if this kid can refine chakra now, you can't compare to him. Shihao and Nariku raised his eyebrows provocatively, a teasing smile on his face. Wow, are you looking down on me by saying that? But thinking about the Uzumaki blood in Naruto, Hatake Kakashi knew that he couldn't compare with him in chakra amount. The two were chatting here, while Uzumaki Naruto, who had been happy for a long time, suddenly became depressed. This is rare, after all, Uzumaki Naruto's personality has always been optimistic and confident. What's wrong with you? You suddenly become depressed. Brother Nariku, I'm so proud of myself for becoming a ninja, but I'm the worst student in school. Although he said he didn't care, as the last one in the group, Uzumaki Naruto was still a little frustrated. The tail end. Naruto, you have to know that the truly strong ones start from the bottom and work their way up to become strong. Shihao and Nariku's expression became very serious. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said, "Among the Jainin of Konoha village, there is such a ninja. He is not good at ninjutsu, let alone illusion. He only has a talent for taijutsu. And he was almost abandoned by the ninja school because everyone thought he could never become a ninja, but he never gave up. Since he couldn't learn ninjutsu and genjutsu well, he devoted all his efforts to taijutsu." As soon as Hatake Kakashi heard what Shihao and Nariku said, he knew who he was talking about, his good friend Might Guy. Uzumaki Naruto on the side listened to Shihao and Nariku's words attentively, not even willing to blink. So, where is this person now? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't imagine how a person who was not good at ninjutsu and genjutsu and only knew taijutsu could become a ninja. Now. Shihao and Nariku gave a thumbs up, a smile on his face and said, "Now he is the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha village. His taijutsu is stronger than anyone else. Even the third Hokage is no match for him in taijutsu. This man is already a very powerful Jainin. He has made great contributions to Konoha village and defeated countless enemies. Hotaki Kakashi nodded in agreement. He used to think that Might Guy had a talent for taijutsu, but now he realized that only Might Guy had a talent for taijutsu. Hotaki Kakashi, who has fought with Might Guy many times, knows too well how powerful his opponent's punches and kicks are. After every head-on battle, he is inevitably injured. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the Hokage building, was very satisfied watching Shihao and Naraku motivating Uzumaki Naruto. He liked this way of teaching and it could bring out better qualities in Naruto. The example of Might Guy is also very appropriate and is indeed something that Uzumaki Naruto should learn from. Naruto, do you know how this guy managed to succeed? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, then looked to Shihao and Naraku for an answer. It's never-ending hard work. It's the will to never give up. It's a confidence that no one can match. If running 1,000 meters doesn't make you stronger, then run 10,000 meters. If swinging your fist 1,000 times doesn't make you stronger, then swing it 10,000 times. That's the answer. With every word Shihao and Naraku spoke, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes grew brighter, until by the end his entire being seemed to be on fire, the last bit of frustration that was left in Uzumaki Naruto having long since disappeared. Hotaki Kakashi couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Shihao and Naraku. These words really made his blood boil. I see. I will definitely be like this person and never give up. Keep practicing and become a ninja. This is my way of ninja. The fighting spirit burning in Uzumaki Naruto at this moment directly infected everyone present. Shihao and Naraku was also surprised. It turned out that I was the one who inspired Uzumaki Naruto's ninja way. Having said that, I do have some talent for talking. The high-spirited Uzumaki Naruto excitedly swallowed the food in his mouth, his blood boiling and he didn't know how to vent. Brother Naraku, I'm going to unleash my self-created transformation technique to show you my will and determination. The excited Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help showing off. He jumped to an open space on the side and then made seals with his hands. Wait. Seduction technique. With a bang, the smoke rose and a curvy blonde beauty appeared in front of everyone. The blonde beauty struck a very seductive pose and blew a kiss to Shihao and Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi. How about it? This is my own transformation ninjutsu. Even Iruka-sensei was defeated by this move. At this moment, all the high morale on the scene disappeared, and the surroundings fell into an awkward atmosphere. The corner of Hotaki Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Is Uzumaki Naruto really the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina? Is there a possibility that I got the wrong one? Bang! Seeing the blonde beauty transformed by Uzumaki Naruto walking towards him, Shihao and Naraku kicked him away with a flying kick. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto fell directly into a dense grass, startling a flock of birds. Boring ninjutsu. Hotaki Kakashi gave an evaluation of this transformation ninjutsu. When Shihao and Naraku heard this comment, he suddenly thought of something and became very happy. Who would have thought that this ridiculous transformation ninjutsu that appeared at the beginning would save the world in the future? From the love-brained Harano Sakura to the ancestor of Chakra-Tsutsuki Kagaya, all fell under this ninjutsu. Manjiki Sharingan, Rinnegan, Wood Style, Nine Tails Chakra, they are nothing compared to the harem technique. From this perspective, Uzumaki Naruto is a well-deserved genius. Uchiha Sasuke or something, not even close. Chapter 27 You should quit the group. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a piece of white paper and wiped his nose, which had a very obvious bloodline on it. Ahem, Naruto is such an unexpected kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sure that he was caught off guard and was hit unexpectedly, luckily no one saw it. For older people, the threat of seduction is too great. The third Hokage has decided to have Uzumaki Naruto seal up this dangerous ninjutsu, otherwise more people will be harmed. Ugh, why is there bird shit? After a while of commotion, Uzumaki Naruto rolled out from the bushes. While brushing off the grass debris on his body, he complained, "Why did Brother Naraku kick me? Obviously, my seduction skills are very powerful. I should have hit the point just now. You are thick-skinned anyway." Shihaoran Naraku rolled his eyes. He casually helped to pat the grass debris on Uzumaki Naruto's body. Naruto's body stiffened, and then he tried hard to hold back the tears that were about to roll down. "We just saw your best ninjutsu, so what are you worst at? Let us take a look. Maybe we can help you learn it. Remember, we are Jonin." "Oh, okay." Uzumaki Naruto took the opportunity to turn around and wiped his eyes inadvertently, and Shihaoran Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi pretended not to see it. Even the slightest bit of care was almost too much for this child who longed for affection to bear. Alas! Uzumaki Naruto concealed the obscurity in his heart and cheered up. He felt that he was in a very good condition today and he would definitely be able to perfectly unleash the clone technique that he was not good at. He has confidence. Doppelganger technique. Bang poof! There was a sound like a leak, and everyone looked over, and saw a lump of mud-like substance appearing at Uzumaki Naruto's feet. And this is Uzumaki Naruto's clone. Ah, failed again. But next time, I will definitely succeed. I have mastered the key. Uzumaki Naruto was cheering himself up, while the others looked dismayed. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen even slapped him directly on the table. Only Shihaoran Naraku looked thoughtful. He understood why Uzumaki Naruto learned the multiple shadow clone technique, so this is it. The third Hokage really put a lot of thought into it. "Brother Naraku, give me another chance, I will definitely succeed." "It's okay, this clone technique is not suitable for you." "Really?" Hotaki Kakashi also saw the problem. As a ninja who had copied thousands of ninjutsu, he found the key to the problem at a glance. Clone technique was indeed not suitable for Uzumaki Naruto. Because the seal of Nine Tails is located in Uzumaki Naruto's Danshin, which is where chakra flows and gathers, the chakra accidentally leaked from Nine Tails will cause disorder, affecting Uzumaki Naruto's inability to accurately control chakra. The key to clone technique is the control of chakra, even if the amount of chakra is not much. These 2 points are exactly the opposite in Uzumaki Naruto. He has an amazing amount of chakra, but his ability to control it is very weak. So repeated releases of clone technique will fail. The multiple shadow clone technique inadvertently fits Uzumaki Naruto's characteristics. It requires a large amount of chakra but is not very strict in terms of control ability. This is why Uzumaki Naruto was able to learn it quickly. Anyway, Uzumaki Naruto is not afraid of waste. He is not afraid that some chakra will become disordered because of Nine Tails. As long as more chakra flows and gathers successfully to complete the process of releasing ninjutsu, it will be fine. There would be no need to worry about it in the future, as Nine Tails and Uzumaki Naruto would reconcile and this problem would disappear. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand why the clone technique failed, Hotaki Kakashi advised, "Since you can't do anything with the clone technique for now, you can choose to practice the body replacement technique. You don't need to practice your transformation technique." "But..." Uzumaki Naruto scratched his hair in annoyance and muttered worriedly, "Teacher Irika said that the graduation exam is clone technique. My transformation technique is so amazing, why didn't Irika-sensei test me on this?" Bang! Shihaoran Naraku snapped his fingers, attracting Uzumaki Naruto's attention, and then he nodded to Kakashi and gestured to the big tree not far away. Hotaki Kakashi understood Shihaoran Naraku's thoughts, and he was not unhappy about it. It was a pleasure to teach his teacher's children, and it felt interesting. "Look at him." Shihaoran Naraku put 2 fingers together and aligned his eyes, then pointed at Hotaki Kakashi, asking Uzumaki Naruto to look carefully. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned, then looked at Hotaki Kakashi who was holding the intimate paradise. Hotaki Kakashi kept walking, chakra gathered at his feet inadvertently, then he walked towards the big tree step by step. In the surprised eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, he stepped on the tree trunk as if walking on flat ground, then climbed up the tree in a few steps, and even when hanging upside down, he did not fall down. Uzumaki Naruto saw clearly that Hatake Kakashi, the seemingly unmotivated guy, climbed up the tree step by step, instead of running up the tree. How is this done? Uzumaki Naruto turned to look at Shihao and Naraku, wanting to know the answer. Go ask yourself. Shihao and Naraku waved his hand, then half lay on the boulder and yawned. Uzumaki Naruto was not afraid of strangers. He approached Hatake Kakashi and started asking for advice. Hatake Kakashi looked back at Shihao and Naraku, who was already half lying down, and could only begin to explain to Naruto the specific steps of treading water training. Soon. Bang. Ouch. Bang. Ouch. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have no intention of giving up. He rushed towards the tree again and again. Even though he fell and grimaced, he had no intention of stopping to rest. No one spoke, everyone just watched Uzumaki Naruto fall from the tree again and again. Time passed by and everyone's eyes gradually began to change. Uzumaki Naruto moved everyone present with his actions of doing what he said and never giving up. Hatake Kakashi, as expected of a teacher's child. Third Hokage, as expected of Namikaze Minato's child. Tenzo and Anbu Ninja, as expected of the fourth Hokage's child. Shihao and Naraku. Why talk about others? Even though Uzumaki Naruto is also a cheater, he is indeed walking on the road without stopping. You're not suitable for Anbu. Shihao and Naraku suddenly spoke. Hatake Kakashi was stunned. What was he talking about? Are you, the deputy captain of Anbu, planning to rebel and kill me, the captain who is standing in your way? You know it yourself. Shihao and Naraku continued speaking, then fell silent. Continuing to watch Uzumaki Naruto practice by stepping on the tree. Does Hatake Kakashi know that he is not suitable for Anbu? No. This has nothing to do with strength, but with character. But if he doesn't stay in Anbu, Hatake Kakashi doesn't know where to go. At least by staying in Anbu, he can relieve the inner scars through busy tasks and dangerous fights. Hatake Kakashi was thinking about how to get over his emotional knot. He knew that he couldn't continue like this, otherwise he would be ruined sooner or later. So while watching Uzumaki Naruto's tree-stepping training, Hatake Kakashi also remained silent. And Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office, whose eyes were fixed on the sprinting figure of Uzumaki Naruto, had been silent for a long time. Tenzo and Anbu team. Chapter 28 Kakashi's comments. The crescent moon is cold and hangs high in the sky. The cold air spread in the silent forest, making people feel a little chilly. Who? Uzumaki Naruto lay on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, and a soft snoring sound was heard. After practicing climbing trees for most of the night, Uzumaki Naruto finally couldn't hold on any longer. He fell off the tree again and fell asleep on the ground. However, his appearance scared everyone, and they thought that Uzumaki Naruto had overconsumed and something unexpected had happened. Hatake Kakashi went forward to check and confirmed that Uzumaki Naruto really fell asleep because he was too tired. He waved behind him, and Tenzu appeared in front of him with the Anbu team members. Since he's already asleep, take him back and let him have a good rest. Yes. Tenzo walked forward and gently picked up the sleeping Uzumaki Naruto, but this action almost woke Uzumaki Naruto up. Fortunately, he just reached out and scratched his cheek, then fell asleep again. Uzumaki Naruto muttered something, but his voice was too low and too vague, so no one could hear it clearly. Swish. Tenzo nodded slightly to Shihao and Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, then left directly with the Anbu team. Looking at their departing figures, Hatake Kakashi suddenly said, "Did you see just now?" "Yeah, that's so obvious." Naraku dusted himself off and stood up, looking like he had expected this to happen. After all, he not only has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, but he is also a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With his recovery ability, all the bruises and scars on his body will be completely healed after a good night's sleep. The two of them saw clearly just now that the bruise on Uzumaki Naruto's arm from the fall had faded a lot. This kind of resilience is truly enviable. Strong recovery ability is also a talent, and it is also Uzumaki Naruto's advantage. Putting other problems aside, just with this advantage, he can grow rapidly. Let's go back and rest. Shihao and Naraku glanced at the marks left by the kunao on the tree, yawned, and waved goodbye to Hotaki Kakashi. Walking on the road, Shihao and Naraku thought about his performance today. That should be about it. Based on what I know about the third-generation old man, he will definitely be spying on me in secret, and he will definitely not like what I am doing today. I finally pushed Hotaki Kakashi out and had him teach Naruto how to practice by stepping on trees. It was a good move. I guess Hotaki Kakashi will leave Anbu soon and become a mentor, so I can move up step by step according to my plan. After reviewing today's actions, Shihao and Naraku confirmed that he had done nothing wrong and immediately felt relieved. The next day, according to the third Hokage's instructions, Shihao and Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi still had to follow Uzumaki Naruto. After a good night's sleep, Uzumaki Naruto was full of energy and went to school. As for his body, which was covered with scars from practicing for half a night, it has completely recovered and no sign of it can be seen from the outside. Not only teacher Irika, but other students as well, felt that Uzumaki Naruto was unusually arrogant today. It was as if he had suddenly obtained some martial arts secrets and could become a ninja as long as he learned them. Uzumaki Naruto was so confident that he wanted to lift his head to the sky. It's a bit strange. What happened to this boy Naruto? Domino Irika, who seems to be very strict with Uzumaki Naruto but actually cares about him very much, is a little surprised about Uzumaki Naruto's performance today. Could it be that something good has really happened? No, this guy must be causing trouble. Domino Irika was extremely alert. His eyes would glance at Uzumaki Naruto from time to time. And sitting in the seat, Nara Shikamaru and Akim Ichichi, who were among Uzumaki Naruto's few good friends, also felt that something was wrong with Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, do you want to eat? Akim Ichichi, who regards delicious food as more important than his life, secretly opened a bag of potato chips and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto. No, eat it yourself. Uzumaki Naruto didn't even look at the tempting potato chips in front of him. Crack! Nara Shikamaru took the opportunity to quietly reach out and grab the potato chips, then threw them into his mouth. Akim Ichichi took back the potato chips and started eating them, but he also asked directly, Naruto, what's wrong with you today? Sure enough, even Akim Ichichi noticed that something was wrong. Nara Shikamaru glanced at his good friend. He knew that Akim Ichichi was a person who was different from his appearance and had a very delicate heart. So it was normal for him to sense Uzumaki Naruto's emotions. Hey! Uzumaki Naruto buried his head under his arms, unable to stop grinning. He was so proud. Someone taught me something very powerful. When I learn it, I will tell you. Someone is secretly contacting Naruto? Nara Shikamaru was stunned, but he quickly reacted. This is Konoha village, and someone is always watching Uzumaki Naruto. If someone has ulterior motives, they will be taken away before they can even touch him. Thinking of this, Nara Shikamaru felt relieved. Then when you learn it, you must tell me. Akim Ichichi was eating potato chips with a crunch, and did not forget to give Uzumaki Naruto some instructions. Good. Uzumaki Naruto readily agreed. If it was before, Uzumaki Naruto would have skipped classes. He really wanted to go to the back mountain where he met Shihao and Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi, but he had promised Grandpa Hokage that he would not skip classes again, so he could only bear it and wait for school to be over in the afternoon. The sun gradually rose higher and it was noon. Shihao and Naraku, who was bored, and Hotaki Kakashi, who was looking at the little uncle, were slacking off when they received a summons from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Believe it or not, the third-generation old man definitely just woke up. Shihoran Naraku raised his eyebrows, very sure of his guess. Sarutobi Hiruzen had definitely been spying on them last night, so he must have gone to sleep in the middle of the night. After all, they are elderly and have poor sleep, so we only found them at noon, which is very fast. Hotaki Kakashi put away Intimate Paradise and thought about Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders and Shihoran Naraku's strange behavior. He always felt that something had happened, but he was the only one who didn't know it yet. The two soon arrived at the Hokage building. Hokage adults. Third-generation old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes and stared at Shihoran Naraku. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he seem to be getting more and more arrogant? He even doesn't want to call me Hokage, and just calls me old man. The change is too big. I called you here today because of something concerning Uzumaki Naruto. After spending time together yesterday, let's talk about what you think of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe and turned his gaze away with a pair of slightly cloudy eyes. Indeed, he looked like he had not slept well. Shihoran Naraku spread his hands towards Hotaki Kakashi, motioning him to speak first. Hotaki Kakashi hesitated for a moment, thinking back to yesterday's interaction, and then answered very politely. Uzumaki Naruto's basics are very poor. Even compared to other children in the ninja school, he is one of the worst. From his running speed and the posture when swinging the kunao, you can see that he has many flaws. On the outside, he is confident, lively, and playful, always full of energy and unyielding tenacity, but on the inside he is very sensitive, has low self-esteem and cares a lot about what others think of him. At first I had some second thoughts about Uzumaki Naruto, but after his tree-stepping training, I think he can become a very good ninja. But in this process, he needs to be trained well, his problems need to be corrected, and after some polishing, Uzumaki Naruto will have a chance to succeed. That's it. Chapter 29 The Same Characteristics. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen requests Shihoran Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi, and rates Uzumaki Naruto. Hotaki Kakashi was very fair and expressed all his inner thoughts based on his own impression of Uzumaki Naruto. Just like he said, Hotaki Kakashi really didn't think highly of Uzumaki Naruto at first, until Naruto started to practice by stepping on trees, and then he changed his opinion. All ninjas will encounter countless dangers and difficulties in their growth process. Perseverance is the only beacon that can accompany everyone through the thorny road. Before setting foot on the wide road that will lead you to the destination, you must walk along a muddy path, wade through a river with lurking undercurrents, and pass through a dense forest with dangerous terrain. Uzumaki Naruto's character of never giving up is the only thing he can rely on. So Hotaki Kakashi was moved and said harsh words, but deep down in his heart he had already accepted Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Hotaki Kakashi's comments carefully. These words were consistent with his understanding of Uzumaki Naruto, and also consistent with his understanding of Hotaki Kakashi. Then both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hotaki Kakashi looked towards Shihoran Naraku, waiting for him to speak. Let me think. How should I put it? Uzumaki Naruto will definitely be the strongest ninja in the entire Konoha village, no, the entire ninja world. Oh, except me. Shihoran Naraku pinched his chin and gave an answer. Naraku. Hotaki Kakashi thought he was joking and called out to him, asking him to be serious. Why have you changed so much in this period of time? Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily banged his pipe on the table, then coughed a few times and glared at Shihoran Naraku with a serious face. Be serious, don't joke. Shihoran Naraku spread his hands helplessly. Why was it that no one believed him when he told the truth? Uzumaki Naruto has so many cheats, it is not normal for him to reach the top of the ninja world. Now Naraku's own system is even more powerful, so it won't be difficult for him to crush the entire ninja world. I almost forgot about Uchiha Sasuke. Never mind, Naruto will take first place for himself and let Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke fight for second place. Since no one believes him now, Shihao and Naruto can only keep his opinion to himself. Let me think. People in Konoha village grew up hearing the legend of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and so did I. I often heard stories from my teachers in ninja school, and when I was young, I played games with my friends about the first Hokage's pacification of Sengoku. When I grew up, I also read a lot of village records about the first Hokage's deeds, so I have a relatively good understanding of the first Hokage. Of course, this also includes the anime I watched in my previous life, Shihao and Naruto muttered to himself. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hotaki Kakashi still didn't understand what Shihao and Naruto wanted to say. I clearly asked you to evaluate Uzumaki Naruto, why did you mention he became first Hokage? Shihao and Naruto ignored the two people's confusion and continued. Although I haven't had much contact with Uzumaki Naruto for the time being, for some reason, I see the same qualities in him as in first Hokage Senju Hashirama. I don't understand what this trait is. But it's in the texts describing the first Hokage, and it's also in Uzumaki Naruto. So if this era is going to see a huge change in the end, then in my opinion, Uzumaki Naruto is the ultimate child of destiny. Shihao and Naruto finished his evaluation of Uzumaki Naruto. He muttered in his mind, no one will understand the meaning of my words now, but later you will understand what I mean. Tisk. Spoilers are so cool. Naruto, you. Hotaki Kakashi shook his head, not knowing what to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally dissatisfied. He looked at Shihao and Naruto with some annoyance. When something happened to Tsunade, Jiraiya taught you for a while. He was the one who told you these words about the child of destiny, right? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very dissatisfied. From the beginning to the end, he was not impressed by Jiraiya's talk about the child of destiny. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, this was an excuse Jiraiya came up with to evade responsibility and act like a fool in the world. When the war with the Rain Country ended, Tsunade and Orochimaru returned to the village, but Jiraiya stayed there to help train ninjas from other countries. Later, he left the village and searched the world for the so-called child of destiny. Sarutobi Hiruzen became furious when he thought about this. If Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had been safe from the beginning and had all been in Konoha village, many of the things that happened later would not have happened. There are 3 students, and none of them is worry-free. It's even better now. Among the senior leaders trained by the village, another one is influenced by Jiraiya. If Shihao and Naruto really wants to wander around the world like Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be so angry that he will have a cerebral hemorrhage. Alright, I know your opinions, get busy. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and told Shihao and Naruto and Hotaki Kakashi to get out. He didn't sleep well last night, and he had a headache after being up all day today. Standing up, Sarutobi Hiruzen paced back and forth in the office, smoking his pipe more frequently, and soon the smoke gradually increased. Looking at the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the young fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato hanging on the wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. In this life, the only person who has given me peace of mind is Minato. With an outstanding image, strong abilities, and a gentle yet tough character, Namikaze Minato is truly the junior that gives him the least worries. In fact, when Namikaze Minato gradually grew up, Sarutobi Hiruzen was inclined to let him become Hokage, and basically did not consider Orochimaru. From the beginning to the end, Shimura-dans recommended Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato did a really good job after becoming the 4th Hokage, but who knew that something unexpected would happen? Thinking of Shihao and Naruto and Hotaki Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows never relaxed. Alas, these two people have their own problems. Shihao and Naruto and Hotaki Kakashi walked on the streets of Konoha village in no hurry. Unless the ninja school was over, Uzumaki Naruto would definitely be at school, so there was no need to keep an eye on him. Both knew that their mission was not to watch over Uzumaki Naruto. Hotake Kakashi was walking on the road. This time he did not take out the little book to read, but said, "Naruto, what you said just now was a bit too much. You even dragged the first Hokage into this. This is not a good thing for Uzumaki Naruto. It is normal for Hotake Kakashi to have such thoughts. Who is first Hokage Senju Hashirama? He is the ninja god who pacified the troubled times and established Konohagakure. Since Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established Konohagakure, the ninja world began to imitate Konoha and establish other ninja villages, and the chaotic times began to disappear. Let me put it this way, if there is a book recording the history of the ninja world, the space occupied by Senju Hashirama in it may not be as much as that occupied by the rest of the ninja world combined. Not to mention Konohagakure, in other places in the ninja world, even the forces hostile to Konoha sincerely acknowledge the power of Senju Hashirama. With this kind of historical status, you think a ninja school with a low grade and a low grade who is at risk of graduating will catch up? Even when joking, we have to follow the basic law, okay? You guys are really... Shihouden Naruto felt a little funny. He patted Hotake Kakashi on the shoulder and said seriously, "History was created by our predecessors like the first Hokage, but the future is determined by us. Young men like Uzumaki Naruto who have unlimited potential, who can be sure that they will not be able to catch up with their predecessors. Each of them has been leading the way for decades, and we'll see who will be the hero." Chapter 30 Ninja Training begins. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang, and Uzumaki Naruto rushed out of the ninja school like an arrow. "Naruto!" As soon as Umino Irika shouted, he found that Uzumaki Naruto had disappeared. "Why are you running so fast? And in that direction, is Naruto planning to go to the forest behind the mountain?" Umino Irika felt that there was something wrong with Uzumaki Naruto, so he planned to find him tomorrow to ask what had happened. Uzumaki Naruto ran energetically to the place where he met Shihouden Naruto yesterday, but unfortunately, he didn't find anyone. Uzumaki Naruto even ran around the area just in case, but still couldn't find anyone else. After mumbling a little in disappointment for a while, Uzumaki Naruto regained his spirits, ran to the big tree from yesterday, and looked up at the marks he had scratched on the trunk. "Good. We must succeed today." Forming seals with both hands and controlling chakra to gather at his feet, Uzumaki Naruto once again rushed towards the tree. When you concentrate on training, time passes quickly. After 3 hours of training, Uzumaki Naruto, who was out of breath, temporarily stopped training. "Ah, I'm so hungry." Uzumaki Naruto rushed to exercise as soon as he got out of school. He didn't have time to eat, so after the high-intensity exercise, he naturally became very hungry. After jumping into the river and catching a fish, Uzumaki Naruto lit a fire and started grilling the fish. From time to time he would raise his head and look around, expecting Shihouden Naruto and Hotake Kakashi to appear, but until the fish was cooked, no one stood in front of him. Brother Naruto and the others are Jainin, they should be very busy. They will definitely show up when they are done. Trying hard to get rid of his disappointment, Uzumaki Naruto encouraged himself that when Shihouden Naruto and the other two showed up next time, he would definitely learn how to step on the tree and give them a scare. He. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto felt full of strength. Just as he was about to stand up and continue practicing under the tree, a figure appeared in front of him. Grandpa Hokage. The one who appeared was the third Hokage, with a kind smile on his wrinkled face. He walked up and touched Uzumaki Naruto's head, then sat down next to Uzumaki Naruto like a caring old grandfather. What followed was a caring conversation like that between a grandfather and grandson, and Uzumaki Naruto happily danced with joy as he told Sarutobi Hiruzen everything that had happened around him recently. Shihouden Naruto, who was hiding in the dark and had not appeared, could not help but smack his lips. This old man was really powerful. He made other people in the village reject and hate Uzumaki Naruto, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a kind old grandfather who cared about Naruto. This contrast was simply amazing. Over time, the relationship will definitely become stronger. Sarutobi Hiruzen used his own experience to teach Chihauer and Naraku a lesson on how to win over others. Hokage adults. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Naruto were chatting happily when an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared with some food in his hands. The Anbu ninja codenamed Elephant Turn put the food aside, then turned and disappeared. This was the second time he went to buy food. His mission was to monitor Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but now he had to buy food for Jinchuriki. Come, eat with me. I've been busy at work all day and I haven't eaten yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed off his hard work a little, then took Uzumaki Naruto to start eating. Oh! Uzumaki Naruto took the food handed to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen and started eating it. Why would Chihauer and Naraku and Sarutobi Hiruzen bring food to Uzumaki Naruto? Because Uzumaki Naruto is now practicing by standing on trees, the consumption of chakra and physical strength will increase. At this time, he must eat enough, or even eat better to supplement nutrition. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't eat much, most of the food was eaten by Uzumaki Naruto. Haha, Grandpa Hokage, look at me. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't wait to show off to Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he took out a kunao and rushed towards the tree. Laugh. A new scratch appeared on the tree. This time Uzumaki Naruto reacted quickly. When the chakra under his feet could no longer be maintained, he rolled over and stood firmly. He did not fall badly like last night. How's that? It's great, isn't it? Uzumaki Naruto laughed happily, reaching up to scratch his head, looking towards Sarutobi Hiruzen expectantly. That's amazing. Many people in the ninja school can't do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not stingy with his praise, and said to him with a smile, but you still have to be careful, and be careful not to fall down when you can't hold on. No matter how badly hurt I am, as long as I get a night's sleep, I'll be fine. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care, things like getting hurt were not a big deal to him. Be careful then. I know. Watching Uzumaki Naruto rushing towards the tree once again, Sarutobi Hiruzen was satisfied with his persistence and kept sitting in front of the fire and watching. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not like Naraku and Kakashi. Although he also sat by the fire and smoked his pipe, he would occasionally remind them of the key points of stepping on trees. With his reminders, Uzumaki Naruto made rapid progress indeed. Well, my teaching ability is much better than Kakashi and Naraku. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought smugly, blowing out a puff of smoke from time to time. This is indeed the case. Everyone recognizes Sarutobi Hiruzen's teaching ability as he is able to train famous Sunin in the ninja world. Chihauer and Naraku leaned against a tree trunk, watching third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen teach Uzumaki Naruto with great interest. Is the third generation old man trying to compete? After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is old and still the Hokage, so he has a lot of things to do and it is impossible for him to spend all his time with Uzumaki Naruto. So after staying with Uzumaki Naruto for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen left, and Naruto continued to practice by stepping on the tree. We will be doing ninja sparring today. Domino Irika took the cardboard and pen, made a few strokes, and decided on the sparring partner. The students gathered together and whispered, completely unaware of teacher Irika calling for them to line up and assemble. Inyazuka Kaiba. Uzumaki Naruto. And you. I said assemble. Domino Irika roared one after another, and was able to calm down these naughty students. The first group of ninja sparring. Uchiha Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru. As teacher Irika's voice fell, amid the crazy shouts of the little girls, handsome Uchiha Sasuke stood out with his hands in his pockets and a cool expression on his face. Shikamaru, if you dare to hurt Sasuke, it's over. Yamanaka Ino cheered for Uchiha Sasuke while warning Nara Shikamaru not to hit too hard. Ah, what a trouble! Are these women crazy? Nara Shikamaru really didn't want to go out for the sparring, and stood there motionless with a look of resistance on his face. Bang! Someone slapped him directly on the back, pushing the panicked Nara Shikamaru out of the team. Nara Shikamaru staggered and almost fell to the ground. "Who is pushing me from behind?" Uzumaki Naruto, who was still in the team at this time, shouted, "Come on, Shikamaru! Defeat that stinky A." Chapter 31 Umino Irika is a good teacher. "Come on, Suzuki. Suzuki-kun, you must win. Shikamaru, if you dare to win, you'll die." Umino Irika pretended not to hear the little girl's shouts, watched Uchiha Suzuki and Nara Shikamaru stand up, completed the seal of opposition, and immediately announced the start of the sparring. Start? 1 minute later, Nara Shikamaru was defeated. Amid the cheers of many girls, Uchiha Suzuki still walked back to his previous position coolly and completely ignored the girls. However, his behavior made the girls like him even more. "Shikamaru, what's wrong with you? How could you lose to that guy?" Seeing Nara Shikamaru coming back in a state of low energy, Uzumaki Naruto was very disappointed. He could see that Nara Shikamaru had not taken the sparring seriously just now. Looking at his expression, if teacher Irika had not allowed it, Shikamaru would have admitted defeat directly. "I couldn't beat him in the first place." Nara Shikamaru spread his hands helplessly. "Besides, there's no need to be so serious about ninja sparring." "Humph. Just wait and see, I will definitely be able to punch that Suzuki guy away." Uzumaki Naruto excitedly punched the air, eager to start ninja sparring with Uchiha Suzuki right away. Crack! Akim Ichichi took out a bag of potato chips and started eating while saying, "But Naruto, you can't beat Suzuki. He's the strongest one in the class. It is obvious who will win between the first and the last in the class. I am different from before." Uzumaki Naruto was full of confidence. He had been practicing tree stepping for 3 days and he felt that he was more powerful than before. "Just wait and see." Crack! Akim Ichichi was eating potato chips. He couldn't figure out where Uzumaki Naruto's confidence came from. But as a friend, he would not pour cold water or laugh at you. The next group. The ninja sparring that started on the playground of the ninja school attracted the attention of Shihaura Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi. After all, they had also been through this stage. So the ninja sparring directly brought back memories for the two of them, and reminded them of themselves at that time. "Tisk, Tisk, I really miss you. I remember when you were in the ninja school, you always won first place in every ninja sparring." Watching the ninja sparring on the playground, Shihaura Naraku recalled the scene in his memory and couldn't help but smile and said, "Just like that Uchiha Suzuki, you were very popular at that time. Every time you played against him, many girls cheered for you with your expressionless face. But I'm not bad either. How many times have I won our ninja duels?" Hotaki Kakashi unconsciously straightened his chest slightly, and said calmly, "I've only won 3 or 4 times, and they won when I wasn't paying attention." Shihaura Naraku immediately retorted that this was a matter of his reputation and he couldn't talk nonsense. "Bullshit. I won fairly. And it definitely wasn't 3 or 4 times. I remember at least 5 or 6 times. One of them was a very clean victory for me. I finished the ninja sparring within 3 minutes, and you lost miserably." Hotaki Kakashi glanced at Shihaura Naraku with his dead fish eyes. He put away the intimate paradise in his hand and said, "Why did you win so quickly that time? Don't you remember?" "Oh yeah, that time." Shihaura Naraku pinched his chin and thought hard. Although both of them were geniuses when they were in the ninja school, Hotaki Kakashi was indeed more powerful. In ninja sparring with each other, Shihaura Naraku won less and lost more. After all, Hotaki Kakashi didn't have any knot in his heart at that time, and his strength was improving every day. He graduated at the age of 5, became a Chunin at the age of 6, and was promoted to Jonin at the age of 12. His speed of progress really crushed all people of the same age at that time, even including older ninjas. However, after reaching its peak, it must decline. For a long period of time afterwards, Hotake Kakashi's strength completely stagnated, and it is still the case until now. Recalling these memories, Shihao and Naraku suddenly burst out laughing. I remember now, you lost so easily that time because I stole the imperial book from a family elder and gave it to you. Tisk tisk tisk, you haven't learned well since childhood. Hotake Kakashi pretended not to hear anything, his eyes still fixed on the ninja sparring on the playground of the ninja school. Hey, Naruto is here. The next group. Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Hinata. Hiss. Shihao and Naraku gasped. Domino Irika's ninja sparring arrangement was awesome. As expected, Irika is the teacher who cares the most about Uzumaki Naruto. He started to create opportunities for Naruto to get along with others so early on and arranged a virtuous daughter-in-law for him in advance. Look at the kind of teacher this is. If there were more teachers like him, there wouldn't be so many single people in the world. Unfortunately, most teachers play the role of breaking up couples. Shihao and Naraku perked up and stared at the playground without blinking. Uzumaki Naruto and his wife Hyuga Hinata are sparring with each other, and it's going to be interesting to watch. At the ninja school's playground, upon hearing the name of ninja sparring from Sensei Irika, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata reacted differently. Uzumaki Naruto was very disappointed. He thought he might face Uchiha Sasuke soon. He didn't think about the fact that Sasuke had won once, so unless he also won, there would be no chance for them to meet. With his hands behind his head, Uzumaki Naruto walked out of the team carelessly and stood on the playground. On the other side, after hearing her own name and Uzumaki Naruto's name appear together, Hyuga Hinata's face turned red like a tomato in an instant. She stood there for a long time and prepared herself mentally before she moved her body hesitantly and stood up. Forget about ninja sparring. Hyuga Hinata stood in front of Uzumaki Naruto, not even daring to raise his head. He was like a quail, trying to shrink his body. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the strange girl in front of him, not understanding what was wrong with her. Instead, he put up the seal of opposition, wanting to win quickly so that he could fight Uchimadara Sasuke. But after waiting for a long time, Hyuga Hinata was still huddled together and didn't even look up at him. Teacher Irika was also helpless. He knew what was going on, but Hyuga Hinata was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, so he couldn't say anything. Hyuga Hinata took a lot of courage and was about to raise her head, but Uzumaki Naruto came closer at some point and stared at Hyuga Hinata, wanting to see what was wrong with her. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto who was so close to him, Hyuga Hinata's whole body turned red, as if he had turned into a steam engine, with steam coming out of his head. Ah! Unable to bear the stimulation, Hyuga Hinata leaned back and fainted. Why? Uzumaki Naruto was confused. He didn't do anything. What happened? What a strange guy. He ha ha. Shihao and Naraku, who was standing on the big tree, was laughing so hard. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, it was so funny that he couldn't help laughing. Is it that funny? Hotake Kakashi looked at Shihao and Naraku's exaggerated smile in confusion. Isn't it that little girl who has a crush on Uzumaki Naruto? It can be seen at a glance. What's so funny? But he also recognized her. He could tell from her appearance that the girl was from the Hyuga clan. It should be the Zong family. Is it a bit troublesome? Trouble? No trouble. Shihao and Naraku waved his hand. Who dared to make trouble? Hyuga Hinata was not the heir to the Hyuga family later on, so why did no one dare to carve the caged bird on her forehead? And her daughter, Uzumaki, also awakened her Byakugan, so why didn't anyone carve a caged bird on her? Uzumaki Naruto, come on, are you moved by these two six-path super large Rasen shurikens in my hands? Chapter 32 The Mysterious Masked Man and the Pitcher Plant. Thanks to Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto had already won the ninja sparring match before he even made a move. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto was a little unhappy. This was not in line with his plan. Naruto originally thought that he could make a big splash. Who knew that the plan would fail before it even started? He glanced at Harano Sakura secretly, only to find that the girl's eyes were all on Uchiha Sasuke and she didn't notice him at all. Uzumaki Naruto could only return to the team dejectedly. The next group. Ninja sparring continues. Shihao and Naraku also saw Uzumaki Naruto's expression. At this time, Naruto didn't realize Hyuga Hinata's feelings for him at all. He was extremely dull. Of course, the main reason is that Uzumaki Naruto's mind is all on Harano Sakura. Although there was an accident during the ninja sparring with Hyuga Hinata, it was soon Uzumaki Naruto's turn. This time the ninja sparring went smoothly. Uzumaki Naruto defeated his classmates in the shortest time and won the victory in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Seeing the shocked looks from his classmates and friends, Uzumaki Naruto wanted to puff out his chest to the sky, but when he looked at Harano Sakura, he found that the girl was still keeping her eyes on Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, I will definitely defeat you!" The extremely arrogant Uzumaki Naruto shouted at Uchiha Sasuke, but Sasuke just turned his head away and snorted coldly, completely ignoring Naruto. Wow! Uzumaki Naruto was so angry that he was about to rush forward, but fortunately Nara Shikamaru and Akimichichi stopped him. "It's so lively." Shihao and Naraku watched the fight on the playground with interest, turned around and said, "Naruto is a bit smart, you saw it just now." Well, the tree-stepping training during this period was not in vain. Hitaki Kakashi nodded, they all saw the key to Uzumaki Naruto's victory in the ninja sparring just now. Although he was still a little unskilled, he gathered his chakra under his feet at the beginning, and the speed he burst out was so fast that his opponent couldn't react and fell into a disadvantage immediately. But if he wants to rely on this ability, he's still a little short of defeating that Uchiha Sasuke. Shihao and Naraku also agreed with Hitaki Kakashi's statement that Uzumaki Naruto has not laid a solid foundation, and he still has a long way to go if he wants to rely on sudden bursts to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. But after just a few days of training, there can be such a big change. Uzumaki Naruto's ability himself is quite good. The last group. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, still looking like a cool and handsome boy, stood up, while Uzumaki Naruto glared at him angrily. This time Uchiha Sasuke didn't put his hands in his pockets again, but took them out. He was still full of confidence, but after several sparring matches with Uzumaki Naruto, he was no longer the last one, so Sasuke reluctantly became serious. But just be serious, after all, Uchiha Sasuke never wanted to defeat his peers, but to take revenge and kill his brother Uchiha Itachi. Start! At Iruka-sensei's command, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke instantly rushed towards each other. The ground beneath Uzumaki Naruto's feet stirred up sand and he increased his speed, swinging his fists at Uchiha Sasuke. Condensing chakra under his feet is no longer a big problem for Naruto now, but he still can't maintain it for a long time. Because with his control ability, he cannot output a large amount of chakra for a long time under the interference of Nine Tails chakra. Snort! Seeing the fist so close to him, Uchiha Sasuke dodged it by leaning sideways, then supported himself on the ground with one hand and kicked towards Uzumaki Naruto with his right leg. The fist missed the opponent, and Uzumaki Naruto, who didn't have time to retract his strength, could only watch himself being kicked by Sasuke, and then he almost fell over. But at this moment, the chakra under his feet steadily sucked him to the ground. He endured the pain in his body, hugged Sasuke's legs with both hands, and then exerted force to throw him out. Uchiha Sasuke rolled over and stood on the ground. At this time, Naruto had already pounced on him. As he was not yet stable, Sasuke could only punch back. The two fists collided instantly. He was not standing steadily to begin with, and the collision of their fists caused Sasuke to stagger back involuntarily. Seeing this, Naruto immediately saw hope of defeating Sasuke. While retracting his fist, he suddenly squatted down and swept his leg to hit Suzuki. But Suzuki took this opportunity, turned over backwards, supported himself with his hands, bent his whole body into a bow shape, and instantly kicked Uzumaki Naruto's shoulders with his legs, kicking him directly away. Naruto rolled on the ground for a few times, but before he could stand up, Suzuki appeared and kicked him directly. Naruto didn't care about the embarrassment, he continued to roll, stood up with a somersault, and then rushed towards Suzuki without hesitation, but just when the other party was about to turn around to avoid him, he punched him. Bang! Uchiha Suzuki stretched out one hand and tightly grasped Uzumaki Naruto's fist. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto's other hand also caught Uchiha Sasuke's fist. The two of them were in a stalemate. Is this Naruto? Domino Irika looked at the scene in disbelief. What's going on, Naruto? The laziness in Nara Shikamaru's eyes had disappeared, and he was watching the battle on the field with shock on his face. No way, Naruto can't be a match for Suzuki. This was the surprised cry of the girls who had been cheering for Uchiha Suzuki. Crack! Akim Ichichi had an expression on his face that said Naruto was really awesome, and he grabbed another handful of potato chips to eat. He had just participated in a ninja sparring match, and of course, he lost without a doubt. The fight consumed a lot of energy, so he had to eat something quickly to replenish it. Not bad. Whether it's what you said to him, Kakashi, or what the third-generation old man told him, Naruto remembered it all. This guy's combat IQ is indeed not low. Shihao and Naraku watched the battle on the playground and commented with interest. He was not surprised at the improvement of Uzumaki Naruto. In the early stage, Naruto's progress might not be noticeable due to his foundation, but as long as he does not give up training, Uzumaki Naruto's improvement in strength will surprise all those who look down on him. The blood of Nine Tails and the Uzumaki clan is Uzumaki Naruto's foundation. When the time comes, this foundation will become the fuel for Uzumaki Naruto's progress and drive his strength to soar wildly. Hatake Kakashi was completely engrossed in watching Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Suzuki practicing ninja skills. In a trance, he seemed to see his younger self fighting with a lively and cheerful Uchiha boy. Obito. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but touch his eyes, which were blocked by the forehead protector, where there was a Sharingan given by his companions. Snort. A cold snort sounded. No one noticed that the space on the rooftop of the ninja school suddenly twisted, and a mysterious man in a black robe and a mask appeared. The mysterious masked man took a look at the ninja sparring going on in the playground and snorted disdainfully, "Child's tricks." Then the mysterious masked man turned his attention to Shihao and Naraku and Hatake Kakashi hiding in the dark. To be more precise, he was looking at Hatake Kakashi. He. The ground at the top of the building was like the surface of water, with ripples slowly spreading out. A strange man who looked like a pitcher plant came out. His body was a little strange, half white and half black, as if two people were forcibly put together. The person with the white half said with a smile, "Is that Atake's brother? He looks pretty good." "He's far worse than Uchiha Atake. Their talents are not on the same level." The mysterious masked man answered coldly, but his eyes were still on Hatake Kakashi. Chapter 33 Detection, Confirmation of Identity. "Aren't we leaving yet? You've already seen the wild." "Shut up." The pitcher plant-like weirdo with the white half-face laughed and wanted to continue talking, but the black half-face suddenly spoke and shouted at him in a low voice to shut up. This pitcher plant-like weirdo has two different consciousnesses in his body. The black half of the pitcher plant monster's face looked towards where Shihao and Naraku and Hatake Kakashi were, and said in a very gloomy voice, "According to intelligence analysis, the next fifth Hokage is likely to appear in one of those two people. Obito, we can do this secretly. No need. Kakashi is a loser. He never gets anything done. He's completely useless." The mysterious masked man, Uchiha Obito, looked at Hatake Kakashi, who was lost in his memories, with disdain and snorted. No way. There's no need to do anything extra. That jerk Kakashi will mess everything up. If he becomes Hokage, Konoha village will be doomed sooner or later. Every word Uchiha Obito said was accompanied by Hotaki Kakashi. From a certain perspective, this could be considered a form of concern, perhaps. Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito, who was cursing Hotaki Kakashi but still staring at Hotaki Kakashi, and was speechless. We have recently found some traces of Orochimaru, but this snake hides very deeply. Should we continue digging? Or should we leave his whereabouts to Pain? Hearing the serious matter, Uchiha Obito reluctantly retracted his gaze. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then shook his head. Not for now, Orochimaru is still useful. When he loses his usefulness, I will kill him directly. He. Although we didn't find that disgusting snake, Zetsu's white half said with a smile, but we found that his men seemed to be discussing something with the people of Tsunagakure. The specific content is unknown, but the target is Konoha village. Uchiha Obito smiled disdainfully. He looked down upon the poor Tsunagakure et al. And said directly, Tsunagakure's fool actually believed in Orochimaru. Don't worry about that. Although Tsunagakure is weak, if they join forces with Orochimaru, Konoha village, which has been at peace for a long time and has lost its vigilance, will suffer heavy losses. This is a good thing for us. Zato, wait until Orochimaru and Tsunagakure's plan is complete before you tell Uchiha Itachi this information. He, what are you going to do? White Zetsu's laughter sounded, but Uchiha Obito ignored it. The distorted time and space reappeared, and before disappearing he glanced at Hotaki Kakashi and left a word. This fake world will be destroyed by these idiots sooner or later. Like a pitcher plant, Ju slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. Shihao Naraku suddenly raised his head and looked around, his sight finally falling on the rooftop of the ninja school. Is it my illusion? Why did I feel a sense of malice just now? With a whoosh, Naraku jumped up and landed on the rooftop, looking around with a frown. But this place seemed no different from before, and there were no strange traces. What's wrong? Hotaki Kakashi, who was awakened by Shihao Naraku's actions, also followed and looked at the rooftop in surprise. Shihao Naraku shook his head and said uncertainly, just now I seemed to feel a malicious gaze here, but I didn't see it. As he spoke, he raised his hand and the hidden Anbu team appeared behind him. You guys conduct a carpet search centered around the ninja school to see if you can find anything. Yes. No one takes this matter lightly when it comes to Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, after a thorough search, the well-trained Anbu did not find any strange traces or anything like that. Is it really my illusion? Shihao Naraku listened to the answer from Anbu's subordinates, and was a little unsure whether his previous feeling was wrong. After all, it was not so easy to come and go freely in a place like Konohagakure. Wrong. Shihao Naraku suddenly remembered that there were indeed people who could come and go freely in Konoha village. Uchiha Obito is complete. They can actually do this kind of thing. Could it be that they were here just now? However, Shihao Naraku suppressed his doubts, waved his hand to let the Anbu members disperse, and continued to hide in the dark with Hotaki Kakashi. Yo? Is the ninja sparring over? Who wins, Naruto or Sasuke? Shihao Naraku looked towards the playground, where Uzumaki Naruto was jumping and yelling. Uchiha Sasuke. Hotaki Kakashi just saw the result of the ninja sparring and said directly, Uchiha Sasuke caught Naruto's weakness and defeated him in the end. Oh, that's normal. The tree climbing training has only been going on for a few days, and the current progress is already good enough. It will be unlikely for Uzumaki Naruto to catch up with Uchiha Sasuke for the time being. After losing to Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto didn't look happy. After school at the ninja school, he came to the forest behind the mountain in a depressed mood. However, he didn't feel depressed for long, as Uzumaki Naruto regained his spirit and continued to practice on the tree with full energy. "You watch here first. I have something to do," Shihaura Naraku whispered, then scurried away without waiting for Hatake Kakashi to reply. Hatake Kakashi frowned and looked at Shihaura Naraku's back, feeling a little strange. He had noticed that something was wrong with the other party since just now. Shihaura Naraku was very fast and arrived at the memorial stone of Konohagakure in a flash, which was also the cemetery of the village. He walked in slowly and soon came to a person's grave. Sure enough, it's Uchiha Obito. In front of the tombstone, there is a bunch of beautiful and eye-catching flowers, and it looks like they have been placed here not long ago. On the tombstone, there is a photo of a beautiful girl, Nohara Rin. A former companion of Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi, he voluntarily died at the hands of Kakashi's Reikari in order to protect Konoha village. Shihaura Naraku looked around and found a bunch of discarded flowers on the ground not far away. Tisk. He threw away the flowers that Kakashi gave to Nohara Rin and put his own flowers instead. Obito is really stingy. Having confirmed his guess, Shihaura Naraku turned and left. He had no intention of telling anyone else about this. Because Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi had an agreement that as long as Itachi was alive, they could not attack Uchiha Sasuke and Konohagakure, so there was no need to worry about anything for the time being. Besides, Uchiha Obito relies on his Manjiki Sharingan ability Kamui to appear and disappear without a trace, so under normal circumstances, it is not easy to catch him. Shihaura Naraku soon returned to the back mountain forest, and he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen at a glance. Uzumaki Naruto is really happy during this period. Not only does he have someone to accompany him every day, but he can also eat delicious food every day. Compared to the past, he can be said to be living in a dream now. After working as a bodyguard with Hatake Kakashi for a few days, Shihaura Naraku finally found Sarutobi Hiruzen and told him his thoughts. "I want to be the head of the medical department." Chapter 34 Reward Qualification, Successful Practice. "I want to be the Minister of Medical Affairs." Shihaura Naraku, the vice chief of the medical department, stood in the Hokage's office and made his demands in a firm tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the pipe, forgetting to light it, and looked at the sudden appearance of Shihaura Naraku in surprise. Why? He didn't believe that Shihaura Naraku didn't know that the Minister of Medical Affairs had no real power at all and it was just a nice title. Not long after Shihaura Naraku took control of the medical emergency squad, the medical department basically became his one-man show, and the director was just an old man appointed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had a lot of experience, but was only responsible for some simple tasks and conveying the Hokage's mission. When Shihaura Naraku became the deputy minister, the situation did not change much. The most important medical emergency team was managed by Shimura Dans and the two elders, while the remaining branches such as the corpse disposal team and the animal training and rehabilitation team were still in the hands of Shihaura Naraku. Therefore, whether or not he is the Minister of Medical Affairs has no impact on Shihaura Naraku's power. Shihaura Naraku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said directly, "Now I am in charge of the division of the medical emergency team. If I become the director of the medical department, it will be more convenient and I can complete the division task as soon as possible." Seeing Shihaura Naraku's determined expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Okay, if you want, you will be the head of the Konoha Village Medical Department." Ding! Host is promoted to Director of Konoha Village Medical Department. Congratulations to Host for obtaining 5 draw qualifications. The remaining draw qualifications are 7. Friendly reminder, it is more likely to get magical items when you draw 10 times in a row. A system prompt appeared. But it's a pity for Shihaura Naraku. Although he got the maximum 5 qualifications for this draw, with the remaining 2 times before, he can only draw 7 times, which is not enough for 10 consecutive draws to get good things. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Shihaura Naraku leave, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. is Naraku taking this opportunity to show that he doesn't want to be a candidate for Hokage? No, the news hasn't been notified to them yet, so Naraku and Kakashi probably don't know about it. But they both think quickly, so maybe they can guess something. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had some guesses in his mind, discovered in the next few days that Chihaurin Naraku was no longer around Uzumaki Naruto with Hatake Kakashi. He immediately sent someone to inquire, and Chihaurin Naraku's answer was as it should be. He was busy with the splitting of the medical emergency team and had no time to go to Uzumaki Naruto. Anyway, Hatake Kakashi was there, so it didn't matter whether he went or not. This time Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain that Chihaurin Naraku must have guessed something, so he asked him directly for the position of medical director and stayed away from Uzumaki Naruto. Chihaurin Naraku's sudden action caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard. He really didn't expect that Naraku would be unwilling to become a candidate for Hokage. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually trusts Chihaurin Naraku a little more. But the other party is almost saying that he is unwilling, and he can't force Naraku to become a candidate. That doesn't make sense. Da-da-da. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his chair, looking hesitant, and after a while he stood up and left the Hokage building, wandering around Konohagakure. Ah! Hokage-sama. It really is the third Hokage. This bouquet of flowers is for you, Hokage-sama. Wow, it's Grandpa Hokage. It has to be said that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is a very respectable Hokage in the eyes of ordinary people in Konohagakure. For civilians, they don't quite understand what happens between ninjas, but they do live a good life under the protection of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and that's enough. Ordinary people only care about food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and don't think about anything else. In fact, this also shows why Shimura Dance is not suitable to be Hokage. You stay in the dark underground all day long, and you are naturally incompatible with the sunny Hokage. No matter what you are like in secret, the Hokage must maintain his greatness and justice in public. Sarutobi Hiruzen wandered around Konoha village for a long time, taking it easy on everyone's love for him, and finally returned to the Hokage building, but he came to the rooftop. A gust of wind blew, ruffling the white robe on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Standing on the roof and looking at the Konoha village below, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. Now that Naraku has made his intentions clear, let Kakashi do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen has figured it out, it's just confirming the candidate for Hokage. Even if Hatake Kakashi becomes Uzumaki Naruto's instructor, it doesn't mean he will definitely become Hokage. If any accident occurs, as long as he is still alive, we can just replace him. It won't be a big deal. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was appointed Hokage by second Hokage Senju Tobirama on the battlefield, and Konoha village survived at that time, so nothing should go wrong in peacetime. Since he had made up his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer asked about Chihaurin Naraku. Apart from instructing Anbu to take care of Uzumaki Naruto's meals during this period, he would occasionally show up to eat with Uzumaki Naruto and teach him the tricks of tree-stepping training. And Hatake Kakashi is still hiding in the dark, watching Uzumaki Naruto grow up little by little every day. Success! Ha 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 ha, I succeeded! Uzumaki Naruto was standing on the big tree happily, jumping and skipping, but he accidentally lost his balance and almost fell down. Fortunately, the chakra under his feet helped him stick to the tree trunk and he did not fall. Be careful! Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe, exhaled a puff of smoke, and smiled at the happy Uzumaki Naruto. After jumping down from the big tree, Uzumaki Naruto lay on the grass, unable to hide the smile on his face. The joy brought to him by the moment of success was really indescribable. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked closer and stood next to Uzumaki Naruto, watching him roll over and sit on the grass while swaying. Hey, Grandpa Hokage, can I become the village's ninja now? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with hope. He felt that he was now better than everyone else in the ninja school. After all, no one could be like him. No, you still have to pass the ninja school exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Uzumaki Naruto the answer he least wanted to hear. Why is that? Teacher Irika said the graduation exam is clone technique, and that's what I'm worst at. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head. After practicing stepping on trees for such a long time, he could feel his strength growing, but unfortunately his clone technique was still in a state of sometimes good and sometimes bad. Hee. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and narrowed his eyes. There's nothing I can do about it. Irika is a school teacher. I can't change the decision he made. Ah, you are the Hokage. Even if Uzumaki Naruto was slow to react, he could see that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not help him in this regard. So I had no choice but to give up the idea of taking shortcuts and practice the clone technique honestly. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto didn't know that even if there was someone who couldn't graduate from the ninja school, that person wouldn't be him. Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't allow it, and the entire Konoha village wouldn't allow him to not graduate. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can't graduate, what a joke. Uzumaki Naruto must embark on the path to become a ninja, which is the path set for him by fate. Chapter 35 The Second Tendra. Konohagakure Medical Department. Russell. Shihaoran Naraku was sitting in his office, writing something on a piece of paper with a pen in his hand. Finish. Shihaoran Naraku wrote the last word, then put away his pen and picked up the paper. He coughed nervously. Appointment letter. Appoint Shihaoran Naraku as the director of the Konohagakure Medical Emergency Squad Split Team, Deputy Director Sarutobi Juyu, Team Members. Shihaoran Naraku finished reading the appointment letter he had just written. Yes, he appointed himself. He was planning to exploit a bug in the system to see if it would work. After all, under normal circumstances, accumulating lottery qualifications is too slow, and Uzumaki Naruto is about to graduate, which means that the time for Konoha's collapse plan is getting closer, and he must improve his strength in the shortest time possible. According to the rules of the system, a demoted position will give one chance to draw the lottery, a transfer to the same level position will give 2 chances, and a promotion will give at least 3 and a maximum of 5 chances. Shihaoran Naraku, who had studied the system rules for a long time, discovered a bug. He didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the system didn't seem to stipulate that he couldn't appoint himself. Now that Shihaoran Naraku belongs to the Konohagakure upper echelons, he certainly has the power to appoint other people, and as long as it's not too excessive, the Hokage will not interfere. So he hesitated for a moment and decided to give it a try to see what the system said. So Shihaoran Naraku actually appointed himself a position and even set up a special team to be responsible for splitting up the medical emergency team. After reading the appointment letter, Shihaoran Naraku waited for the system's response. Silence, still silence. Just when Shihaoran Naraku was completely disappointed and thought that the bug had failed, the system prompt sound finally sounded. Ding! Host becomes the director of the Konohagakure Medical Emergency Squad. Congratulations to host for qualifying for 2 lucky draws. Success! But before Shihaoran could be happy, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Found a system vulnerability, start patching. Ah! I just got stuck in the NUG once, and it's going to be gone already. Ding! New rules added to the system, appointment system. Shihaoran Naraku was surprised to see that the system had added a rule, the appointment system. He quickly asked the system to show him the new rules, and a large amount of text appeared in his pupils. It took Shihaoran Naraku a long time to finish reading all the content. So that's how it is. I can appoint myself in the future, but the system has added a limit. I can only do this 5 times a year. If I exceed this, I will no longer be eligible for rewards. And every time you appoint yourself to a new position, you will be eligible for at least 1 chance to win the lottery, and at most 2 chances to win the lottery. Moreover, Shihaoran Naraku discovered that the system clearly stipulated that in order to successfully appoint himself to a new position, such an organization must really exist. Just like this time he appointed himself as the director of the splitting team, then there must be such a team, and the team must have other members. And these people are indeed busy with the splitting work of the medical emergency team. Everything must be genuine to be eligible for the draw. I see. The system is blocking my idea of causing trouble. I can't just give myself a random position and cheat the system of the lottery qualification. Shihaoran could understand the emergence of this rule. If there were no restrictions, he would have completely plucked out all the hair from the system in the shortest possible time. There is a limit of 5 appointments per year, with a minimum of 1 lottery opportunity each time and a maximum of 2. That's fine. If you're lucky, it'll be a 10-draw combo. Shihaoran Naraku almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Let me think about it. With the remaining 2 draws from the last 10 draws, plus the 5 given by the Minister of Medical Affairs, and these 2, that means I have 9 draws to qualify for. Then we must collect 10 consecutive draws as soon as possible. I need to think carefully about what positions are available. Shihaoran Naraku first called people in and explained the other appointments of the split team. After all, the system said that they had to really do the work. What other positions are there? They must be real and have work to do. After thinking hard for a long time, Shihaoran Naraku was really worried for a moment. However, since the medical department couldn't think of any positions, Shihaoran Naraku turned around and returned to Anbu. Under Anbu's curious gaze, Shihaoran Naraku walked around the Anbu base and returned to his office. Captain Anbu, Squad Leader, Squad Leader. Tapping his fingers on the table, Shihaoran Naraku leaned back in his chair, thinking about what position to give himself. I picked up a piece of paper and drew on it for a long time. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind and I thought of something. Shihaoran Naraku took a pen and wrote 2 words on the paper: logistics. He is the deputy captain of Kanahagakure Anbu, and he is responsible for Anbu's logistics. However, the deputy captain is in charge of more than just this one thing, he also has many other complicated matters. So Shihaoran Naraku was thinking whether it would be possible to separate the logistics affairs into a special position and appoint him to it. Let me see. Let's set up a logistics team to be responsible for the logistics of the entire Anbu. Clothes, ninja tools, weapons, etc. Yes, and medicines. After all, there are only more than 70 people in the entire Anbu, so the squad doesn't need to be too large. I will be the logistics squad leader, and the squad will only need 3 people in total. Shihaoran Naraku wrote down whatever he thought of and finished the appointment list in no time. After coughing, he said, "Appoint Shihaoran Naraku as the Anbu logistics squad leader, appoint Yamanaka Yu." The words fell, but Shihaoran Naraku still did not hear the system's response. I almost forgot, Anbu, I'm not the boss. I have the Hokage above me and the Captain General below me. That means I need the consent of those 3rd-generation old men and Kakashi. After figuring it out, Shihaoran Naraku set off immediately. At this time, Hitachi Kakashi is still following Uzumaki Naruto, but compared to before, when he would wander around and make trouble all day, Uzumaki Naruto is now practicing hard every day. Maybe the pressure of graduation makes him a little nervous. He looked up from time to time to see Uzumaki Naruto. Hitachi Kakashi still had the intimate paradise in his hand. Anyway, he was not really watching over Naruto. Tenzo and the Anbu team were the real caretakers. Swish! Shihaoran Naraku suddenly appeared in front of Hitachi Kakashi and handed him a piece of paper. Hitachi Kakashi took the paper in confusion. What is this? An appointment letter. Yes, in order for Anbu to better complete the mission, I think logistics must be taken seriously. This team must be established. Looking at Shihaoran Naraku's serious expression, Kakashi didn't object and simply nodded in agreement. Then the next second he saw the pen handed to him by Shihaoran Naraku, and reluctantly wrote his name on it. Kakashi was about to speak when he found that both the paper and the pen were snatched away by the other party. and then the person disappeared the next second. I said, looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who was still training in the distance, and then looking around to see that there was no one around him. Hatake Kakashi became even more confused. Hokage Building Office. Logistics Agency. Why did you suddenly think of this? As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen also agreed to the appointment. After all, this was to enhance the overall strength of Anbu, so there was no problem with that. Ding! Host becomes the logistics leader of Konohagakure Anbu. Congratulations to Host for winning a lucky draw. Currently, Host's lottery qualification is 10 times. Done. In order not to attract attention, Shihao and Naraku continued to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's chatter for a while before pulling away. Even though he had accumulated enough for 10 consecutive draws, Shihao and Naraku skipped work and returned home. Let's start, system, let's do 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Do you want to start the second 10 pull? Open. As soon as Shihao and Naraku finished speaking, a roulette wheel that only he could see appeared before him. The pointer on the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly, and every time the pointer passed over the dazzling array of rewards, Naraku could not help but get excited. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to Host for receiving the following rewards. 110 Special Detonating Talismans. 2. Fire Style Garuda Technique. 3. The Grand Master of Seal Art. 4. Breath of the Sun, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. 5. Lightning Style Technique. 6. Supersonic Lightning Style Knife. 7. Observation Right. 8. Tensazang Etsu, name can be changed. 9. Ichiraku Ramen 30% off coupon, expired. 10. 10,000 taels, paper money. Crash. A handsome longsword, banknotes, and detonating tags appeared in front of Shihao and Naraku. Shihao and Naraku grabbed the longsword directly, and with a clang, he pulled out Tensazang Etsu. Black. Pitch black. This is Tensazanjutsu's first impression of Shihao and Naraku. The blade is pitch black and the handle is black and red. Behind the handle is a small piece of thin iron chain, and the guard is in the shape of a swastika. Shihao and Naraku is very satisfied with this straight blade black long sword. Chapter 36 Zanpakuto, Kurikara. Shihao and Naraku joyfully held the Tensazang Etsu in his hand and waved it casually. The black blade cut through the air, making a shrill whimpering sound. The sharp blade seemed to cut through the space, leaving only an invisible thin line. I like this knife, it's handsome and sharp. Shihao and Naraku certainly had no shortage of quality weapons, in fact he did have a collection of several good quality swords, but none of them could compare to the Tensazang Etsu in front of him. Wait, Tensazang Etsu is Zanpakuto, and this is the state of Bankai, then the one in my hand. And when the reward appeared, it was marked after Tensazang Etsu that the name could be changed. System, what does this mean? The rewards that appear in each lottery will be affected by the host's subconscious mind. For example, if the prize is Devil Fruit, under the influence of the host's subconscious, Mara fruit will appear. One of the prizes this time is Zanpakuto. Because of the host's preference, Tensazang Etsu was drawn. This sword also inherited some of the original abilities. For example, holding this knife can increase the host's strength, movement speed, and attack speed, thus entering an ultra-limited combat state. It also has a unique ability, Crescent Sky Strike, which compresses the host's chakra to the limit at the tip of the knife, and then releases it, forming a crescent-shaped blade light, which is extremely powerful. Note, specially marked as renameable means that after the name change, the knife will truly become the host's Zanpakuto, with more magical abilities. The original abilities will still be preserved after the name change, and due to the host's preferences, the appearance of the Zanpakuto will only change slightly. So that's what you mean? Shihao and Naraku suddenly realized, but he scratched his head, not quite understanding why he subconsciously liked Mara fruit. Is this true or false? There are so many magical devil fruits in the pirate's world, it is impossible that he likes Mara fruit the most. Could it be that this subconscious means that I am naturally good at fire style in this life, so I unconsciously chose Mara fruit? Forget it, I can't figure it out. Let's resolve the Zanpakuto issue first. Since the system has made it very clear that changing the name will not affect the original abilities and will increase new abilities, there is no need to hesitate. System, how do I change my name next? Host holds Zanpakuto, and his name will appear in his mind. Shihoran Naraku thought about it, then sat cross-legged, clasped Tensa Zangetsu in both hands, closed his eyes and began to meditate. Name? Name. What will my Zanpakuto be called? The room gradually became quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was Shihoran Naraku's steady breathing. Breathe in and out. Shihoran Naraku, whose mind was completely immersed in the sea of consciousness, seemed to hear a shout. His deep eyes suddenly opened and Shihoran Naraku called out the name he heard. The myriad phenomena, the myriad dharmas, the Kuligala. The Zanpakuto that Shihoran Naraku held tightly in both hands suddenly began to vibrate, but before he could lower his head, the vibration disappeared. A brand new Zanpakuto appears before your eyes. The black scabbard is dotted with plum blossoms, and a golden dragon is wrapped around it. With its scales and claws showing, looking mighty and unrestrained. The originally black and red handle now had many invisible fish scale-like patterns on it, making it look extremely delicate. Clang! The sharp blade was unsheathed, and Shihoran Naraku nodded with satisfaction. Although the original Tensa Zangetsu looked like a straight blade at first glance, it actually still had a bit of curvature, but now the knife has completely become a straight blade. The pitch-black blade seems to have not changed at all, but if you look closely, you will find that even light cannot illuminate its appearance. The pitch-black blade even seems to have turned into a black hole, swallowing up the sight, making people feel as if possessed and unwilling to look away. Moreover, it seemed as if there was a black dragon wandering in the dark blade, but it was unfortunately difficult to see clearly. Ding! Congratulations host, Zanpakuto has awakened successfully. Both the scabbard and the Zanpakuto itself hit me right in the heart. Shihoran Naraku automatically knew all the information about the sword just by holding the Kurikara. First of all, as long as Shihoran Naraku fights with Kurikara in hand, the sword will automatically help him restore his physical strength and chakra. Kurikara will also increase the power of all ninjutsu released by Naraku, as well as an ability that he finds very strange, that is, from then on, no snakes or dragons can cause any harm to him. Finally, the most important ability is that Kurikara can devour any Zanpakuto to strengthen himself. That is to say, if Shihoran Naraku draws other Zanpakuto in the future, Kurikara can devour it and gain new power. Of course, it may not be just Zanpakuto. As for what else it can devour, Shihoran Naraku needs to explore it himself. This lucky draw is amazing. It's worth all the brain cells I lost. Kurikara alone greatly enhances Shihoran Naraku's strength, not to mention the other prizes. He just hung the knife around his waist, and then Shihoran Naraku found that Kurikara and the scabbard disappeared. When he put his hand on his waist, the knife appeared again. When he let go, the knife disappeared again. This is good. It won't affect combat and daily activities. It was Zanpakuto after all, forged from the soul of Shihoran Naraku, not just any other sword. Although Kurikara has no intelligence, it only recognizes Shihoran Naraku as its master. He was not afraid of losing Kurikara, because only he could use the knife. Anyone else who used it would die, and anyone who dared to claim it for himself would be burned to ashes by the flames. Let me see what other rewards there are this time. A fire style, a lightning style, and a detonating talisman. Wait, why is there a 30% discount coupon for Ichiraku Ramen as a reward? The key is that it's expired. What's the point of taking it? Shihao and Naraku picked up the discount coupon in bewilderment and looked at the date on it. Sure enough, it was from 9 years ago and had expired long ago. Good man, why don't you just give me one from 10 years ago? Maybe I can give it to Uzumaki Naruto as an antique as a birthday present. Well, thinking about it, Shihao and Naraku realized the use of this discount coupon. Anyway, Uzumaki Naruto is a loyal user of Ichiraku ramen, so maybe if he takes it to Tsutsuki Ichiraku, he will recognize it. Observation Haki. This comes just in time. Combined with the elementalization of the Maramara fruit, no one will be able to sneak attack me from now on. This will be of great help in battle. Shihao and Naraku felt his observation Haki, and the moment he entered the state, his 5 senses became extremely sharp. He seemed to have gained a superpower. Although he was standing in the room, he could hear outside. A breeze blew through the petals, and bees fluttered their wings. A leaf from a big tree slowly fell on the water, causing ripples. In the distance, children were chasing and playing on the street, with their clothes fluttering. A hawker's windmill was creaking as he shouted. All these vivid and interesting scenes seemed to be seen with his own eyes, making Shihao and Naraku feel like he was in a special world. So this is the world of observation Haki. Shihao and Naraku reluctantly exited the observation Haki state. It was a wonderful feeling of grasping the world in an instant, which made him linger. Conqueror's Haki, right now I only have observation Haki, and I don't know when I'll see the remaining 2. But I seem to have only mastered the basic abilities of observation Haki. I don't know the more advanced abilities of predicting the future, listening to thoughts, reading memories, etc. I'll try to develop those advanced abilities in the future. Some of them seem to be innate, but with the system, I may not be unable to learn them forever. Chapter 37, Skyrocketing. Cage Level Strength. Shihao and Naraku sorted out the prizes won in this lottery and checked them one by one. Supersonic Lightning Style Knife? This looks like the move of 8 Tails Jinkriki Killer Bee. Injecting lightning style chakra into the knife causes ultra-high frequency vibration periodic waves to enhance the sharpness and penetrating ability of the knife. Just like the Chidori blade that Suzuki will develop in the future, the blade is also covered with lightning style chakra, which has a similar effect. It seems that Killer Bee used this move to block Sasuke's Chidori blade. It's a very practical ability. Especially since Shihao and Naraku had just obtained Kurikara, he could use this trick. Master of Hand Seal, this is a power from the Hokage world. Shihao and Naraku asked the system directly and got the answer that it was indeed the case. He also learned the specific effect of this reward. The Master of Hand Seals affects himself. From now on, no matter what ninjutsu he releases, not only will the hand seals be formed at an extremely fast speed, but he can also form them with one hand. The most important thing is his simplified seal. For example, water-style water dragon bomb technique. When Zabuza Momokai and Kakashi Hatake performed this jutsu, it was so outrageous that they had to make 44 seals, but the second Hokage only needed to make 3 seals to successfully perform it. In the future, Shihao and Naraku will be able to form the fewest hand seals in the shortest time, just like the second Hokage, and the ninjutsu will be released before the enemy can react. Very useful. For a ninja, a split second can decide life or death. And the appearance of the Seal Master can help me seize this moment in battle and defeat the enemy. Shihao and Naraku then looked at the last reward, Sun Breathing, which is an ability in the Demon Slayer world. This breathing method can strengthen the heart and lung function, use the blood to instantly absorb a large amount of oxygen, thereby temporarily and significantly improving physical fitness. This ability is useful for Shihao and Naraku, but the improvement is not that big. After all, he has other ways to improve. However, the 13 sword forms or moves that come with sun breathing are of great help to him. Mastering the breathing of the sun, Shihao and Naraku instantly learned 12 of the sword forms and mastered them with proficiency, which greatly improved his swordsmanship. But for now, he can't do what the founder, Yuichi Tsugami, did and slash out 1,500 times in an instant. Perhaps once he can perfectly perform the 12 sword forms and form a cycle, he will have a chance to complete the 13th sword form. But the benefits of sun breathing are more than that. The system prompts that if he can master sun breathing to the highest level in his entire concentration and can maintain it even when sleeping, he can slowly improve his own physical fitness. This is good news for Shihour and Naraku. After all, compared to his spirit, his physical condition is indeed a little worse. Now that there is a way to improve his physical condition, it doesn't matter even if it is slow. Call. After letting out a long breath, Shihour and Naraku took another deep breath, feeling his heart beating inside his body. He began to change his breathing rhythm until he completely switched to the sun breathing, then he stopped. Then, while walking, sitting, or lying down, Shihour and Naraku maintained the rhythm of the sun breathing, not letting it get disrupted. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt his physical condition slowly getting stronger. In the next few days, Shihour and Naraku spent all his time on breathing of the sun, trying to reach the highest level in the entire collection as quickly as possible. Perhaps because he had mastered the 12 sword forms of sun breathing, he was able to maintain the rhythm of sun breathing while walking, sitting, or lying down without disrupting it. But currently I can't maintain this state while sleeping. No one knew that Shihour and Naraku was visibly increasing in strength. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several months are gone. During this period of time, Shihour and Naraku completely absorbed the surging strength and laid a more solid foundation for himself. With the perseverance of perseverance, he entered the highest realm of sun breathing and could even maintain his breathing rhythm while sleeping, strengthening his physique at a speed so slow that it was invisible to the naked eye. Shihour and Naraku is improving its strength step by step, and Konohagakure is always peaceful and stable. However, there was a problem with Uzumaki Naruto. His secret tree walking training was discovered by Uchiha Sasuke. Since the last ninja sparring, Uchiha Sasuke found that Uzumaki Naruto's strength had increased a lot. The loser who would be defeated by him in a short time before could now fight with him for a while, and sometimes he even needed to concentrate fully to maintain the upper hand. Seeing this, how could Uchiha Sasuke, who prided himself on being a genius, bear it? After some tracking that he thought was secret, he discovered Uzumaki Naruto's secret. So after a verbal confrontation, Uchiha Sasuke joined Uzumaki Naruto's team and also started tree climbing training in advance. Although his chakra control was much stronger, Sasuke was often ridiculed by Uzumaki Naruto during the tree stomping process. However, Naruto was also very generous. He told Uchiha Sasuke the same tricks that Hatake Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen taught him. Faced with Uzumaki Naruto's loud ridicule, Uchiha Sasuke, who was grateful for the favor but sometimes couldn't help but explode, got carried away and the two of them started fighting. As a result, Naruto was bruised and battered, while Sasuke was slightly better, but still in a very embarrassed state. But Uzumaki Naruto's physique was very abnormal, and he recovered faster, so in a sense, the two of them fought a tie in a very strange way. And secretly, the bond between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke grows stronger. But they have no feelings for each other and still quarrel with each other. A trial field somewhere in Konohagakure. Crack. Kurikara returned to the sheath and disappeared. Shihour and Naraku put down his hand, let out a long breath, and looked at the trial field around him, which looked like a ruin. There were still some flames and smoke burning around it. Almost there. Roughly speaking, my current strength should be cage level, and I'm not one of those cage level strongmen who are just filling in the numbers. With a smile on his face, Shihour and Naraku looked at the smoke gradually extinguishing on the trial field and turned to leave. The noise during the training is getting louder and louder. My private training ground was destroyed last time. Although this one is not completely scrapped this time, it has to be repaired. It seems that I have to find another training ground next time. Shihour and Naraku was a little distressed. Although Konohagakure had more than 50 training grounds, they would not last long if they were being scrapped. Do we have to go outside the village? Thinking about his own things, Shihao and Naraku came to the forest behind the mountain. He had been busy with his own affairs for the past few months and had not come to Uzumaki Naruto's place at all. Anyway, he had already told Sarutobi Hiruzen about his plans in a vague way, and Shihao and Naraku guessed that the other party had understood what he meant. Otherwise, why has no one come to him to keep an eye on Uzumaki Naruto for so long? Having just finished his training, Shihao and Naraku was in no hurry and leisurely came to the forest behind the mountain. However, as soon as he approached, he heard a noise. He ha ha ha. Stupid Sasuke, you lose. This was Naruto's smug laugh. Idiot. The voice was a little unfamiliar, but Shihao and Naraku recognized it as Uchiha Sasuke. It seems that wherever these two go, they can't avoid quarrels. There is no way, the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakra is like this, sometimes good, sometimes bad, there is no end. Chapter 38, Invitation to a Fight. Agreed. Shihao and Naraku stood on the stone with his hands in his pockets, looking down at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke who were pressing their heads together. Uzumaki Naruto's entire face was bruised and swollen, while Uchiha Sasuke was a little better, but there were traces of bloodlines at the corners of his mouth and arms, and his clothes were torn in many places. Ha! Shihao and Naraku sat cross-legged on the boulder, supporting his chin with one hand, watching the two little devils arguing below. It's really destined. Uchiha Sasuke, who always looks cold, can't help but break down his defense whenever he meets Uzumaki Naruto. Even if he becomes cold again afterwards, Sasuke will break down again as long as he is teased by Uzumaki Naruto again. It's fate. Speaking of which, the only thing missing from this group is Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura was able to join the ninja team of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke because of Naruto's love for her, because this team was built around Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Shihao and Naraku knew exactly what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. It was about developing a bond, the same old thing. However, the existence of Uchiha Sasuke was also due to the Sharingan, since the Sharingan was a natural nemesis of the tailed beasts. Who are you? Shihao and Naraku was lost in his thoughts and didn't come back to his senses. The moment Uchiha Sasuke turned his head, he found Naraku sitting cross-legged on a boulder with his chin supported by one hand. Naraku-sama. Following Uchiha Sasuke's line of sight, Uzumaki Naruto spotted Shihao and Naraku and he immediately ran over happily. Bang! Shihao and Naraku snapped his fingers and a faint spark suddenly appeared, quickly flew through the air, and lightly hit Uzumaki Naruto's forehead, causing him to stop involuntarily and rub his forehead with his hand. Why did you hit me, brother Naraku? You'll be graduating from Ninja Academy soon, so you still have time to have fun here. Uzumaki Naruto immediately retorted loudly, pointing at Uchiha Sasuke who had regained his cold expression, and said, "We are just practicing, it was Sasuke just now." Seeing Shihao and Naraku reaching out and tapping him, Uzumaki Naruto could only shut up, but he still muttered quietly with his head down. But Naruto didn't dawdle and turned around to continue his training. Uchiha Sasuke on the side glanced at Shihao and Naraku, hesitated for a moment, and then followed Naruto to start training. The tree-stepping training had actually been completed, but Uchiha Sasuke did not return to his previous training alone. Instead, he stayed. Even though he had to fight with Uzumaki Naruto from time to time, he had no intention of leaving. Swish! Hitaki Kakashi appeared next to Shihao and Naraku, and the two watched the ninja sparring between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in silence for a while. Hey, Naraku, let's have a ninja sparring match. Hitaki Kakashi's words made Shihao and Naraku stunned. He was still sitting cross-legged, with his head slightly tilted, looking at the other party. He didn't know why Kakashi thought of practicing ninja sparring with him today. Seeing the other party's expressionless face, Shihao and Naraku curled his lips and said, "Oh, but you can't beat me. We have to try to know." Hitaki Kakashi put away Intimate Paradise, looked down at Shihao and Naraku seriously, and said, "Don't forget. In the ninja sparring between the two of us, I was the one who won the most. Ha ha ha. Don't forget, that was a long time ago. I just gave in to you when we were little." Shihao and Naraku laughed loudly, attracting the attention of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who were not far away. He said, "If you want, it's okay to fight. But you have to tell me why. The third Hokage called me over today and informed me of something. I may quit Anbu soon." "I see." Hearing this, Shihao and Naraku understood that Hitaki Kakashi was going to quit Anbu and become an instructor. Maybe deep down he was willing, but he was still unwilling, so he wanted to fight Shihao and Naraku. If he could win, he would let go of the past and leave Anbu. If you lose, you can still leave, but you may always feel a little unwilling in your heart. After all, to put it another way, this can be considered as Shihao and Naraku driving away him and becoming the Captain General of Anbu. If you lose, you become Hokage, if you win, you stay and become the Captain of Anbu. Perhaps for Hitaki Kakashi, this battle was also a way to vent the pain in his heart. So Shihao and Naraku agreed without hesitation. Since his good friend asked to be beaten personally, he naturally had no choice but to do it. "You said you were willing to be beaten." Shihao and Naraku spread his hands, looking helpless. "This is the first time I've seen such a request in my life." Jumping down from the boulder, Shihao and Naraku clapped his hands, looked around, and then frowned and said, "Let's go to the number 19 training ground. It's not easy for the forests on the back mountain to grow. Don't destroy them completely." Hitaki Kakashi glanced at Naraku and said, "It looks like you're planning on a fight." "Of course. I finally have a reason to beat you up. I can't let this opportunity go." Shihao and Naraku raised an eyebrow, raised his hand to signal Uzumaki Naruto, then turned and left. "Why?" Uzumaki Naruto was just about to show off his training success in front of Shihao and Naraku, but he didn't expect the other party to leave at this moment, so he immediately left Uchiha Sasuke behind and rushed after him. "Brother Naraku, why are you leaving so soon? You haven't seen how powerful I am now. Kids, go back and rest early. We have things to do." Uzumaki Naruto pouted in dissatisfaction as he watched Shihao and Naraku dismiss the child, but then he saw Hitaki Kakashi following him and leaving. "Uncle Kakashi is leaving too? You guys!" Hitaki Kakashi was speechless. Naruto called him uncle and Naraku big brother. Isn't there a generation difference between them? They are the same age. "We are going to fight. But you are not allowed to watch the excitement. Go back quickly or practice on your own." Shihao and Naraku waved his hand, signaling Uzumaki Naruto to leave quickly. "Fight!" Uzumaki Naruto's eyes instantly lit up, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Seeing Shihao and Naraku and Hitaki Kakashi gradually going away, Uzumaki Naruto immediately followed them quietly, but he still had some loyalty and did not forget Uchiha Sasuke, so he waved behind him, motioning Sasuke to follow. Uchiha Sasuke stood there and thought about it, then followed. The two of them sneaked behind Shihao and Naraku and Hitaki Kakashi. Of course, Naruto and the others had been discovered long ago, but Naraku and Kakashi didn't care. Training ground number 19 is located southeast of Konohagakure. It is huge in area and the environment is very suitable for combat, but it is a little far away. Shihao and Naraku asked in advance whether Hitaki Kakashi needed to go back and prepare a genin tool or something like that, and Kakashi simply shook his head, indicating that he had already prepared it. "It seems like you have already planned this." Glancing at the other person thoughtfully, Shihao and Naraku shrugged. Chapter 39, Mighty Guy Wants to Join the Battle. Shihao and Naraku and Hitaki Kakashi walked in the front, while Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke followed stealthily behind, using the surrounding environment to hide their figures from time to time, and no one knew what they were hiding from. Glancing at the silent Hotake Kakashi, Shihao and Naraku smiled. It seems that even though he doesn't say it, he still takes it very seriously in his heart. The most important reason why Shihao and Naraku chose the number 19 training ground was that it was far away. Walking all the way there would allow Hotake Kakashi to slowly adjust his condition, both mentally and physically, to reach perfection, so that he could face him in the best possible condition. Yo! My dear friends! Just as Shihao and Naraku and Hotake Kakashi, who was adjusting their condition, were walking on the road, a green figure suddenly appeared from a distance, stood in front of the two of them after a few jumps, cheered loudly and was about to hug them, etc. Shihao and Naraku quickly reached out to stop the enthusiastic Might Guy. What happened to Kakashi? Might Guy also noticed that something was wrong with Hotake Kakashi. Where was he going to complete the Anbu mission? Was he going to fight? But why didn't Shihao and Naraku and Hotake Kakashi wear Anbu battle costumes? Seeing Might Guy's confused look, Shihao and Naraku smiled provocatively. We're going to have a fight, do you want to come? Oh! Upon hearing this, Might Guy jumped back and did a 360-degree turn in the air. No problem. A thumbs up was raised, and Might Guy showed a white fang with a flash of light. Then, as if he remembered something, Might Guy waved suddenly behind him, and Shihao and Naraku saw three figures running towards him from a distance. Hyaga Niji, Tenten, Rock Lee. It turned out that Might Guy was leading Konoha's third team and had just returned from completing a mission outside. Why don't you take them to hand in the mission first? Shihao and Naraku pointed at the curious Hyaga Niji and the other two and said, we have to go to the 19th training ground anyway, so we have enough time. Might Guy looked back at his three disciples, thought for a moment, and nodded, no problem, we'll be back soon. Everyone! Speed up! Return the mission now! After saying that, Might Guy ran away. The three Hyaga Niji who had just approached had not yet reacted to what was happening. They could only take a deep breath and followed helplessly again. It's really lively. Shihao and Naraku shook his head, but it seemed that Hyaga Niji and the other two knew him and Hotake Kakashi, and they nodded and greeted them in a friendly manner when they passed by. Ah, Teacher Guy, why are you in such a hurry? We have already returned to the village. Tenten, who has a cute face, complained while rubbing her knees. Because there's something interesting to watch. Naraku and Kakashi are going to have a ninja sparring session, and I want to go too. After completing the task delivery process in a hurry, Might Guy came out with his three students, signaling them not to rest for the time being and to follow him. This is a rare battle between three Jonin. Aren't you interested? What? Three Jonin? Hyaga Niji and the other two immediately widened their eyes and looked at their teacher in disbelief. That's right, me, Shihao and Naraku, and Hotake Kakashi. It's been a long time since we last fought. It's time to get excited. Might Guy jumped up and down with excitement, then rushed out first. Niji, Lee. Who do you think will win among the three Jonin? Tian asked curiously as he followed. Rock Lee immediately shouted, of course it's Teacher Guy. The winner must be Teacher Guy. Hyaga Niji thought about it carefully and said uncertainly, I don't know. Teacher Guy is very powerful, but Master Hotake Kakashi is a famous ninja in the ninja world. Even ninjas from other ninja villages recognize the title of copy ninja. That's Shihao and Naraku-sama. I'm not sure about his exact strength. Sensei Guy said that Naraku-sama is a medical ninja and a high-ranking official in Konoha village, but he didn't say much about his strength. Tenten had a bright smile on her cute face, and she said as if she remembered something, oh, yes, Lord Naraku is a medical ninja. The medicine that Teacher Guy used on us seemed to be made by Lord Naraku. Rock Lee spoke up at this time, Mr. Naraku is also amazing. You forgot that Mr. Guy said that Mr. Naraku has been a genius since he was a child, and he was even accepted as a disciple by Master Tsunade, one of the Sunin. Lord Tsunade, one of the Sunin. This name immediately shocked Tenten and Hyaganiji. Especially Tenten, her dream is to become a female ninja like Tsunade. Let's go. The three of them immediately sped up and chased after Might Guy. On the busy streets of Kanahagakur, 4 figures led by Might Guy flashed by and disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Kurane Ui felt strange watching this scene. Sarutobi Asuma, who was smoking a cigarette beside her, scratched his head, also a little confused. Exercise, maybe. Both of them are aware of Might Guy's powerful strength, so they don't question his seemingly ridiculous training method. The 2 people who were dating and shopping didn't care about this and continued to be sweet. It started. When Might Guy and his students arrived at the number 19 training ground, they found that Naraku and Kakashi were already standing inside the training ground, staring at each other, while 2 children were standing outside, watching them intently. Might Guy recognized them immediately: Nine-Tails Jinkriki Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of the Uchiha clan. He walked over directly with the 3 students and stood in front of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. If you guys think the situation is not right, retreat immediately. Otherwise, you will be dragged into the battle, which is not good. Uchiha Sasuke maintained his indifferent style. The first time Uzumaki Naruto looked at him, he shouted, "Wow! Such thick eyebrows! Why are you being rude to Teacher Guy?" Might Guy himself didn't care about Uzumaki Naruto's offense, but Rock Lee stood up without hesitation. He couldn't accept someone being so rude to his teacher. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto looked at the guy who stood out and had the same style of thick eyebrows, and suddenly didn't know what to say. As Mr. Guy's student, I, Rock Lee, want to challenge you. Why? Uzumaki Naruto looked confused. Plum. Yes, Mr. Guy. Rock Lee obediently returned to his teacher. Might Guy spoke seriously, what you are about to see is a battle between the strongest Jonin in all of Kanahagakur. Watch carefully, as this may have an impact on your ninja career. Yes. Clear. No. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha on the side were stunned for a long time after hearing these words. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with the ambition of revenge. These 2 people turned out to be the strongest Jonin. If he let one of them teach him, would he be able to kill Uchiha Itachi quickly? And Uzumaki Naruto was in disbelief. He didn't expect Hitaki Kakashi and Shihour and Naraku to be so powerful. Shihour and Naraku and Hitaki Kakashi didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside the court. The 2 of them were staring at each other from a distance. Shihour and Naraku relaxed all over, his eyes fixed on Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi closed his eyes, trying hard to adjust his body and mind. It seemed that the genius he once was gradually returning. Wow! A gust of wind blew by. The stirred-up leaves and dust were flying in the air, temporarily blocking the view. At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes. The laziness in his eyes had long disappeared, leaving only a fleeting gleam of light. At the same time, Hitaki Kakashi lifted the forehead protector that was covering his other eye, revealing a cheek with a long scar that ran through his entire right eye. In the right eye socket, a scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan was slowly rotating. Swish! Everyone outside the arena except Might Guy and Uzumaki Naruto turned their eyes to Uchiha Sasuke, who was in shock. Chapter 40 Fight! Why? Why does that guy have a Sharingan? Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned. He looked at Hitaki Kakashi in disbelief, or more precisely, at his Sharingan. He was sure that, apart from himself, the only one left in the entire Uchiha clan was Uchiha Itachi, whom he wanted to kill all the time. So, where did that guy's Sharingan come from? The scene before him completely stunned Uchiha Sasuke. What's wrong? Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and looked over there, Not understanding what was going on, he also saw that something was wrong with Uchiha Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi's eyes are indeed a little strange, but why is everyone reacting like this? Even though Uzumaki Naruto had offended Teacher Guy before, Rock Lee kindly explained, the eye of Lord Kakashi is the Sharingan, and the Sharingan is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. They are the only ones in the entire ninja world who can awaken such an eye. Oh! Uzumaki Naruto understood that it was Sasuke's eyes that went to Uncle Kakashi. However, he had more doubts in his mind, but he could only endure it for the time being. It's about to begin. Might Guy suddenly spoke up to remind. Some time ago, the root base. You mean Chihauer and Naraku and Hatake Kakashi went to the 19th training ground? Yes, Lord Danzo. Shimura Danz, who was hiding in the dark, tightened the cane in his hand, and finally a smile appeared on his face, which had remained expressionless until now, because his trick had succeeded. The fight finally started. He revealed the news of the Hokage candidates to Chihauer and Naraku so that he could turn against Hatake Kakashi and even fight him in secret. But several months passed before Shimura Danz heard any good news that would make him happy. Instead, the news that Chihauer and Naraku became the head of the medical department made him even more confused. Doesn't Chihauer and Naraku want to be Hokage? Shimura Danz died of disbelief. He felt that this was Chihauer and Naraku's way of retreating in order to advance, and that it would definitely be exposed one day. All he had to do was wait for the two to fall out, and then eventually throw the evidence of their fight in front of everyone in Konohagakure, making them completely lose the possibility of becoming Hokage. After all, few people can accept the idea of having to fight brutally with their friends for the sake of Hokage. And now, he has finally waited for something. Set off. Go to practice field number 19. Yes. Shimura Danz, along with his two loyal subordinates, quickly headed to the 19th training ground. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the crystal ball on the table, frowning at the two figures displayed on it, Chihauer and Naraku and Hatake Kakashi. Naraku voluntarily withdrew, and I also passed Kakashi yesterday. Logically, there is no reason for the two to fight. But then he thought that it might be Hatake Kakashi's idea, and Kakashi intended to use this battle to convince him. That's good. If a battle can help Hatake Kakashi finally let go of his worries, then Konoha village will have one more elite Jonin. Blatter, batter. The office was filled with smoke. For a moment, it seemed as if many people were staring at the two figures in the center of the training ground. A light fallen leaf floated in the air and slowly fell down. Chihauer and Naraku was completely excited when he saw Hatake Kakashi lifting the ninja forehead protector. This was full firepower. The atmosphere between the two becomes more tense. The fallen leaves drifted between the two of them and then fell to the ground. Boom! Bang! The ground beneath Chihauer and Naraku and Hatake Kakashi's feet exploded at the same time, gravel and sand flew everywhere, and the ground cracked into spider web-like cracks. The two men approached each other rapidly at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, and then collided violently. A terrifying force exploded at this moment. Crack! The moment Chihauer and Naraku and Hatake Kakashi's fists collided, the ground centered on the two of them suddenly collapsed, dense cracks spread out, and a circular shock wave spread, directly knocking over Uzumaki Naruto and his group who were watching outside the field. You guys step back. Might Guy stood there and gave the instructions without turning his head, his eyes still fixed on the two people in the field. Uzumaki, Naruto and the others still wanted to stand still stubbornly, but the violent shaking and continuous exploding air waves made it impossible for them to stand still. Bang! 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 After a crazy collision, Chihauer and Naraku and Hatake Kakashi's fists and kicks flew, and their bodies jumped and changed quickly, entangled together and difficult to distinguish their identities. Boom! Chihauer and Naraku suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, and a terrifying force poured out, like the power of a giant. In an instant, the ground collapsed into a huge pit, and smoke and dust rose into the air, covering the surroundings. A strong wind blew towards him, and Hotake Kakashi's hair stood on end. He dodged it by jumping over several times in an instant. However, the storm caused by the strange power still swept Hotake Kakashi into the air, and his hands quickly formed seals. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Chakra surged in his throat, and the next second a huge fireball burst out of Hotake Kakashi's mouth and blasted down towards where Shihaura and Naraku was. A hot breath swept up, but Hotake Kakashi still did not end his actions. He knew clearly that he could not defeat Naraku in this way. So after releasing the great fireball, he quickly formed seals with his hands again. Wind-style Great Breakthrough Technique. A large amount of whirlwind suddenly spit out from Hotake Kakashi's mouth, and the whirlwind quickly grew into a storm in the air. Fire takes advantage of the wind, and wind helps the fire. The great fireball that had originally fallen with a loud bang, with the help of the storm, its momentum soared wildly. The fiercely burning fireball expanded several times, and the heat wave that was enough to burn the earth poured towards the surroundings, and the smell of scorching heat came towards us. The audience outside couldn't help swallowing their saliva, as if the blazing flames had already burned in front of them. Boom! As if it had no time to react, the wild fireball smashed to the ground and exploded, releasing its own powerful flames to burn and scorch everything around it. Escaped. Didn't dodge. Brother Naraku is dead. Most of the people watching the fight watched in horror as a powerful fireball landed on Shihaura and Naraku. Only a few people frowned and looked at the flames that were still burning fiercely, without saying anything. Who? Hotake Kakashi fell to the ground with rapid breathing. Although the two consecutive ninjutsu just now were both sea level, their power could be increased according to the amount of chakra, and Kakashi had indeed consumed a lot of chakra just now. Kaka, Papa, Dong Dong. In the burning flames, a figure was surrounded by dancing flames, and the footsteps sounded like drum beats, stepping out firmly and powerfully with each step being sonorous and powerful. Hotake Kakashi's pupils were shaking wildly. He was clearly hit by the ninjutsu just now. Why didn't the fire style cause any damage at all? There were still flickering flames on the corners of his clothes, but as he walked slowly, they all went out one by one, and Shihaura and Naraku's clothes didn't even have the slightest wrinkle. Here it comes! Bang! As if teleporting, Shihaura and Naraku stepped down, but the moment he landed he had already reached Hotake Kakashi's side and kicked him away. Chapter 41 8 Inner Gates, Open. Bang! Shihaura and Naraku kicked Hotake Kakashi into the air, then his body seemed to jump in space and appeared next to Kakashi, hitting him hard in the abdomen with his elbow, knocking him to the ground again. Hotake Kakashi's body fell to the ground and rolled several times, leaving a long gap on the ground. Then he hit a huge rock and stopped. Without time to relieve the severe pain all over his body, he rolled to the side in embarrassment. Boom! Crack! The sudden fist seemed to smash through space and landed on the boulder. Cracks appeared on it and the boulder collapsed in the next second. Taking advantage of the situation, Shihaura and Naraku quickly chased after him, punching and kicking mercilessly with huge power, Sharingan spinning rapidly, seeing through Naraku's actions, observing the flow of chakra. Hotake Kakashi looked for every opportunity to counterattack. Bang! Shihaura and Naraku kicked Hotake Kakashi hard, and Kakashi, with his eyes bulging, turned into smoke and disappeared with a bang. Shadow clone! Was it when I blasted the boulder? Boom! Lightning-style Chidori! The shrill sound of birdsong exploded in my ears, and the lightning-shining lightning-style chakra gathered on Hotake Kakashi's palm. Hotake Kakashi holds his right palm, which is shining with lightning, with his left hand, and feels the cells in his body being stimulated by the lightning style and begin to activate. Sizzle! Speed up! Speed up again! At this moment, Hotake Kakashi's speed increased dramatically, as if he turned into a bolt of lightning, striking towards Shihaura and Naraku. Sniff sniff. At some point, dozens of hidden weapons pierced the air, forming an impenetrable giant net that enveloped Shihaurin Naraku, blocking all his space to dodge. If you want to dodge hidden weapons, you can't dodge Hotake Kakashi's Chidori. He tried to dodge Chidori, but the large number of hidden weapons were enough to pierce Shihaurin Naraku all over his body. Shihaurin Naraku stood there, his eyes moved slightly, an observation haki instantly expanded, and everything around him appeared in his mind. Sniff sniff. There was no change in his expression. Shihaurin Naraku turned his head to the left, retracted his shoulders, turned his head to the right, bent his left arm, and lowered his right arm. The hidden weapons passed through all the gaps in his body, and none of them hurt him. How is this possible? Everyone watching this fight was dumbfounded. You know, the hidden weapons thrown by Hotake Kakashi just now were in different directions, and there was even one that attacked Shihaurin Naraku from behind, but he dodged it as if he had eyes on his back. This. Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat dumbfounded and helpless. He was able to dodge the hidden weapons coming from all directions. Doesn't this mean that many people's hidden weapon throwing skills have been ruined? The Uchiha clan is especially good at throwing hidden weapons. Sasuke can also attack the enemy from incredible angles by making the hidden weapons collide in mid-air, but there is no way to do this to Kaed Naraku. No, there must be some trick. So this is Jainin. Uchiha Sasuke perked up, his eyes fixed on the lightning flashing in Hotake Kakashi's palm. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the battle in front of him and was completely attracted. Hyuga Neji had already opened his Byakugan and was staring at the Jainin in the training ground. If he had such strength, perhaps he could break free from the shackles imposed on him by the Hyuga clan and become a truly free bird. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost track of where he had put his pipe. He stared at the battle scene appearing in the crystal ball. When did Naraku become this strong? Kakashi's strength is indeed problematic now, but he shouldn't be suppressed like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the battle scene and couldn't believe what was happening. Hotake Kakashi, who was charging head-on, saw that the hidden weapon was useless, but did not give up the sprint. Instead, he squeezed his physical strength, increased his speed once again, and rushed towards Shihaurin Naraku. Chidori? It seems to be God's will. Shihaurin Naraku spread out his palms, and the flames gathered in the palms like dancing elves, forming a rapidly rotating orange-red flame ball in an instant. Come try my special version of the Raise Nan. Fire-style Raise Nan. Seeing the orange-red ball of fire in Shihaurin Naraku's palm was such a familiar scene that Hotake Kakashi's eyes blinked. Shimura Dans, who was hiding and peeping, widened his eye and said in disbelief, "When did Shihaurin Naraku learn the fourth Hokage's Raise Nan?" "Sir, it should be developed by Shihaurin Naraku himself. It looks similar, but it's more fire style." "Don't talk nonsense, I know." "Yes." Inside the Hokage's office, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was currently coughing like crazy. Shihaurin Naraku's sudden move frightened him again. "Ahem. When did you even master the Raise Nan?" Outside the training ground, Uzumaki Naruto was looking at the spinning ball of fire in Shihaurin Naraku's hand. He was suddenly entranced and he clenched his palms unconsciously, as if he was imitating Naraku's movements. Chidori and Raise Nan. As if it was destined, they collided with a bang. Sizzle. Crack. A harsh and uncomfortable sound exploded, and Hotake Kakashi used all his strength to stab out Chidori, while Shihaurin Naraku pushed the flame Raise Nan in the palm of his hand forward steadily. The exploding lightning and dancing flames strangled this space madly, releasing infinite power without stopping. Collision, fusion, contradiction, explosion. Boom. Dazzling lightning and flames rose up, and in an instant white light came into everyone's eyes, and the violent roar was deafening. The explosive air waves swept in wave after wave, and the powerful shock waves overturned everything around. All the people outside the field were blown away by the sudden hurricane. The lightning and thunder that exploded in the air released energy wantonly, and the rising flames burned everything that dared to stand in their way. A terrifying heat wave rose into the sky, scorching the air and burning the sky red. The rising smoke, accompanied by lightning and flames, formed a giant pillar reaching the sky. The huge training ground number 19 was razed to the ground in an instant by such a terrifying energy explosion. The earth shook violently, tearing into bottomless cracks. Guy. Here it comes. 8 inner gates. First gate, open. Open. Hush. Open. The gate of life. Open. Domain. Open. Jingmen. Open. The roar resounded through the sky. And Uzumaki Naruto and others hiding behind the big trees and boulders looked at Might Guy in horror, whose appearance had changed drastically not far away. Might Guy's skin was flushed red and green energy was erupting. His short black hair stood up and a violent wave of air spread out from him, blowing Uzumaki Naruto and the others away while they screamed and tumbled. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded, and Might Guy burst into full speed, rushing directly into the terrifyingly powerful explosion. Chapter 42, All Are Onlookers. Boom! Someone attacked Konoha village. Huge explosions continued to be heard, and the smoke, fire, and lightning rising into the sky woke up the entire Konohagakure. Civilians and ninjas looked towards the explosion site in horror. What's going on? Run! An enemy is attacking. Explosion, what exploded? Enemy. Where is the enemy? In an instant, the entire Konohagakure fell into panic. Except for a few well-trained ninjas, everyone else became a mess. Sarutobi Asuma and Ui Kurane, who were shopping together, looked at each other in shock, and immediately ran towards the explosion site. Not necessarily an enemy. Guy was heading in that direction just now. If there were enemies, he would have spoken up. Isn't that where the number 19 training ground is? But if they are our own people, why are they making such a big noise? Who knows? Sarutobi Asuma and Kurane accelerated towards the number 19 training ground. At the same time, the entire Konohagakure became restless, and some ninjas reacted and followed suit. Assholes! These two assholes! In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shaking with anger and slammed his hand hard on the table, causing all the documents on the table to fall to the ground. Someone, go and comfort the villagers immediately. Notify the ninjas, this is not a war. Let the ninja maintain order first, don't panic. The daimyo and the nobles' sanatorium should also send someone to explain immediately. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little headache and rubbed it with his hand. Being old, he did feel a little lack of energy. Even if it's a ninja sparring match, there's no need to be so exaggerated. Sarutobi Hiruzen has made up his mind that when things are over, there will be good fruits to eat for Shihour and Naraku and Hotaki Kakashi. Since you are so energetic, just focus on your work, you two bastards. Outside the number 19 training ground. The ANBU members showed up in time, briefly explained the situation, and stopped a large number of ninjas. Then they gave orders to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to turn around and appease the villagers. Only a few ninjas were allowed to enter the training ground. Hiss! Even if it's just a competition, there's no need to make it so big. Sarutobi Asuma, holding a cigarette in his mouth, pulled Ui Kurane into the training ground, then looked at the scene inside, and was so shocked that he almost couldn't speak. The moment he opened his mouth, the cigarette fell out. Is this a sparring match? Isn't this a fight? Ui Kurane was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Even for the knowledgeable Jainin, seeing this scene was shocking. In the number 19 training ground, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated around, but the burning flames and occasional flashes of lightning were still releasing powerful power. The originally flat training ground was now full of potholes, and the original scenes of boulders, trees, and rivers were basically destroyed. It can be said that this training ground is completely ruined. Without a long period of repair, it will never be usable again. The Inoshika CH trio, led by Narashikaku, also arrived at the scene, staring in amazement at the mess around them. Really? Don't those three want to think about the aftermath? Narashikaku had a troubled look on his face. They were obviously Jainin of Konohagakure. But they had no sense of responsibility at all. Yamanaka Hai looked around the ruins, a little confused. Why did you suddenly think of sparring with these three people? Kakashi is usually very rational. Nariku's personality is also very calm and meticulous, but Guy is too excited and hot-blooded. Ha ha ha, the chubby Akamichi Choza said with a smile, there must be a reason. We are all companions. If a friend invites you to spar, it's hard to refuse. The Akamichi clan ninjas all seem to be tall and strong, but surprisingly they have very delicate and kind personalities. That being said, although it was a bit excessive, since it was just a sparring match, it was not a big deal, so Narashikaku didn't care too much about it. He was concerned about something else. When he rushed here just now, he saw the mess in Konoha village and he was really worried. Long-term peace is a good thing, but we must not forget that the ninja world is still full of crises. If there is really an enemy attack this time, the losses to Konoha village will be very serious. So secretly, he had begun to think about reporting this to Sarutobi Hiruzen afterwards. Swish! The chief of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, rushed to the training ground. As the chief, he needed to make arrangements for his clan members, so he arrived a little slowly. As soon as he arrived, he saw Uzumaki Naruto and his group crawling out of the woods not far away in a very embarrassed manner. Hyuga Niji was among them, but he didn't seem to have any problems. Hyuga Hayashi wanted to go forward to show some concern, but when he saw Niji deliberately turning away, his intention to distance himself was very obvious, so he could only sigh and give up. How horrible! Looking at the ruins around him, Hyuga Hayashi was also horrified. This level of damage was beyond the ability of Jainin. Shihouden Nariku, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, who among these three people has broken through the limits of Jainin? Just as everyone was looking at the training ground that had turned into ruins, a loud roar suddenly came out from it again. Boom! 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 From deep within the training ground, loud noises continued to be heard, the flames burned more violently, and there were even violent collisions, and the ground began to shake once again. What's going on? No way, it's already like this, and the fight isn't over yet. I'm afraid these people are really going to be scolded. All the Jainin present turned their eyes to Hyuga Hayashi. The meaning was obvious. You see far, let me broadcast it to everyone. Eye roll. Veins bulged around his eyes as Hyuga Hayashi looked into the training ground. His Byakugan instantly spanned a very long distance and he saw three people fighting in the flames, smoke, and lightning. In the innermost part. The battle isn't over yet. Well, Shihouden Nariku, Hitaki Kakashi, and Might Guy, yes, the three of them are still fighting. Everyone was speechless. Isn't the fight over yet? Without mentioning other people, how did Hitaki Kakashi maintain that amount of chakra? Deep inside the training ground, three figures were flying around, punching and kicking at the same time, and the entangled figures were emitting flames like explosions from time to time. Bang! Hitaki Kakashi was hit in the kidney by a punch, and he gasped and flew out. Ha! Shihouden Nariku, whose old strength had been exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated and who had not yet had time to retract his fist, felt a kick coming from the side. Even though they had not collided, the violent momentum had already hit him. Boom! Might Guy kicked Shihouden Nariku with all his strength using green energy, but Might Guy had no joy at all because the next second Shihouden Nariku's body began to burn with flames, and before he could pull away, he was hit by a merciless elbow. Bang! 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 Might Guy fell to the ground like a meteor. As the earth cracked, a huge deep pit exploded. Chapter 43, Over Limit State Activated. Call. Shihao and Naraku let out a sigh, calming his rapid breathing. The rapid battle between the three of them just now made him a little breathless. However, this battle really made him thoroughly enjoy it. Looking at Hokage Kakashi, who had not yet gotten up in the distance, Shihao and Naraku knew that he was almost at his limit. The power of the previous collision between Chidori and the fire-raised Nan was indeed too outrageous. The main reason is that although Shihao and Naraku used his control over fire to complete the raised Nan, he underestimated his own strength. It wasn't until the Chidori and raised Nan collided that he felt something was wrong. He hurriedly endured the backlash of chakra on his meridians and retracted some of his strength. But even so, the explosion caused by the collision of the flame-raised Nan and Chidori was beyond imagination. Fortunately, Might Guy heard Shihao and Naraku's shout at that time, and opened the 8 inner gates without hesitation and rushed into the explosion, taking Hokage Kakashi out at the critical moment. Otherwise, with Hokage Kakashi's physical condition, he would have been burned into powder and flew all over the sky. At this moment, Shihao and Naraku also has a clear understanding of his own strength. If it was just a battle between Shihao and Naraku and Hokage Kakashi, it would have ended at this point and there would be no need to continue. But the passionate Might Guy appeared and the battle continued. Shihao and Naraku was not satisfied at first, but seeing this, he immediately accepted the challenge and started fighting with Might Guy. Halfway through, Hokage Kakashi, who had finally caught his breath, was also dragged in, and a three-way fight began. Shihao and Naraku was wrapped in flames, with occasional sparks flashing. Might Guy's entire body erupted with green energy, and his congested skin was red. On Hokage Kakashi's torn clothes, there were zigzagging electric lights exploding. Among the three, Shihao and Naraku and Might Guy were in the best condition, while Hokage Kakashi was too exhausted. Although he still had some chakra, he had very little physical strength left. So now the battle is mainly Shihao and Naraku and Might Guy, with Hokage Kakashi occasionally participating, and they mainly rely on talent to fight. It's a pity that they are not fighting alone now, otherwise Hokage Kakashi can bring out his 50-50 ability. Maybe, even if Shihao and Naraku has cage-level strength, he will be pulled down to the same level by Kakashi to fight. Ha! With a roar, Might Guy rushed towards Shihao and Naraku with a crazy aura all over his body. Call. Breath of the Sunday. Shihao and Naraku felt the strengthening of his cardiopulmonary function, instantly absorbing a large amount of oxygen, and feeling the improvement of his body's various abilities. Looking at the oncoming Might Guy, flames instantly exploded and Shihao and Naraku rushed forward. Bang! The next second, Shihao and Naraku flew back at an even faster speed, smashing several large trees along the way, and finally rolled down and fell into a deep pit on the ground. Crack! Shihao and Naraku pulled his arm out of the pit and calmed his breathing. Trouble, can't keep up with Guy's speed. By relying on the sun breathing to briefly increase his strength, and with the observation haki, Shihao and Naraku can capture Might Guy's attacks. The problem is that even if he sees the opponent's attack method, Shihao and Naraku will not have time to react if it is so fast. Open the door. Open. Hokage Kakashi, with lightning all over his body, opened the first gate of the 8 inner gates, improving his attack and speed. However, this also means that Hokage Kakashi cannot hold on for a few seconds, and the overload will consume his body energy in a short period of time. Open the door. Open. Shihao and Naraku did not hesitate any longer and immediately opened the first door of the 8 inner gates. Then he looked at Might Guy and Kakashi who were fighting and approaching him, and put his hands on his waist, and an extremely exquisite straight blade knife slowly emerged. Kuligala. Breath of the Sun. The first gate of 8 inner gates, open. With these three combined, Shihao and Naraku felt an explosive improvement in his physical fitness. Crack! Shihao and Naraku pushed away Kurogura's blade with his thumb, a cold light flashed, and at the same time, he took a step forward. The moment the footsteps landed, Shihao and Naraku appeared next to the battle between Kakashi and Might Guy as if by teleportation. Holding the Kurikara, the pitch-black blade drew a perfect arc in the air. The god of fire Kagura, round dance. The blade light wrapped in red flames drew an incomparably beautiful circle. A scorching breath hit him in the face, licked by surging and dancing tongues of fire, and the breath of destruction descended instantly. Boom! Clang! Hotake Kakashi threw the shuriken and leaned back, dodging the slash with the most extreme reaction. But Might Guy did not retreat a single step, and punched the flame fiercely. The impact formed by the punched air directly extinguished the flame. Shihao and Naraku defeated the two men with one move without expecting anything. Holding the Kurikara, the black blade pierced through the flames and stabbed at the Might Guy who was so close. The swift attack was so powerful that even the extremely fast Might Guy couldn't dodge it in time. Clang! Sparks flew, and the super alloy steel nunchakus that suddenly appeared hit the tip of Kurikara's sword, deviating the blade's trajectory. Naraku meets technique. Hotake Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of Shihao and Naraku, aimed the Sharingan at his eyes, and instantly released an illusion. But Shihao and Naraku's spirit was extremely strong and his resistance to illusions was very high, so he instantly broke through this low-level illusion that could trigger the illusion of fear in his heart. Kanahagoriki Cyclone. The moment the illusion was broken, Might Guy performed a spinning kick with amazing speed and power, hitting Shihao and Naraku. Swish! Afterimage. Might Guy kicked at the afterimage of Shihao and Naraku. Might Guy's body tilted uncontrollably, but he quickly kicked behind him with a leaf hurricane. Bang! Shihao and Naraku suddenly appeared and raised his arm to block Might Guy's kick. With his other hand, he held Kurikara tightly and chopped it down from top to bottom. Clang! Hotake Kakashi held a kunao and blocked Kurikara's blade. Shihao and Naraku's arm suddenly exerted force, and the strange force that burst out directly crushed the kunao along the dark blade of Kurikara, and the blade that swallowed the light cut towards Kakashi. Fortunately, Might Guy swung his nunchaku and hit Kurikara's sword, and Kakashi rolled over to avoid it. But Shihao and Naraku stomped his feet hard and appeared in front of Kakashi who had not yet stood up, and cut down Kurikara again. Bad luck! Hotake Kakashi secretly groaned. He had already opened the first gate of the 8 inner gates, so why couldn't he keep up with the speed of the two people in front of him? Konoha Bad Rock Show. With a sudden burst of speed under his feet, he lifted the ground and Might Guy hit Shihao and Naraku with a fierce elbow, knocking him away. Rakery! Hotake Kakashi gritted his teeth, and the remaining chakra surged, and the lightning flashed again. It was supposed to be a three-way fight, but now it's just him and Might Guy versus Shihao and Naraku alone, and since he can't hold on any longer, let's decide the winner all at once. His body turned into a flash of lightning and Hotake Kakashi rushed towards Shihao and Naraku in mid-air. At the same time, Might Guy roared and rushed out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 44 Hotake Kakashi's Selection. Observation Haki is fully activated. Shihao and Naraku in mid-air clearly saw the two people rushing towards him. Without any leverage, he flipped over in mid-air. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Instantly, Shihao and Naraku spewed out a mighty storm of fire from his throat, and the scorching flames, like surging sea water, poured down like an overwhelming force. In an instant, the surroundings turned into a sea of fire. The surging waves of fire swept in like thousands of troops, and the roaring flames carried a scorching breath as if they were going to set the earth on fire. The terrifying high temperature hit them head-on, burning Hotake Kakashi and Might Guy so much that their breathing paused. At this moment, the air around them had been burned to the point of being as hot as purgatory and unbearable. The huge sea of fire covered all directions, and there was no way to escape it. Naraku's fire style. How could it be so outrageous? Hotake Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him in complete disbelief. Also, Why can Naraku release such a terrifyingly powerful fire style without any hand seals? Kakashi knew that if he became familiar with the hand seals of a certain ninjutsu, he could speed up the release or simplify the hand seals. But now Shihao and Naraku released fire style without any hand seals at all, and Hotaki Kakashi saw it clearly. Ah! With an angry roar, Might Guy stomped his feet, jumped into the air, and then swung his fists wildly at the oncoming sea of fire. Bang! 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 The sixth gate in front of the 8 inner gates opened, giving Might Guy great power and terrifying speed, and he kept swinging his fists. The violent friction between the high-speed punch and the air produced a fireball like a cannonball. At the same time, the shock wave formed by hitting the air engulfed the fireball, which collided madly with the pouring sea of fire. At this moment, countless flames and shock waves bloomed in the air like a peacock spreading its tail, but hidden beneath the beauty was terrible damage to the peacock. The sea of fire surged in like a wave, but a passage was blasted out by the continuous shock waves. Well done, Guy! Sizzle! There was a flash of lightning and Hotaki Kakashi rushed out. And all around, flames were madly releasing blazing burning power, turning all obstacles into ashes. As a result, people outside the training ground also saw the 3 people fighting fiercely. Look, there it is. Who is fighting who? Is it true that Kakashi and Guy are teaming up to fight Naraku? Who released this fire style? It has to be Naraku, he's the best at fire style. Kakashi doesn't have that much chakra, and Guy isn't good at ninjutsu at all. Only he can unleash fire style on this scale. Hiss! Crack! Shihao and Naraku's chakra was poured into his feet, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked into cracks like tree branches, and then he stepped down with all his strength. Boom! A deep pit exploded, and Shihao and Naraku, holding Kurikara in his hand, rushed in front of Hotaki Kakashi in an instant like a cannonball that shattered the air. The god of fire Kagura, Byrutin. Kurikara drew a beautiful circle of fire from top to bottom, and the picturesque fire circles enveloped Hotaki Kakashi, blocking all his positions. Puff! The rakery in Hotaki Kakashi's hand suddenly pierced through the ground, and then he crouched down, and Might Guy appeared from behind him as if teleporting, kicking Shihao and Naraku violently. The pitch-black blade tip increased in speed, rising suddenly from the ground, and stabbed towards Might Guy's ankle with a chill. However, Might Guy's speed increased again, and he twisted his body forcefully in mid-air with nowhere to gain support, stepped towards the ground, and avoided the blade that slipped through the air. Might Guy landed on his feet, bent his knees slightly, clenched the nunchaku in both hands, burst out with strength, and rushed towards Shihao and Naraku who was close at hand. The nunchaku hit his abdomen with a whistling sound. Crack! Bang! Hotaki Kakashi, who had gone underground at some point, rushed out and aimed rakery at Shihao and Naraku from bottom to top. Caught! The two worked together, Shihao and Naraku's crisis. The god of fire Kagura, the burning red mirror. Shihao and Naraku held the pitch-black kurigara, a spark appeared on the blade, and the straight blade flipped over, like a red sun reflected in a mirror, and 2 slashes tore through the air, aiming at Might Guy and slashing down. At the same time, using the power of the slash, Shihao and Naraku leaned over and dodged the rakery of Hotaki Kakashi who emerged from the ground. Taking advantage of the force, while his body was leaning forward, Shihao and Naraku's right leg was like a long whip, kicking Hotaki Kakashi's side hard. Without waiting for the opponent to be kicked away, Naraku used his clever strength to step on Kakashi's body with his right foot and suddenly exerted force. Clang! Boom! The blade and the stick collided, splashing sparks. With a dull thud, Hotaki Kakashi was stepped on by Shihao and Naraku. Shihao and Naraku, holding kurikara, suppressed the nunchaku thrown by Might Guy with one hand, stepped on Hotaki Kakashi with his right foot, and the 3 began to wrestle. Everyone outside the venue was dumbfounded. What kind of outrageous scene is this? Naraku is so strong? He is so strong. Today's young people are really amazing, each one is more unexpected than the other. I can't believe it. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it's real. Kakashi and Guy are both strong, but even when they join forces, they are suppressed like this. Yui Kurane was so shocked that she couldn't speak, but she was surprised to find that her lover Sarutobi Asuma had an envious look on his face. What's wrong with you? Are you jealous of them fighting? No, I'm just envious of their ability to break through their limits. Sarutobi Asuma did not hide his envy at all. He looked at the three people competing in the distance and said, Jainin and Jainin are different. I will never be able to reach the level of those three. The path they have taken is a limit that others will never be able to break in their lifetime. Although there is no definite cage level strength hierarchy, as a Jainin, Kurane Yui is completely incomparable to Might Guy and Kakashi. The same goes for Sarutobi Asuma, he has the confidence to fight these two alone, but he will never be the one who wins in the end. As for Shihao and Naraku, Asuma suspected that he had already broken through the limits of Jainin and reached a new level of strength. The talents of these people are truly terrifying. Shihao and Naraku was in high spirits competing with Kakashi and Might Guy, but suddenly, he felt something light beneath his feet, and was surprised to find that Kakashi had fainted. Oops! It's too addictive to play. With a light kick of his right foot, Hotake Kakashi flew out of the field. Sarutobi Asuma quickly jumped up and caught Kakashi. Hiss! Tattered clothes, burn marks, bleeding wounds, and the unconscious Hotake Kakashi. Is this a ninja sparring or a life and death fight? Chapter 45, Living Slug Immortal. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 In the air above the number 19 training ground, two figures collided violently, and the clouds burned by the flames had turned red like sunset glow. Every attack of Might Guy was like an overwhelming wave. The offensive force formed by his incomparably fierce fist enveloped Shihao and Naraku. Continuous shock waves bombarded Naraku's body. The swift nunchaku would always be swung in front of his eyes at an unexpected speed from time to time. Shihao and Naraku holds the kurigara in his hand, and every swing of the jet black sword will bring up sparks, which will explode into blazing flames in an instant. The flashing of the blade is always surrounded by an unstoppable sharp blade light, condensing into a sharp blade that can cut through everything. Even though 8 inner gates gave Might Guy an astonishing amount of speed and power, no matter how fast he was, he would be stopped by Shihao and Naraku who would come first after him. Gradually, Might Guy found that Naraku seemed to have completely seen through his moves, so his attacks, which were more and more powerful, were ineffective. This move felt just like his previous battle with Hotake Kakashi, where his movements could sometimes be seen through by the Sharingan, but Kakashi had a hard time keeping up with his speed, so this move didn't have much of an impact. But now, although Shihao and Naraku's speed is not as good as his, it is not much worse, which makes it difficult for him to hit the opponent with his taijutsu. Even though he wanted to use a special move, he was always stopped by Shihao and Naraku at the critical moment. This is how Jainin fights. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke beside him blankly. He no longer understood how a battle scene like this could really be created by a human. Uchiha Sasuke watched the two people fighting in the field with shining eyes, and from time to time he looked at the unconscious Hotake Kakashi not far away. The desire for revenge in his heart was like a wildly growing weed. It's really scary. Even Teacher Guy is no match for Master Naraku. Xiao Li scratched his head, somewhat incredulous. Tian Tian wanted to get away from the training ground because she felt it was too dangerous. The huge sea of fire almost burned over here. That's it. Hyaganiji had already opened his Byakugan. He looked at the two people fighting and muttered to himself, "This power can help me break free." Who? Before he knew it, Might Guy's breathing became rapid. The boost that the 8 inner gates brings to ninjas is terrifying, but the burden itself is even greater. Even Might Guy, who has been training for many years, cannot use it indefinitely. What no one knew was that the kurikara in Chihauer and Naraku's hand was constantly helping its master recover his strength and chakra. And now, the moment Might Guy took a breath, Chihauer and Naraku seized the opportunity. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. A large amount of chakra condensed at the tip of the blade, and then was thrown out directly by Chihauer and Naraku. In an instant, a black crescent blade light rushed out rapidly and slashed towards Might Guy. Zhang! The sound of swords rang out in the hearts of all things in heaven and earth. This is Kurikara showing his power to the world. The oncoming blade light instantly made Might Guy's hair stand on end. His muscles tensed and he burst into full speed. The crescent-shaped blade light flashed before his eyes at the critical moment. The crescent moon that tore through the air easily cut a straight gap in the earth, shattering everything in front of it until it reached the end of the distance, splitting a mountain in half. Might Guy looked at this scene, his thick eyebrows trembling and cold sweat breaking out. Go down! The sound came from above his head. Might Guy looked up and saw Chihauer and Naraku. Then his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. A deep pit appeared with a roar. Puff! Kurikara pierced into the ground near Might Guy's ear, scaring him so much that his eyes widened and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Suddenly a hand stretched out from the gradually dissipating smoke and dust, and Chihauer and Naraku smiled and handed the hand to Might Guy. The battle is over. The green energy that was blooming all over his body faded away, and Might Guy's flushed skin gradually returned to normal. He held Naraku's palm and tried to stand up. I feel a little exhausted. Even though he lost, Might Guy had a happy smile on his face. Naraku, you almost killed me just now. No, I'm holding back. Chihauer and Naraku raised his eyebrows, pulled out the kurikara from the ground with a clang and put it back into the scabbard, and then the kurikara gradually disappeared. How much force did you use? Might Guy looked at Chihauer and Naraku questioningly. He had already seen that the other party was not using his full strength. But before Chihauer and Naraku could answer, Might Guy's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. Okay, stop being so stubborn. Chihauer and Naraku simply put Might Guy's arm on his shoulders and helped him walk step by step to the outside of the training ground. The group of people outside the field were staring blankly at the horrific scene caused by Chihauer and Naraku's final blow, and they did not speak for a long time. Only occasionally could the sound of boulders falling be heard from afar, as the mountaintop that had been cut in half collapsed. Hey, what are you looking at? You're all so serious. Chihauer and Naraku walked over and shouted, waking everyone up. They all looked at him with complicated expressions and it took a long time for them to speak. Naraku, you guys are having a really big time. Tisk tisk tisk, prepare to be scolded. The old man will definitely not let you go. Naraku, even if it's just a sparring match, there's no need to be so exaggerated. The whole village is alarmed. He, are you hungry? Why don't we go eat something together? Waving his hand casually, Chihauer and Naraku looked up at Hokage Kakashi who was still unconscious, and was a little surprised. He thought the blow was too heavy, forgetting that Kakashi did not have the strength he would have in the future. After thinking about it, he asked everyone to disperse. Then he said to the Uzumaki Naruto guys who were not approaching and looked like a group of little fools, you guys, go find 2 stretchers. Ah! Oh. The group of little guys just ran away, and it was not known whether they understood what was said or not. But it seems that the previous battle really scared them. Summoning technique. Biting his index finger, Chihauer and Naraku directly performed the summoning technique. With a bang, a blue-white figure appeared in the smoke. It's little Naraku. It's been a while since you summoned me. A gentle, peaceful and even cute voice was heard, and a 5 or 6 meter long blue and white Katsuyu appeared in front of everyone. This is Chihauer and Naraku's summoning beast, the living slug sage, one of the 3 great sages. Everyone present nodded slightly respectfully to show their respect. Once upon a time, the shrimp sage followed Tsunade and saved countless Konohagakure ninjas. The entire Konoha village respected the shrimp sage very much. After all, it was a life-saving grace. Sage Slug, please help save these two ninjas. Shihao and Naraku pointed at Might Guy, who was leaning to the side, and the unconscious Hitaki Kakashi. Oh, okay, leave it to me. The shrimp agreed gently and kindly, then split its body into two smaller bodies, which climbed onto Kakashi and Might Guy respectively and began to heal them. Chapter 46, Asking for News about Tsunade. The living slug sage split into two smaller Katsuyu, which climbed onto Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy and began to help them heal. As the healing light appeared, the unconscious Hitaki Kakashi's expression gradually relaxed, and the same was true for Might Guy. The burn scars on their skin also gradually faded a lot. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma came over and said with a headache, "Just wait for the old man to scold you." But I'm on the old man's side this time. Even if we have to fight, there's no need to be so exaggerated. Looking at Kakashi's current condition, he won't be able to recover in a few months. There's nothing to worry about. Shihao and Naraku gave Asuma a strange look and reminded him, "Don't forget, I'm a medical ninja. With Kakashi's condition, it will only take about a month. It has nothing to do with how long it takes to recover. The main thing is that you guys went a little too far. Also, what kind of medical ninja are you? Is there any medical ninja that is so capable?" Sarutobi Asuma rolled his eyes. He was a professional combat ninja, but he was no match for the medical ninja in front of him. Yui Kurane also nodded, agreeing with her boyfriend's point of view. "No? How could there be no?" Shihao and Naraku said in surprise, "Have you forgotten my teacher? Teacher Tsunade is very powerful." Now, Kurane, Yui and Asuma were silent. Shihao and Naraku turned his head, looked at Might Guy, and asked, "How do you feel? If there is anything wrong with your body, tell me." He ha ha ha. Might Guy laughed happily, not caring about the burns and self-consumption on his body. "It's okay, nothing happened." As he spoke, he gave Shihao and Naraku a thumbs up. "Naraku is awesome. Be sure to call me for the next battle. Now my blood is boiling, this is the burning youth." Looking at Might Guy's grinning face, Shihao and Naraku also laughed out loud at his appearance. Narashikako looked at the two of them, as well as the unconscious Hitaki Kakashi, and couldn't help but sigh. None of these three people are worry-free. We will be busy from now on. Ha ha ha, I'm glad everyone is okay. Akamichi Choza patted Narashikaku's shoulder and laughed loudly as well. "By the way, Minister Naraku, why is there no sign of the fire on the training ground going out?" Hyaga Hayashi, who was not too familiar with him, pointed at the training ground that had become a ruin and the flames that were still burning, and asked curiously, "If it's difficult, forget it." "Oh, that one." Shihao and Naraku smiled, waved his hand casually and said, "Don't worry, it will probably stop burning after a while." Shihao and Naraku has made great progress in the development of Maramara fruit, but has not yet mastered it. But even so, with Shihao and Naraku's talent in fire style, the combination of Maramara fruit and fire style ninjutsu also caused the flames he released to be not only hotter and more difficult to extinguish, but also cause more severe damage. This is why Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy both have so many burns on their bodies. Shihao and Naraku also noticed everyone's curiosity and continued to explain, "Maybe it's because I have an excellent talent for fire style that my ninjutsu has become more and more powerful." Although what he said was a bit vague, no one asked any more questions. After all, it concerns one's own strength, and no one is willing to tell others their cards. Next. Everyone chatted while watching the living slug sage treat Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. "The stretcher is coming, the stretcher is coming." While everyone was chatting, a group of little ones came running back in a hurry, carrying a stretcher. Looking at the little guys gasping for breath, Shihao and Naraku didn't hesitate and directed them to carry Hitaki Kakashi onto the stretcher. However, Might Guy indicated that he was not seriously injured, so there was no need to use a stretcher, but was rejected by Shihao and Naraku. Maybe Might Guy's injury was not as serious as Kakashi's, but he had consumed a lot of physical energy. Just lie down on it. Are you a doctor or am I a doctor? With no other options, Might Guy could only lie on the stretcher obediently. Rock Lee and the other two surrounded him worriedly. Faced with the concern of his students, Might Guy directly stated that he was fine. Ah? What is this? So scary. Uzumaki Naruto then saw the living slug sage stuck to Hotaki Kakashi and Might Guy, and shouted in surprise. Bang! Shihao and Naraku slapped Uzumaki Naruto on the face and told him to behave himself. Keep your voice down and be respectful to the shrimp sage. Even the Hokage wouldn't act arrogantly in front of the shrimp sage. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what it meant. But he quickly put the matter aside and looked at Shihao and Naraku with shining eyes. Although he wanted to say something, he didn't know how to say it for a long time. What are you standing there for? Carry the stretcher and follow me to the hospital. Oh! All the adults present just watched as a few kids enthusiastically lifted the stretcher and walked in front with their heads held high. I have something else to do in the tribe, so I'll leave first. Everyone, take care. Hyuga Hayashi said goodbye in a very patriarchal manner and watched everyone leave. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Let's go together. I'm so hungry, let's go eat first. The Inoshika CH trio also left soon, but Sarutobi Asuma and Ui Kurane did not leave, but followed them to the hospital. Along the way, the living slug sage had almost healed the injuries of the two men, and now Shihao and Naraku took over. Then I'm off, little Naraku. The living slug sage said goodbye gently and was about to go back to the wet bone forest, but was stopped by Shihao and Naraku. Has Lord Husher ever been summoned by the teacher recently? Tsunade? No, Tsunade hasn't summoning me in a long time. I see. With a bang of smoke, the slug sage left. Shihao and Naraku pinched his chin. He had originally planned to learn about Tsunade's recent situation from the slug sage. That's right. If it wasn't a war, even if he was wandering around and met someone seeking medical treatment, Tsunade could treat it himself. There would be no need to summoning the living slug sage. It seems that if I want to see my teacher, I can only wait until the Konoha collapse plan is completed. Thinking of this, Shihao and Naraku returned to the ward. Guy, just stay in the hospital and you can leave after 3 days. Shihao and Naraku could tell what Might Guy, who was feeling uncomfortable, was planning and immediately pointed at him and told him to lie down peacefully. Then he stood in front of another bed where Hotaki Kakashi lay, still unconscious. After examination, Shihao and Naraku's previous guess was correct. Hotaki Kakashi would have to stay in the hospital for at least a month before he could fully recover. Now that I think about it, it's no wonder that everyone thought he went a little too far. But the same goes for Hotaki Kakashi. Doesn't he know what his current situation is, yet he insists on holding on? Chapter 47 Reprimand and Punishment. Look, look. Because of what you did, you caused such chaos in the village. Even if it's a battle, is it necessary to be so cruel? Look, Might Guy is lying in bed now. It will take at least a week for him to recover his full strength. Hotaki Kakashi is even worse. He hasn't woken up yet. Also, Anbu's people have checked the number 19 training ground. Although the fire is out, the place has become a ruin. There is no way it can be used again. I suspect that the destruction of several training grounds in the village was also your doing. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily slapped his hand on the table, furious. Shihao and Naraku, who was standing nearby, curled his lips, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was right, as he was also responsible for the other abandoned training grounds. Great job. One battle caused so much trouble. Come on, tell me what to do next. Ah. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the document in front of Shihaoran Naraku and asked him to take a good look at what he had done. Well, Hokage-sama, you can't really blame me for this. It was just a battle. Who could have known that the consequences would be so serious? Besides, the village's reaction was a bit excessive. If a war really broke out, we don't know what would happen now. Shihaoran Naraku spread his hands with a helpless look on his face, saying that he was also a victim. Snort. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted, but part of his dissatisfaction was indeed directed at the village's reaction this time. Just like Shihaoran Naraku said, if an enemy really attacks the village, judging by the performance this time, it would be a real disaster. Don't say that such a thing is impossible to happen. Although other people don't know the future like Shihaoran Naraku, the entire ninja world has never been peaceful, and there has always been a lot of intrigue between the major powers. If something really happens, it will be too late to regret. Let's not talk about this for now. Your work is not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't treat Shihaoran Naraku well at all, and issued a punishment order in a straightforward manner. The training ground has become a ruin, you have to pay for the repairs yourself. Also, when Kakashi's condition stabilizes, you have to go out and perform missions, don't stay in the village all the time. No problem. Shihaoran Naraku agreed without hesitation. This punishment was almost equivalent to nothing. The money spent on repairing the training ground was nothing. After being in charge of the medical emergency class for so long, the money he had saved was no small sum. It can also be seen from this that Sarutobi Hiruzen still favors him. Bang! Shimura-dan stomped the cane in his hand hard, his eyes almost popping out of anger. Hiruzen is being soft-hearted again. Shihaoran Naraku caused so much damage and sent the whole village into a panic. You let it go so easily. That's not a punishment. He's shielding Shihaoran Naraku. It was clear that Shimura-dan was very unhappy with the way Sarutobi Hiruzen was handled. You can't say that. Mitokado Homura spoke up for Shihaoran Naraku this time. He looked at Shimura-dan seriously and said, Might Guy also said that it was originally just the three of them fighting, but it was just a little louder. Besides, they are the backbone of the village. It is not good to punish them too harshly. They are the future of the village and will support the development of the village in the future. Yuta and Koharu also nodded in agreement. As long as the interests of both of them were not harmed, they were both willing to see Konohagakure develop better. The three Shihaoran Naraku who possess powerful strength is also a good thing for Konohagakure. The more such ninjas there are, the faster the village will develop, which is not a bad thing for them. Snort. Finding that his two old friends were not going to support him, Shimura-dan could only snort coldly and turn away. Yuta and Koharu frowned and said with some concern, Danzo hasn't given up on his plan yet? He's really not fit to be the Hokage. He will give up. Mitokado Homura said calmly, if he goes too far in some things, Hiruzen will warn him, just like he did back then. In fact, both Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura, and Yuta and Koharu firmly believed that Shimura-dan was not fit to be Hokage. If Shimura-dan had been content to be the leader of his root organization or assistant to the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have restored his position long ago, but his ambition has always been to become the Hokage, so Sarutobi Hiruzen's secret suppression will never end. Duo. Shimura-dan, leaning on a cane, was thinking about something and walking slowly on the dark road. Obviously, there is no one more suitable to be the Hokage than me. In that case, Hiruzen, you'd better die soon. Looking back at the Hokage building, Shimura-dan made up his mind resolutely. Has Shimura-dan, who has been playing tricks all his life, ever discovered Orochimaru's secret plan to collapse Konoha? No one knows this. But even if he knew, Shimura-dan would never tell Sarutobi Hiruzen the news, especially when he finally determined that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the obstacle to his becoming Hokage, he would not tell him about it. Kill with a borrowed knife. It's really a good thing. So soon, gradually, many people noticed that Shimuradan's became more and more low-key. He hid his presence in the darkness, remained silent, and watched Konoha village with only one eye. Half a month later. Okay, the examination results show that you are recovering well. Keep up the good work, and you will be able to be discharged from the hospital in half a month at most. Shihaoran Naraku put down the medical records in his hand and looked at Hotaki Kakashi, who had returned to his normal state. I've been lying in bed for so long that I feel like my bones are going to become weak. Hotaki Kakashi touched the bandages wrapped around his body, looked at Shihaoran Naraku with dead fish eyes, and asked curiously, although I expected it, your strength improvement is a bit exaggerated. How did you do it? Shihaoran Naraku straightened his chest and said confidently, I have the strength I have today because of my own hard work. Hotaki Kakashi thought that Naraku meant long-term continuous training, so he didn't have any other reaction. The improvement of a ninja's strength depends on his own continuous efforts. Of course, those who are born to be good at cheating are not included in this list. Suddenly remembering something, Shihaoran Naraku smiled and said, did the old man from the third generation see that you have recovered well from your injuries, so he sent someone to reprimand you today? Well, my position as Anbu is revoked. From today on, I am no longer an Anbu. Hotaki Kakashi put his hands behind his head and looked at the scenery outside the window. His career as Anbu for many years ended today, but there was nothing surprising about it. It was destined. The Hokage should appoint you as the Anbu's chief captain. Not only that, after confirming your condition today, I will be going out on a mission right away, and it will take at least half a month. I guess you'll be almost discharged by the time I get back. Chapter 48 Uchiha Obito Sneak Attack. Set off. Yes. Led by Shihaoran Naraku, followed by the two Anbu squads, they left Konohagakure. After 2 days, Shihaoran Naraku led his men to the Iron Country, a neutral country surrounded by snow and wind all year round. Sir, there is no ambush. The Anbu members knelt on one knee and reported very respectfully. Well, go down and continue to be alert. Yes. Shihaoran Naraku, wearing warm clothing, stood on an exposed rock and watched his men leave. He found that during this period of time, the people of Anbu began to be more respectful to him. It seems that everyone is clear. I will be promoted to captain soon. With Hotaki Kakashi leaving office and no new leader being parachuted in, it is not inconceivable that Shihaoran Naraku, the deputy captain, will be promoted to captain. Therefore, the members of Anbu began to change visibly and regarded Shihaoran Naraku as the new captain. Suddenly, Shihaoran Naraku looked around and saw a small black dot approaching quickly from a distance. The other party was dressed very conspicuously as a ninja, but in the Iwagakure clothing style. The other party was a spy sent by Konohagakure to infiltrate Iwagakure. Soon, an Anbu member came forward, exchanged secret signals, took an intelligence scroll from the other party, and then brought the other party to Shihaoran Naraku. The other personnel became more alert and focused. Adult. Shihaoran Naraku took the intelligence scroll, opened it, glanced at it, and then put the scroll away. You go down first. Yes. The Anbu members left, and the intelligence officer who infiltrated Iwagakure knelt on one knee in front of Shihaoran Naraku and began to report the secrets they had discovered, which were some information that could not be recorded on a scroll. Iwagakure Tsuchikage Onoki's disciple and member of the demolition team, Deidara, has been confirmed to have defected. Shihaoran Naraku was stunned, then asked, when did it happen? The intelligence officer did not hide anything and answered directly, the exact time is unknown. The Iwagakure bombing team members are very secretive, so it is difficult to get specific information. In addition, Deidara left Iwagakure because he often caused bombing terrorist incidents in Iwagakure, so he lived outside Iwagakure, which resulted in the news being received very late. However, Iwagakure has not yet identified Deidara as a traitor. Instead, they are preparing to take this opportunity to attack Konohagakure. Shihao and Naraku didn't quite understand Iwagakure's train of thought. If one of your own ninjas defected, you could just go and find them. Why blame Konoha village? The intelligence officer continued. According to Iwagakure's intelligence, during Deidara's disappearance, someone saw the Konoha village rebel ninja Uchiha Itaki roaming around Deidara's residence. Shihao and Naraku now understood that Iwagakure's information was indeed correct, and Uchiha Itaki had indeed gone to find Deidara. According to his memory, Akatsuki sent Uchiha Itaki, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Sasori to find Deidara, and then Uchiha Itaki defeated Deidara and pulled him into Akatsuki. And because of this defeat by Uchiha Itaki, it indirectly led to the future battle between Deidara and Uchiha Sasuke. The intelligence officer then continued to report some important intelligence and left quickly. Watching the other party leave, Shihao and Naraku took out a pen and paper, wrote down the information and gave it to his subordinates along with the scroll, asking them to take it back to Konohagakure to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Iwagakure wants to cause trouble, let them go and argue with the third Hokage. It just so happens that Iwagakure Tsuchikage Onoki is also an old man, and the same goes for Konoha village. Both of these old bastards are not easy to deal with, so let them solve this problem themselves. However, Shihao and Naraku guessed that it would end in nothing, unless Iwagakure decided to start a war directly. Putting this matter behind him, Shihao and Naraku and his subordinates began to complete other tasks. More than 10 days passed in a flash, and the tasks assigned to Shihao and Naraku by Sarutobi Hiruzen were basically completed. His subordinates also returned to Konohagakure with intelligence and gains. Only Shihao and Naraku and his two subordinates temporarily stayed in the land of hot springs in the northeast of Konoha. I'm so tired. Shihao and Naraku stretched himself, and a hint of fatigue appeared on his handsome face after he took off the mask. In just a dozen days, he traveled all over the ninja world. The third-generation old man really knows how to order people around. We happen to be in the land of hot springs, let's go take a hot spring bath. The natural resources of hot spring country are very rich, with a large number of hot springs, attracting many tourists. This hot spring looks nice, let's take a rest. Shihao and Naraku waved his hand to let his two subordinates move freely, and then stepped into the hot spring hotel. Phew, it's really comfortable. Lying in the hot spring, feeling his fatigue gradually dissipate, Shihao and Naraku breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a break from his busy schedule, Shihao and Naraku soaked in the hot spring for a long time, sweeping away all his fatigue. It was not until the afternoon that he walked out of the hot spring hotel to find a place to eat. After walking around and finding a restaurant to have a meal, he prepared to go back to the hotel to rest. Hey, young man, are you interested in having a drink? Shihao and Naraku was walking on the street when he saw a black-haired beauty, who was swaying her beautiful figure and walking towards him in a frivolous tone. Shihao and Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly and a smile appeared on his face. Okay, where should we go for a drink? Does the beautiful lady have any recommendations? He, it seems like you're a romantic guy. Come with me. The black-haired beauty hooked her finger, then swayed in front to lead the way, while Shihao and Naraku followed behind calmly. As the two walked slowly along the road, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians passing by, and the surroundings became quieter and quieter. Soon, the two walked out of the bustling town and came to the wild. Where are you planning to take me? He, do you know what poop feels like? Strange words came out of the black-haired beauty's mouth. Shihao and Naraku still had a smile on his face, but the next second he suddenly attacked, grabbed the black-haired beauty's neck with a slap, and then exerted force. Crack! The dark-haired beauty passed away. But then this black-haired beauty turned into a weirdo dressed in white zetsu. Swish! Two Anbu members stood in front of Shihao and Naraku, drew their katana, and stood guard around them. Then, white zetsu came out from the darkness one by one and surrounded Shihao and Naraku and the other two. Deal with them. Yes. 2 EPUB members rushed out with sharp blades in hand, but unexpectedly, in their eyes, these strange people in white were completely vulnerable. Shihaura Naraku, who was standing in place, watched the scene quietly without any intention of taking action. But at this moment, the space behind him began to distort silently, and a hand wearing a black glove grabbed the ignorant Shihaura Naraku. Swish! Body flicker technique. Just before being caught, Shihaura Naraku's figure flashed rapidly and disappeared from the spot. Clang! He suddenly pulled out Kurikara's Shihaura Naraku, flipped his body, and returned to his original position again, with the sharp blade slashing across the arm. But the arm seemed to have not been hurt at all and was still in its original state, as if Kurikara had not cut the arm but a ball of air. Chapter 49 A Sudden Battle. Sneaky, come out! Shihaura Naraku shouted as if he had no idea who the person was. Then, in the distorted space, a mysterious masked man slowly emerged and stood in front of Shihaura Naraku. Get it! Wearing a black robe and a one-eye mask on his face, Uchiha Obito has hidden his identity deeply. Sharingan. Are you Uchiha Itachi? As we all know, the current impression of the Uchiha clan in the ninja world is the defected Uchiha Itachi and the Konoha village Uchiha orphan Uchiha Sasuke. No, you're not Uchiha Itachi, so who are you? Shihaura Naraku pretended to be confused and stared at Uchiha Obito with a frown, but Uchiha Obito remained mysterious and did not speak. Neither of them spoke again. Shihaura Naraku held Kurikara in his hand, the tip of the knife pointed directly at Uchiha Obito, and then the two of them rushed towards each other at a rapid speed. As he approached, a wooden spike grew out of Uchiha Obito's palm and aimed at Shihaura Naraku. With a flip of his wrist, Kurikara slashed from top to bottom with the blade, instantly chopping off the elongated wooden thorn. Then Shihaura Naraku spun around to avoid the oncoming Uchiha Obito, and while sheathing the blade, he stabbed Kurikara again, piercing the opponent's back. Uchiha Obito didn't even look at the blade stabbing at his chest. He flipped over and jumped into the air. With a wave of one hand, a black chain swung out, making a shrill whistle and lashed towards Shihaura Naraku's head. Clang! Shihaura Naraku drew his sword and cut horizontally. The moment the chain and the blade collided, a sound exploded in the air and sparks flew. The black chain swung and wrapped around Kurikara's blade. Uchiha Obito then pulled it suddenly, but he didn't pull Shihaura Naraku at all. He held the Kurikara and turned everything. With a loud noise, the black chain was cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. Uchiha Obito, who was in mid-air, was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, explosive wind dance. The moment the surrounding space was distorted, a violent wind swept out, and at the same time, a large amount of rotating flames spit out from Uchiha Obito's mouth. The swirling storm instantly intensified the rotating flames and instantly attacked Shihaura Naraku in front of him. The extremely fast fire style was too fast for him to dodge. Uchiha Obito followed closely behind and rushed towards Shihaura Naraku, and the moment the fire style landed was the moment he won. As expected, Hokage Kakashi is still that loser, unable to even beat Shihaura Naraku. As the thought flashed through his mind, Uchiha Obito was surprised to find that Shihaura Naraku was holding the extremely sharp straight blade knife, ignoring the fire style, and rushed straight towards him. Court death! Dare to ignore such a powerful fire style! At this moment, Uchiha Obito really saw a chance to win. Wow! The raging flames swept down and hit Shihaura Naraku, but he spread out his left hand and clenched it suddenly. The raging flames were like an obedient child. Not only did they not cause him any harm, but they quickly gathered on his arms. Fire fist! Explosion was blasted from Shihaura Naraku's left hand and sent a punch towards Uchiha Obito, who was in mid-air. Kamui! The three Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Obito's right eye rotated and turned into a dart-like pattern. This is the Manjiki Sharingan. Utilizing the Manjiki Sharingan's unique ability Kamui, Uchiha Obito transferred his body into the Kamui space, passed through the blazing flames unscathed, and rushed towards Shihaoran Naraku. With a flash of cold light, Uchiha Obito watched as Shihaoran Naraku slashed his heart with a straight blade knife, but even though his body had been transferred to the Kamui space, he was still not hurt at all. At the same time, Uchiha Obito's left hand finally touched Shihaoran Naraku's shoulder, and the next moment he launched wood style without hesitation. I got you. Wood style technique. Puff. Countless sharp branches suddenly emerged from Shihaoran Naraku's body, turning him into a hedgehog, with every vital part of his body being completely pierced by the branches. But strangely, there was no blood flowing out of Shihaoran Naraku's body at this time. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Got you. Swish. Shihaoran Naraku held the kurikara in his hand, and the sharp blade whistled, cutting through the air and quickly passed through the arm that Uchiha Obito had touched him. Without a sound, Uchiha Obito's left arm, along with the sleeve of his black robe, was cut off at the root and fell to the ground with a thud. Call. Shihaoran Naraku's entire body was ablaze with flames, burning the branches all over him into ashes, which were blown away by the wind and all dissipated into the night sky. Hey! Uchiha Obito covered his shoulders and stepped back suddenly. His breathing became rapid in an instant and at the same time some white juice flowed from his shoulders. Your speed is a mess. Shihaoran Naraku casually swung kurikara, and a spark fell on the pale broken arm of Uchiha Obito that fell to the ground. With a whoosh, flames ignited and burned the broken arm to ashes. Also, what's with that eye pattern of yours? Forget it, once I capture you, I'll know everything. Shihaoran Naraku held kurikara in his right hand and stepped closer to Uchiha Obito. As he walked, circles of flames spread out rapidly like ripples on the surface of a lake. Body flicker technique. Kurikara flew across the night sky and cut off Uchiha Obito's neck. The blade turned and slashed towards his heart. At this time, Uchiha Obito did not dare to reveal any flaws and directly transferred his entire body into the Kamui space. Uchiha Obito, who lost an arm, was completely in a passive state of taking beatings. Although he should not be able to grow a new arm in such a short time as he had transplanted the cells of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, his wound should at least have healed. But now the place where he was cut by the pitch-black straight blade knife did not heal, but instead kept oozing white juice and even causing severe pain. Uchiha Obito certainly didn't know that after mastering the breathing of the sun, also known as the god of fire Kagura, Shihaoran Naraku added his own fire style to the blade of kurikara, and those who were cut by this sword would have their recovery ability reduced and the wounds would be accompanied by severe pain. In fact, this is also an ability developed by Shihaoran Naraku by referring to the red sword in Demon Slayer. At this time, Uchiha Obito didn't know the details, so he could only try his best to prevent kurikara from hitting him, but he could only maintain Kamui's hollow state for 5 minutes, so the situation was very dangerous. At this moment, there was a gap to dodge, and Uchiha Obito risked being chopped, and his Sharingan met Shihaoran Naraku's eyes. Illusion activated. Uchiha Obito, who was taught by Uchiha Madara, has an extremely good illusion ability with Sharingan. With special means, he can even use illusion to control Kirigakuru's perfect Jinkriki Yagura. In an instant, Shihaoran Naraku was controlled by the illusion. Chapter 50, Chop it into pieces with one knife. Illusion activated. During the break in the battle, Uchiha Obito seized the most dangerous moment and used Sharingan to cast an illusion at Shihaoran Naraku's eyes, instantly controlling him. Elementalization. The moment he fell into the illusion, Shihaoran Naraku activated the Maramara fruit to transform his entire body into elements. Win. Uchiha Obito casually threw out a large shuriken, and with a whoosh, the large shuriken whizzed through Shihaoran Naraku's body and then stabbed into the ground in the distance. Looking at such a familiar scene, Uchiha Obito's not-so-smart brain almost froze. At this time, flames ignited at the place where Shihao Naraku's body was hit by the large shuriken, and then his body returned to its original state, and even his clothes did not seem to be damaged at all. Thinking that hidden weapons were useless, and that the wood style had also failed to work before, Uchiha Obito approached. Anyway, Shihao Naraku was under the control of the illusion and there was no way he could wake up. At this moment, in the pitch-black illusion space, Shihao Naraku looked up and saw 3 Megatama rotating on a scarlet full moon. Illusion. It's a pity that Lao Zi's soul is naturally strong. Shihao Naraku clenched his right hand, a straight-bladed long sword appeared in his palm, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Besides, my soul and spirit have long since turned into the sharpest blade in the world. The powerful soul and spirit began to stir the chakra in Shihao Naraku's real body. At the same time, Shihao Naraku in the illusion space raised his hand, tightly grasped Kurikara, and suddenly slashed down at the blood moon in the sky. Crescent moon sky rush. The whistling blade light instantly turned into a sharp blade that shattered the dark clouds in the sky and cut off the sky. A black line appeared in the scarlet illusion space, and then spread over the blood moon in the sky. The pitch-black blade light shot straight into the sky, swallowing up the only remaining light in this illusion space, and slashed at the high-hanging blood moon with mad momentum, silently. There was silence here, and the scarlet full moon was cut into 2 symmetrical halves at some point. Then, the illusion space was completely torn apart, warm moonlight poured down, and Shihao Naraku returned to reality. It's a lot to say, but in fact it only takes a moment. Under the night sky, Uchiha Obito's Manjiki Sharingan was spinning very close to him. The space was gradually distorted, and a weak tearing force appeared on Shihao Naraku's body. In the distance, a half-black and half-white pitcher plant monster was watching here, and beside him, thick branches tied up 2 Anbu members. Shihao Naraku's eyes gradually brightened and he smiled. When Uchiha Obito sucked others into the Kamui space, he had to release the hollow and become a physical entity. In other words, he is now vulnerable to attack like a normal person. How could it be? Uchiha Obito simply didn't understand why Shihao Naraku broke the illusion so quickly, and in fear he wanted to stop absorbing it so that he could re-enter the hollow state and penetrate all attacks. Fire style, Shiranui. Puff. The spear formed by the crimson flame instantly pierced through Uchiha Obito's body, causing him to spit out blood uncontrollably. Wow! Cut you to death. The god of fire Kagura, Inma. Shihao Naraku held Kurikara and instantly entered the super limit mode. At this time, his speed was so fast that even Uchiha Obito's Sharingan could not catch up. The close distance was crossed in an instant, and the blade burning with hot flames slashed directly on Uchiha Obito's body. Ah! Severe pain rushed into his brain, Uchiha Obito howled wildly, and blood and white juice splashed in the air. This knife directly cut Uchiha Obito into 2 pieces, and there was a madly burning flame on his body, which was about to burn him to ashes. In the distance, everyone was watching this scene with bloodshot eyes. In just a short moment, the situation changed. Uchiha Obito is about to be hacked to death by Shihao Naraku. Absolutely not, we must not allow this to happen. Uchiha Obito is related to many things in the future, and no accidents can happen. Spore technique. Pale white swellings similar to white zetsu quickly grew on Uchiha Obito's body, and spore-like things wrapped around Uchiha Obito, who was cut in half. Ah! A scream was heard, but white zetsu still did not give up. He endured the pain of the burning flames and helped Uchiha Obito. Laugh. The sharp blade cut through the dark night silently, cutting off a large group of spores and something like that, and dropped it to the ground. Crack. Shihao Naraku lowered his head, cracks appeared in the ground, and a large number of white zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground. They pounced on him one after another, and the remaining white zetsu merged into the white spores on Uchiha Obito's body, covering Obito heavily, trying to suppress the flames on his body, and did not stop even when their pale body was ignited. At the same time, Zetsu in the distance activated wood style, and densely packed thick branches wrapped around Shihao and Naraku. At this time, Ju didn't care about hiding his strength, and he made a full-strength attack, which unexpectedly released extremely powerful chakra, and giant trees quickly grew and surrounded him. Shihao and Naraku tumbled around, dodging the thick branches, and Kuligara, burning with beautiful flames, chopped off all the branches that came close. Boom! The next second, a wildly burning flame exploded, igniting all the nearby trees. Wood style is not weak, but Shihao and Naraku's fire is stronger. This is the first time in thousands of years that panic has reached this level. How could the powerful wood style powered by Senju Hashirama's cells be ignited by ordinary flames? Tear! Hurry up! Black Zetsu no longer maintained his gloomy appearance and shouted in a hoarse voice. White Zetsu, who was one with him, suddenly tore outward and split into two individuals, while the body tissue between them was rapidly disintegrating as if it were glued together. Black Zetsu's half-body was madly releasing wood style to block Shihao and Naraku from approaching. And White Zetsu instantly pounced on Uchiha Obito, who had completely lost consciousness, wrapped in spores that repaired his body, and quickly sank into the ground and disappeared. At this time, Black Zetsu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sank into the ground. Bang! A mask in many pieces fell to the side, with flames burning on it. Boom! All the burning trees exploded and were quickly extinguished under Shihao and Naraku's deliberate control. Clang! Kurikara returned to the sheath and disappeared. Shihao and Naraku glanced around and said, "It seems that he really ran away." "Forget it. I didn't intend to kill Obito anyway." Shihao and Naraku walked towards his two unconscious subordinates, not caring at all about whether Uchiha Obito had a chance to wake up after he had chopped them so hard just now. If he really died, Shihao and Naraku wouldn't care. He wasn't seriously injured, but his chakra was sucked away. Shihao and Naraku felt relieved when he found out that his subordinates didn't have much of a problem. It seems that Black Zetsu deliberately did not kill these two people in order to contain my actions, or at least not to chase them.